Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Are we live? Is everything working? You are live? Hey! Hello, guys. Hello. Hello, Sumo Knight. Hello, Ricky. Hello, Hapini. Hello, Akun. I genuinely do believe that for every stream I ever do, that is going to be the exact way I start, because of the fact that I have to stream from Australia. Hello, guys. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Oh, A2, thank you for becoming a member again. Welcome back. Oh, I'm not going to lie. It feels like in the time in between the last stream and this one, it genuinely does feel like at least 2 or 3 weeks has elapsed since then because of the sheer amount of things that have happened. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 2. You are alive, everything is working. I'm glad. Valid concern. I'm less impressed by the number of slides and more appalled you couldn't add 5 more. That was quite tempting. Although I do think that it would have been, I would have had to make up fluff I would have had to insert fluff to get up to that number. It's the end times all over. You could stream from the moon. There is only 3-second delay, shorter than from Australia. So, yeah, the HoloLive thing. I'm planning on having a HoloLive stream before the end of this year, although it may be on a Saturday/Sunday instead of a Friday/Saturday because of various things that are happening in Christmas week for me. But yeah, the HoloLive thing is definitely something that I've been looking at for quite a while. Starting from, I think, earlier this year when I did that first collab stream with Depressed Nasagi, and we were discussing HoloLive's return to Billy. So, it's getting better. The delay. Hey, okay, that's good. 64 slides only. He hates us. Just increase the font size. Christmas, yeah. Don't forget Niji. Oh. So, for those who haven't been keeping up with the post that I've been making in the community tab, next week, currently, I've got a stream lined up where I will be discussing, along with a collaborator, possible strategies that Niji Sanji could adopt in order to fix its horrid PR. Although that was planned before the news dropped this week about the rather disturbing allegations against Asta Arcadia. With that now on the table, that changes things quite significantly. So, it's going to be an interesting stream to try and figure out how Niji can return from that one, given their self-imposed constraints. And by self-imposed constraints, I mean the things that management will or won't do. You mean other than burn it all down to the ground? See, that's the thing, right? Because a lot of people seem to want Niji to just burn to the ground. And to be fair, I can't really say that I don't understand that. However, I do think that there are enough talents at Niji that are still worth salvaging to the point where I wouldn't want the entire branch to collapse. I think they can come back from where prior to this week, I would have said I think it is hypothetically possible that they could make a comeback if drastic enough changes are implemented over a short to medium span of time. However, there are going to be very, very drastic changes implemented after the revelations of this week in order for that to be possible. Mikus Olcus, thank you for the 5. Are you going to mention Magni and Vesper in your Holo stream? Most likely. Most likely. It will be kind of difficult to talk about the problems that HoloLive is currently going through. Sorry, are currently going through without bringing up at some point Magni and Vesper. Yeah, I also saw that Yagu made a statement about the recent grads. Yagu has been on the ball throughout HoloLive's history. He has been pretty in touch with what the audience cares about, what the audience is concerned about. So I think I am willing to believe that this is a concern from the audience that he is taking seriously. So salvageable. Yeah, a lot of people have doubts about that, but I do think that hypothetically, and I say hypothetically because I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about the sheer scale of the changes that would need to be made for redemption to be possible. It is hypothetically possible for Niji EN to salvage itself. But a lot of things are going to need to change. In that case, Chairman, you might want to take a look at the recent clip of Altair talking about the lack of support for stars. Yeah, no, I have seen that. It is... How do I say? A lot of people were drawing connections between what is currently going on now with HoloLive, which seems to be some sort of internal tension between talent and management, and their recent, relatively recent, move to establish a base in California. Now, while I do think that it is understandable for people to be concerned about them setting up a base in California, that is more a problem that will rear its head in the future. Whereas what is currently going on now, I suspect, is something that has been happening for years, and it has only seemingly gone worse over the last half to 3/4 of a year, because of the fact that they are now pivoting in a new direction, which means that smooth management is even more important than it was before. The thing is, the recent clip with Altair talking about lack of support, this is unfortunately not new information. This has been a thing for a while now. There have always been at least a little bit, at least tiny bits of tension between management and talents in HoloLive. Whether it be because of perms processes or because of some sort of miscommunication, or in the case of Holostars especially, an apparent lack of attention and care. So, all of this, I am going to need considerably more time to pass all of this into a coherent form that I could then use as a presentation for you guys. But all of this is stuff that I'm keeping track of, so... Sorry, I'm too engrossed with the drama with a certain Ramsey. Another messy week. Yeah. Randon said that off-screen workload may be a reason for VTubers to quit corpos. It may not be his reason, but is one of the reasons. Yeah, and it's perfectly reasonable. It is a perfectly understandable reason to choose to go indie, especially after you've already made your mark in a corpo. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. Reading the leaks and seeing the talents essentially depressed because the company they work for considers them a failure and non-convenient for investment is devastating, really grim looking for Niji EN. That's how I would... Yeah. Everything that we have seen so far from ex-talents that have come out of Niji points to the same conclusion, that management, especially upper management, does not seem to view them as people, just numbers on a spreadsheet, which is the exact opposite of the way you should be viewing talent in this industry. I saw I think this was on Banned VT Memes or something on Twitter, where they posted a screenshot of a 4chan post that was dissecting HoloLive's recent friction between talents and management. And there was something in that post that really resonated with me, which was the statement that VTubing is not... It's not VTubers are not a product, but a service, and that VTubing is a service industry, which means that you can't simply view talents as an IP or a name and nothing else, because that simply neglects the fact that the core thing that the audience is turning up for, is paying for, is in fact an experience, a connection with that talent. It's not something tangible like merch, or anything like that, although that is part of what can be sold. The main thing that is monetizable is the talent themselves as a person, as a creator. Hence, it being more accurate to regard VTubing as a service industry rather than anything based around creation of products. Chris, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. It's very kind of you. Thank you. Streaming is a service industry. Exactly. And the idea of... Actually, this will link in with some of the stuff that we're going to be discussing in this stream as well. So, for those who didn't look at the previous post I've been making on my community tab or on my Twitter, essentially the agenda for this stream is going to be quite simple. I'm going to go through a few of the concepts that are going to be relevant to understand some of the criticisms, some of the points that I'm going to be making while reacting, and then after that, we'll get into actually looking at the videos in question. And part of the reason why I wanted to do this is because of the fact that a lot of people have brought up both of the videos that I'm going to be reacting to today in the comments to my previous streams, as well as comments in my community posts. And I do think that they are worth looking at, if only because they act as very, I suppose, very convenient examples, very relevant examples of the strengths and pitfalls that come along with using framing, which is a media technique that I'll be explaining in a bit. So, give me a second. Let me change the scene. VTubers are courtesans. Thomas, that's certainly one way of putting it. I do think there is that comparison does hold water. It's just it's a very funny way of thinking of VTubers as modern day courtesans. But yeah, okay. So before we get started, a few disclaimers as usual. Oh, Funless, are you gonna play Path of Exile 2 Armchair? I don't usually do gaming streams unless it's gaming streams that feed into topics for future streams. But I've never played Path of Exile. I've seen a lot of hype around the new game, and that's piqued my interest, partially because of the way that game journalists have been handling it. But I don't think I'm going to have any plans to play it on stream, Funless, to answer your question. Ludwig the Hassan Clay. So while Sea Doctor's being friend. We'll get to that. Okay, so some disclaimers. First, as usual, I am going to be bringing up multiple people over the course of this stream who I'm going to be quite critical of. However, that is not a license to harass or contact any of them in any way, shape, or form. Second, the inclusion of all videos and images shown for the purposes of critique and or commentary throughout this stream are protected, or is protected, under fair use. And finally, if there's something on screen and either the chat or my avatar is blocking it, don't worry, I'll be narrating it anyways. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. Are PNG tubers courtesans? Well, that depends. How much pleasure do you derive from watching a PNG tuber? Then the answer to that will probably answer your question. Okay, so before we get into the actual meat and potatoes, I want to start off by going through a relatively recent, or actually really recent story that has cropped up in the media as of late. And this is going to be, holy Yugure, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 20 new Footstools. It's very kind of you. Damn. Competitive gifting. Thank you so much, guys. It's very generous of you. But yeah, in any case. Alright. So, and this is going to be a little bit more serious. On December the 4th, so around 3 days ago from today, in the early hours of the morning, the CEO of an insurance company called United Healthcare was gunned down in the streets of New York by an anonymous masked gunman. Now, immediately after this happened, the people on the internet in general, as well as the media, were left scratching their heads as to how and why this had happened. Because not only did the attack seemingly come out of nowhere, but the killer managed to escape and is still at large. Now, immediately after this happened, there was a wave of headlines that were put out by legacy media. And when you start reading through some of the headlines, an interesting pattern begins to emerge. Police release new photo of suspect sought in killing of United Healthcare CEO by The Guardian. United Healthcare CEO fatally shot outside New York City hotel in premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack. NBC News. What we need to know about the killing of United Healthcare CEO as police probe surveillance photo and smudged fingerprint. CNN US. Who is Brian Thompson, United Healthcare CEO fatally shot after being threatened? Forbes. Now, as you can probably tell, all of these understandably centered around the CEO of United Healthcare, the person who had just been shot and killed. However, when you start to look at some of the other headlines that came out from various news outlets around the same time, the pattern becomes even stronger. United Healthcare CEO kept a low public profile, then he was shot. AP News. United Healthcare CEO kept a low public profile before he was killed. P.E.A.S. United Healthcare CEO kept a low public profile, then he was shot to death in New York. Yahoo Finance. World News. United Healthcare CEO who kept low public profile. Guys, I'm starting to think that he kept a low public profile. So, in addition to that, when you actually dived into the contents of some of these articles, you started to see even more similarities, not just in the headlines, not just in the subject matter, but in the various people who were being interviewed for information. For example, the Guardian article that I pointed out right at the beginning of this segment. There are 4 different voices that have been included in this article to contextualize what has just happened. The first being the police. New York Police Department on Thursday issued a fresh image clearly showing the face of a man they suspect of shooting and killing the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, early on Wednesday in Manhattan. The second voice is usually some version or an attenuated version, a few degrees removed version of the killer himself. Among other clues discovered were a cell phone, video footage of the suspect, and shell casings from bullets found at the scene with the words deny, defend, and depose, according to unnamed sources who also spoke with ABC News. Third, they usually include the same quote by the now widow of the killed CEO. Quote, there had been some threats, end quote. Paulette Thompson told NBC News, basically, I don't know, a lack of coverage. I don't know details. I just know that he said there was some people that had been threatening him, end quote. And the fourth voice that's usually included is some sort of outcry or surprise at the fact that this CEO was walking around with no security. Thompson's killing quickly sent shockwaves through the corporate world, with corporate security heads gathering in a conference call to Wednesday. Many of my colleagues today are sitting down with their executive protection team leaders, their security leadership teams, and reevaluating what they are doing and not doing, Dave Commandant, president of Seattle-based Commandant Risk Management Services, told the New York Times. Another security executive, CEO Michael Julian of P.E.A.S. Security and Protection, told Axios, "I'm just shocked the guy didn't have a protective detail." So, when you start looking at all of these differing voices that are included, and the fact that pretty much every article that came out in the same wave around this time centered around these four voices, you start to see that the information that is included in these articles, in the presentation of this story, is designed to imply a few things. First, that the attack was apparently completely random, that the motivations was completely unknown, completely mysterious, and finally, that, well, this was more an indication of a security risk or a lack of sufficient security detail than anything else. That was the way that this situation, this problem, was being defined by legacy media. And this decision to include specific details, specific voices, to build up a definite picture of this situation is all part and parcel of a media technique that we've talked about on this channel numerous times. In fact, the first video I ever released on this channel, called framing. Now, for those who don't know what this term means, or the technical definition of this as it applies to media, and especially legacy media and news, framing is to selectively draw attention to certain aspects of a person, situation, or problem, especially when done at the cost of neglecting and or obscuring all others. Essentially, when you are tasked with describing a situation to people who are unfamiliar with it, you need to figure out what information to include in your description and what information to leave out. Now, what that also means is that in making those decisions, you also end up, as the journalist, even if you're trying to be as objective as possible, you end up crafting a version of events that gets across a certain impression of how that person, situation, or problem went down. Now, one of the foundational principles of framing that isn't quite encapsulated in this definition, but is nonetheless important to take note of, is the fact that framing, as a technique, is all about encouraging sympathy in the audience, but not empathy. So, to make that distinction clear, sympathy is a feeling of mutual understanding founded on shared experience. Essentially, you feed your audience enough information for them to feel like they can draw similarities between what they've gone through and what you've gone through, and as a result, you form a connection that way. By contrast, empathy is a feeling of mutual understanding extended in spite of differences, which means that you are attempting to make a conscious effort to form a connection with somebody despite acknowledging that your experience and their experiences are completely alien and disconnected from one another. And the reason why I say that framing is about encouraging sympathy and not empathy is because when you use framing to construct and distribute a story, there is an implicit and inherent acknowledgement of the fact that you are trying to convey information to people who were not there. As a result, you can't rely on them, you can't really rely on them in general to form an understanding and connection to the events or people you are describing based off of a shared experience, because they were not there. As a result, the main thing that you end up centering that connection between reader and story on is sympathy. So here, this now recontextualizes and explains why certain elements of this story were presented in the way that they were. So, if you look back through the recurring trends in the stories that were being published, the use of framing that was being carried out as these stories were being written and released en masse, you start to realize that they were trying to lay the foundations, the legacy media were trying to lay the foundations for this to be represented in a sympathetic light. For example, the repeated emphasis on the idea that the United Healthcare CEO kept a low public profile was very evidently designed to convey some aspect of the idea that this was completely unexpected. This could not have been predicted. This was a random killing. And because it was random, because the motivations are mysterious, if not completely absent, then that increases the degree to which people can identify with the CEO. Because, well, if there is no motivation, if it is completely random, then it is an example of senseless violence. And generally speaking, most people are going to be against senseless violence. However, the other things, the repeated inclusion of that quote, that specific quote from his wife, there had been some threats. Basically, I don't know, a lack of coverage, I don't know the details. I just know he said that there were some people that had been threatening him. This, essentially, not only does it leave a quote by someone who, a family member, a close family member that has now survived him after he has been suddenly killed, but it brings up a possible reason as to why he might have been targeted, which is the operations of the business that he ran, or the operating methods of the business that he ran, while simultaneously dismissing them as just speculation. Because, remember, one of the central parts of this quote is, I don't know, coupled with a question mark. I don't know, a lack of coverage. I don't know, details. I just know that he said there were some people, again, keeping it really vague, that had been threatening him. And then finally, this focus on the fact that this killing was a failure of security, a need to amp up security, put more emphasis on security around these large business executives. This essentially binds the story to an issue that essentially prescribes the talking points to the readers. This is not going to be, or as according to these stories, if all you had to work off of were these news articles as a way of understanding the situation, the central issue that would be brought up would be things like security risks, security concerns, lack of security detail, and need for more protection, as opposed to anything that might feed into the possible motivations behind this seemingly random killing. J. Robergato, thank you for the 50 pesos. The news stream is sponsored by Ground News. That would be really, really neat. I do think that Ground News is a sponsor partner that I would like to be able to partner with at some point in the future. Because Orcus, thank you for the 2. We are living in the lamest cyberpunk future. Yeah, and it is funny that you bring that up, because one of the things that goes into using framing in a story in order to prescribe a perspective on a developing situation or a person or a problem is the fact that not only do you choose what to include, but in that same decision, you choose what to exclude. You omit certain details that may contextualize the situation in a way that conflicts with the way that you would like to present it. And this is exactly what has happened with these stories, because some of the details that these news articles didn't include in their bid to make this CEO out to be as sympathetic as possible were the fact that in 2023, United Health was sued by people who presumably clients, I believe that's the right word, claimants, I think, who had been denied their attempts to claim insurance benefits because of the fact that they'd been found out to be using faulty AI to deny patients coverage, which is, when you talk about cyberpunk dystopia, this is part of, well, I'd say this contributes to that impression. On top of that, United Healthcare also has the highest rate, or among the highest rates of claim denial of any insurance company in the US, which is insane when you couple these two things together. Now, when you take into account this information, the reasons as to why this attack wasn't so random start to become a little bit clearer, because you start to realize that, okay, while the killing itself is, in my opinion, not the way to go, you can't really say that it came completely out of nowhere. Azahara, this is why I don't feel bad when I heard. Yeah, again, this is not something I would encourage, but I also understand withholding sympathy. And the thing is, one of the ways in which you control the way that something is framed is through another media technique that goes hand in hand with framing, called exnomination. Exnomination is the selective exclusion of voices from a media text, usually to give the impression of objectivity and/or consensus. And that was what was exactly going on in these news articles. All of the voices that they included, even the one from the killer himself, pointed to one way of perceiving this, that the motivations were obscure and mysterious, and that this was something that happened out of nowhere and happened because of a lack of security and, well, apparently nothing else. However, when you looked at the reaction of different people online to the news, you start to understand why maybe some of the voices of people who used United Healthcare were being excluded from all of these articles. For example, this tweet by Tabitha Chow saw mainstream news coverage about the killing of the CEO of United Healthcare on TikTok, and I think political and industry leaders might want to read about the comments and think hard about them. And what were these comments? Well, let's see. A comment by Oh No, the Leopards. Was his trip to the ER really emergent? According to his own company, my husband's heart attack wasn't an actual emergency, and we were out $3,000, fully deductible. 5,000 likes. It's crazy what my first thought was. And then I looked at the comments, and I realized I'm not alone in my thoughts. 1K likes. I'm sorry, prior authorization is required for thoughts and prayers. 15,000 likes. Sending prior authorization, denied claims, collections, and prayers to his family. 16K likes. And this only goes even further once people start actually bringing up or stating all of their reasons for disliking the CEO explicitly. Ken Klippenstein, today we remember the legacy of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. And it's the same graph from before, but this time circling the fact that UHC has an almost 33%, that's a third of all claims of coverage being denied, which is a crazy high statistic. And again, when you couple that with the fact that they were found out to be using faulty AI, apparently, allegedly, it starts to make sense as to why people would resent them en masse. Big honking caboose. You're laughing? A wealthy CEO who profited off the health concerns and often worst moments of millions of people's lives got shot point blank in broad daylight, and they can't find the suspect because too many people wanted him dead to narrow it down, and you're laughing? Democrats hate the working class. If the wife of the murdered CEO of United Health is upset now, just wait until she gets the emergency room bill. And finally, housing for all is hot. Dying via 2 gunshots is a way kinder death than choking in your own fluids, knowing that medication that may have saved your life was denied by an AI computer, and you're leaving your spouse with millions of dollars in debt. Cry me a river. So, again, you can probably see why these voices were exnominated from the news articles that we went through earlier, especially if the objective was to portray the CEO in a sympathetic light and the murder as having obscure, if not completely unknown motivations. However, that being said, that's not to say that all news publications ran with that angle, because there were a few, sporadically here and there, that were starting to pick up on this aspect of the story. For example, Rolling Stone. Social media has little sympathy for murdered health insurance exec. Across social media, the response to the killing of United Healthcare's CEO was contemptuous of the industry he represented. Neoscope. Murdered insurance CEO had deployed an AI to automatically deny benefits for sick people. Anger at the insurance industry is reaching a boiling point. And finally, an article that was released by Forbes later on that same day called Deny, Defend, Depose. What to know about the words reportedly on shell casings tied to United Healthcare CEO's shooting. So, again, there were sporadic news outlets that were beginning to pick up on this aspect of the story, beginning to pick up on the voices that had been excluded from the first wave of reporting. However, when you see this use of framing, exnomination, en masse, across multiple different news outlets, all echoing the same sentiment, the same angle, the same presentation of the situation, when you combine framing and exnomination together, what you get is something called agenda setting. And to summarize the relationship between these three terms, exnomination tells the audience what to ignore, framing tells the audience what to pay attention to, and when put together, you get agenda setting, which is telling the audience what to prioritize. The definition of agenda setting, for those of you who don't know, is to influence, dictate, and or define priorities and popular talking points among the general public. Now, agenda, the word itself, simply means a predetermined list of things to talk about. However, the reasons why I've included priorities in that definition is because, naturally, the public can't prioritize something if it doesn't even talk about it in the first place. People in general can only pick up on problems that are supposedly happening in society once they've been made aware of them. And it is through this method that news agencies worldwide attempt to influence what the general public's concerns are about society. Because if you can dictate what they talk about, if you can dictate what they think about, or more importantly, what they don't think about and what they don't talk about, you can then control what the general public prioritizes. Jimmy Eat Dirt, CNN is getting cooked in their own comments, and I find it very amusing. Again, this is one of the shortcomings of using framing in a very obvious way, as we'll get to in a second. But again, when you look through some of the early headlines that came out in the first wave of reporting, what you begin to realize is that there is a very clear agenda being set. All of these outlets were trying to get the public to start thinking and talking about the same set of issues, a predetermined set of issues, those being security concerns and vigilantism. Because vigilantism is, and I think this is quite understandably, stigmatized. Purely because what one vigilante might think is an act of justice, another member of the general public might think is simply barbarism. However, a new and emerging talking point that was neglected in the first wave but is beginning to be picked up on is the idea of unethical business practices and consumer outrage. Now, again, I want to make this clear, there are news outlets and news articles that started talking about these particular talking points. But for the overwhelming majority of the news stories that came out at this time, and also, importantly, that came out to begin with, they all revolved around these talking points, security concerns and vigilantism, as opposed to anything else. This was what they wanted everyone to be talking and thinking about. Now, when you start looking at the way that framing is used as a tool, specifically in terms of problem solving, what you begin to realize is that if you want people to care about a problem, if you want people to actually move towards solving a problem, you need to use these tools in order to make sure that people are put into a mindset that would motivate them towards doing what you want. So broadly speaking, the way that framing and exnomination are used in problem solving can be broken up into roughly 3 stages. In the first stage, a problem is simply observed. In all of its different aspects, all of its complexities, all of the various reasons as to why certain people may or may not care. Again, in this form, the problem is simply there, but it's not defined in a way that would motivate a large group of people to act together to solve it or to do anything about it. However, this is where framing and exnomination come in, because in the second stage, the problem is then defined. Now, when you define a problem, you give it a form, a presentation that is, again, designed to make it appear to your target audience in a way that motivates them to, at the very least, think about it. Hopefully, talk about it, and down the line, solve it or do something about it. And once you've started implementing these tools, you then get the final stage of essentially presenting a problem to the public, a setting an agenda. And broadly speaking, there are 2 components to setting an agenda. First, convincing the public that the problem should be solved. It's pretty pointless to present something to the public as a problem if you can't also justify solving it at the same time, because otherwise then people will just disengage with what you're saying. However, the second component is to outline to the public how the problem can be solved. Because just as it is important to explain to the public why something is a problem, why it should be solved, you also need to be able to give members of the public the feeling that they can do something about it. Otherwise, that motivation simply won't be there. They will dismiss it as something that they have no control over, and they will resort to various methods to cope with the knowledge that this is a problem that exists that they can't do anything about, and they will essentially give up and disengage. They may not do that immediately, but they will do that inevitably. As a result, if you simply go with one of these if you only go with one of these components, you don't have a complete agenda. To get a complete agenda, you need both. Now, to give you an example of this process happening, let's use the problem, quote unquote, of misinformation, because that is a very popular talking point among various different governments, various different media outlets, and it comes up as a talking point, as an issue for broader society once every few weeks, if not months, if not even, in certain cases, days. If you look at misinformation as a quote-unquote problem, there are multiple different aspects to the fact that, to how it exists in society, right? For example, the first is that misinformation is a natural consequence of an enforced right to free speech. Essentially, if you give people the right to say whatever they want, it is natural, inevitable, that at some point people are going to start spreading around information that is in some ways inaccurate. Intentionally, unintentionally, it makes no difference. You can't have free speech without having misinformation. And by extension of that, you can't combat misinformation without also, at least to some degree, impeding on free speech. The second thing, misinformation is almost always defined subjectively and applied on a case-by-case basis. Something that may be regarded as a wild conspiracy theory today may then be validated as a fact 5 years into the future. I definitely can't think of any things that have happened over the last 4 years that might point towards this being a trend in our society. Another part of misinformation is the fact that the word itself is designed to be a euphemistic umbrella term for theories, rumors, lies, inaccuracies, and insults. Essentially, it is a catch-all term. It is a word that has a vague definition, and it is designed to be that way. Because if you look at the various institutions that are actually treating misinformation as a concern that needs to be combated, you start to realize that it is in their best interests to make this word and its definition as vague as possible. Because when you're crafting policy and the objective is control, you need as many use cases for a single term as possible in order to grant yourself maximum control over a situation, society, whatever. The other thing is, and this is tied into the specific words, one of the reasons why, as an institution, as a government, as the state, you would rather use the word misinformation instead of having to resort to specific words like theories, rumors, lies, inaccuracies, and insults, is that, well, when you look at those words individually, some of them connote or imply one of the fundamental problems that come along with combating misinformation, and that is the fact that misinformation does not affect everyone equally. People are going to be more or less susceptible to misinformation based on their capacity for skepticism, which also means that when you think about people falling for a rumor, a lie, or an inaccuracy, part of what the term misinformation is supposed to obscure is the fact that at least part of that belief is rooted in some personal responsibility, is rooted in some personal reticence when it comes to doing your own research. Even the phrase, do your own research, has become stigmatized as misinformation has picked up in usage, especially in things like public policy. So, one of the things that misinformation is designed to obscure as a term is the fact that if you fall for it, that is, for want of a better term, a bit of a skill issue in a lot of cases. And the last two traits of misinformation are the ones that actually seem to be more commonly talked about, and that is that first, misinformation can lead to mass hysteria and civil unrest, and finally, that policies aimed at fighting misinformation usually necessitate centralizing authority over speech and information. Now, as you will probably notice if you've looked at various misinformation laws that have been cropping up, especially in the West, over the course of the last 4 years, not all of these aspects of misinformation as a concept are equally emphasized. In fact, pretty much all of them except for these two have been completely obscured and are still actively being obscured. And when you look at it this way, you can start to see that the way that exnomination applies to the concept of misinformation, to the problem of misinformation, is that the reason why these four ideas are obscured, these four aspects of the concept of misinformation are obscured, is because they lead to perspectives that cause problems for people wanting to make laws and rules around misinformation. Because, for example, if misinformation is a natural consequence of an enforced right to free speech, if it is a euphemistic umbrella term that is designed to diminish personal responsibility when it comes to, audience susceptibility, you start to realize, hold on, wait a second, is this actually a problem that we should be trying to solve? Is this actually a problem that we should be trying to solve specifically with public policy? Because public policy is, well, it's many things, but it is not designed to be an instrument that is suited to individual use cases. The second thing is that misinformation is almost always defined subjectively and applied on a case-by-case basis, and that its effectiveness is tied directly to an audience's capacity for skepticism, both of which are things that are very difficult to fix, quote-unquote, with public policy, which then gets into the weeds of, okay, can we actually solve this problem? And when you combine all of these different aspects together, you start to realize the reason why these aspects of misinformation as a concept are being obscured is because anyone who is aware of this will not view this as a problem worth tackling. Because one, I'm not even entirely sure it should be solved using public policy, and two, I'm not even sure if it can be solved using public policy. The thing is, when you try to craft public policy around misinformation, when you resort to doing things, as is suggested by the current framing of misinformation, which is that, it can lead to mass hysteria and civil unrest, that policies necessitate centralizing authority over speech and information, you get this fallacy of the idea that, oh, okay, because of the fact that it could lead to because of the fact that it can lead to civil unrest and mass hysteria, misinformation is a threat. It is a threat to the whole of society and, by extension, you and your loved ones, and needs to be dealt with, especially by institutions and governments. And when you take note of the fact that the policies aimed at combating it necessitate centralizing authority over information and speech, you start to fall into the fallacy of the idea that free speech can be prevented and combated by creating new laws and regulatory bodies. Problem is, if you actually understand all of the various aspects of misinformation, you start to realize that centralizing power and authority over speech and information does not eliminate misinformation. It just changes who is allowed to do it legally. And that's pretty much it. The thing is, these are fallacies, these are talking points that mislead people into believing that this is a problem that can be quote-unquote solved, whereas in reality, any possible solution will then create new problems that will replace the old ones, new problems that might not even be all that different from the old ones. Functionally, nothing significant is going to change, except maybe compromising people's ability to speak and express themselves freely. And as a result, you start to realize, okay, hold on, this is why framing and exnomination are such potent tools, because you can take something that exists as a problem that either shouldn't be solved or can't be solved, and you essentially advertise it, market it to a group of people that in a way that leads them to believe that they can solve it, that they should solve it, and you use that to motivate them to do something that you want. This is essentially propaganda. This is one of the functions of propaganda. And, well, people who have watched my content for a while already know news, legacy media, is just propaganda. Now, the second function of framing and exnomination when they're used together, so this is not just agenda setting. The second thing that they can do, that they can accomplish, is that not only can they allow you to define problems in a specific way to a target audience, but it can also allow you to humanize problems. Essentially, take things that are happening, prevalent issues, pervading issues, and not only present them in a way that makes the audience feel that they should be solved, but motivate your audience to solve those problems by showing them how it can be thought of as a person who is suffering, a person who is going through stuff, essentially a person they can help. And there are two main ways that framing and exnomination can be used to humanize a problem. In the first way that it can humanize a problem, it frames discussions about a wider problem by focusing on specific people who are either affected and or involved. So essentially, you take a wider problem that exists in society, and because of the fact that it is harder to comprehend when it is simply existing as this vague issue, you try to narrow it down in the presentation of it so that you focus your commentary on it around a specific person that is affected or fed into it in some way. The second approach towards humanizing a problem is to frame discussions about a specific person in the context of a wider problem. Essentially, you have something that you want to say, you want to commentate on something that is happening to a specific person, but you don't know if people will care. So you connect it to a wider set of problems that exist in society that you know people will care about. And that is how you humanize the problem that way. However, each of these two approaches towards humanizing a problem have their own individual strengths and weaknesses. For example, the first approach, where you try to frame a wider problem by condensing discussions of it down to how a single person is affected and or involved, has the benefit of being better suited for agenda setting, because you can essentially choose which people who are affected and or involved you choose to show the public. making it therefore easier for you to set an agenda, set the talking points. However, the problem is, in doing that, you make your approach very, very vulnerable to disruption. The moment the audience smartens to what you are doing, the moment your audience begins to realize that you are leaving out certain voices on purpose, and they start to draw lines between the dots when it comes to who you've chosen to include versus who you've chosen to exclude, your ability to do this, to set an agenda, starts to fall apart really, really quickly. However, with the second approach, where you are framing discussions around a specific person in the context of a wider problem, the strength is that the problem is automatically humanized because, well, you start with how it's affecting you start with the fact that it is a problem that affects a specific person, then you make it relevant to more people by connecting it to a wider problem that affects more people. However, the weakness is that because you have started by centering it around one specific person, the solutions and the appeal to tune in to what you're saying is at risk of becoming too specific to that person. For example, if I wanted to talk about how my friend is currently going through a very specific argument with his family, and I try to frame that in a broader context of pathological Chinese cultural family dynamics. The thing is, if I can make people care about my friend in the opening to the way that I talk about the situation, then they will be locked in and they will be receptive to me trying to draw connections between what is happening to my friend and what is happening in this broader issue, which is Chinese cultural pathological family dynamics. However, if I don't succeed in making them care within the opening of my piece, or if they don't find themselves caring about my friend, then they are less receptive to engaging with the wider issue as a result, because the way that it's been framed is way too specific. It ends up being unappealing to them. And with this framework, we can start to assign the two videos I'm going to be reacting to their respective uses of framing and exnomination. For example, Ludwig's commentary, Mogul Male's commentary on the Twitch adpocalypse falls within the use of framing discussions about a wider problem by focusing on specific people who are affected and or involved. It attempts to humanize the problem, which is the Twitch adpocalypse, by framing a wider problem by focusing on a specific person who is involved and or affected. Whereas with Connor's video about the Iron Mouse situation, that is an example of somebody humanizing a problem using the opposite tactic, which is by taking something that's affecting a specific person, Iron Mouse, and then framing what is going on with that specific person in the context of a wider problem, which is hate towards VTubers. And again, each of these has its own specific benefits and weaknesses, but, I mean, let's get into how those benefits and weaknesses have manifested in those videos. Funless, thank you for the 5. In Filipino, propaganda means to beautify. Propaganda just means pro-beautifying. That's a fascinating little bit of language there. Do you not just want to make the world beautiful? Be pro-propaganda today. I don't know the way that propaganda as a word emerged in English. That would be something that would be interesting to take note of. But yeah, that being the Filipino version of the word makes a lot of sense, because that's exactly what propaganda... Well, I mean, that's exactly what propaganda attempts to do. But yeah, and we'll start off by looking at an example of somebody who tried to humanize the problem, but then made a very severe blunder in doing so. And it starts by looking at what happened with the so-called Twitch adpocalypse to begin with. Now, this video by Mujin, called Why Twitch is Going Through an Existential Adpocalypse, is a video that I thoroughly recommend for anybody wanting a general summary of what happened that led up to what we now call the Twitch adpocalypse. And again, I recommend that you go watch this video yourself if you're curious about this. However, for the purposes of this stream, I'm going to summarize some of the main points that he makes over the course of the first half of the video. Billy Aki, thank you for the $2.98. So TLDR, legacy media is gay. yes, that is the TLDR. But yeah, so, right at the beginning, at around 43 seconds in, Mujin establishes that Twitch has a history of favoritism and inconsistent enforcement of its own rules. At around 5 minutes 14 seconds, Mujin contrasts the former CEO, Emmett Shear, with Dan Clancy. Basically, Emmett Shear was infamous for being incredibly disengaged with running the company, and Dan Clancy was at first regarded as someone who was a good deal more in touch with the various streamers that operated on his platform, before people have now since realized that he is equally as disengaged, but just more intent on hanging out with the cool people that use his platform. So, Mujin then ends that particular segment by concluding that the transition did nothing to improve Twitch's leadership or moderation problems. Again, the switch in company heads was a nice aesthetic change for a while, but it doesn't seem to have solved any of Twitch's deep-rooted systemic issues. At around 7 minutes, Mujin recounts how Denims, a streamer that is a Hassan Piker orbiter, publicly placed a bounty on Asmongold's head in April of this year. This is a very, very clear violation of Twitch's violence and threats community guideline policy. However, for this particular violation, there was no penalty, despite the fact that to anyone with a functioning brain, they could tell that this was an infraction. And around 8 minutes 45 seconds, Mujin then starts getting into the real meat and potatoes of how this adpocalypse came to be. He arrives at the current day issue of Twitch being accused of anti-Semitism, which is a pretty heavy accusation for a platform. He presents Asmongold's violation of Twitch's hateful conduct policy and subsequent 2-week ban as the inception to this problem. Now, for those who don't know, essentially, Asmongold had a little bit of a rant on stream where he talked about how he can't bring himself to care about Palestinians being subjected to genocide in the Gaza Strip because he views their culture as being inferior to the culture of America. And the reasons that he cited were being homophobic, anti-LGBT, among other things. However, Twitch picked up on this, and I think it's quite understandable, as an example of hateful conduct. They state in their rules that it is not allowed that they disallow streamers from explicitly saying that one group of people is inferior to another for whatever reason, and as a result they handed him a 2-week ban. The problem is that by setting this precedent for themselves, people then started combing through other examples of different streamers doing the exact same thing as Asmongold, but not receiving any penalty. So, after presenting that as the inception of the problem, Mujin then segues into how this decision drew attention to Twitch's insistence on overlooking similarly hateful conduct from Hasanabi and his orbiters. And from there, he starts getting into Dan Saltman, another streamer or ex-streamer on Twitch. He's since been banned, funnily enough. Another ex-Twitch streamer's involvement in revealing to the public that Twitch had been geo-blocking Israeli IPs from IP addresses, that is, from creating accounts on the website, on the platform, for an entire year prior. And to be clear, this was a blanket ban. Nobody from Israel was able to register for a Twitch account. They were all blocked off of the platform. And this was where the anti-Semitism allegations arose from, because the double standard when it comes to enforcing hateful conduct policy on Hassan and his orbiters, that can maybe be dismissed as simply the moderators frothing at the mouth over Hassan's bulging biceps. However, this was something different. This was taken as evidence of the fact that not only was Twitch's moderation team guilty of favoritism, but they were also guilty of explicitly discriminating against people from a specific part of the world. And this is what brings us to Ludwig's video. Now, before we actually start reacting to this, there are a few things I want you to keep in the back of your mind as we go through this. So, when you are evaluating somebody's attempts at using framing and exnomination to present a problem to their audience in a way that will motivate them to care about it and or do something about it, there are a few questions that I want you to keep just churning in the back of your mind. First, who is this video aimed at, and who did it resonate with? And equally importantly, who didn't it resonate with? How is the problem defined? And what solutions are being proposed? This is essentially the core of problem presentation when you are trying to diagnose or decide on a use of framing. If you don't think about all of these things, then chances are you are not going to be able to, if you don't think about all of these things as an audience member, you become a little bit more susceptible to simply having your perspective on something being influenced by somebody else who is trying to get you to feel something by selectively presenting information to you. However, if you are somebody who is trying to get an audience to care about something and you don't think about these things, it becomes a lot more of a coin toss as to whether you succeed in actually making your message resonate with your audience. So again, regardless of whether you are an audience member trying to find out if you are being manipulated by somebody, or if you are somebody who, for better or for worse, has the objective of trying to manipulate your audience into thinking or feeling a certain way, these are all questions that are good to ask yourself while you're watching something, including this stream for that matter, actually. So, with that being said, let me switch the scene so that we can finally get into the react portion of this. Hold on, give me a second to open this up.
That's right.
Okay. So, let me just make sure that it's showing up correctly. Excellent. Okay. So, I'm just going to let it play for a few seconds. Let me know if the audio is good for you guys. Give me a 1 in the chat if it is.
That's right. Another mogul mail. I'm going back to back. And I gotta say, guys.
Is that working just fine? One? Journalist, by the way, from California. Yeah, that's the funny thing. So, this will become funnier after we're finished reviewing this video. But Ludwig is a media graduate from I believe a Californian university. So, this is something that he realistically would have learned in his very first year of doing his course. But, okay, the audio seems to be working fine for all of you. Alright, let us begin.
What the heck? I looked at my analytics on this channel after taking a 10-week hiatus, and thousands of you guys unsubscribed. Okay, joke's over. We can resubscribe now. It might take a little bit longer in between videos, but when I really want to talk about something, I'm going to make a damn video. Like today, where we're talking about the Twitch adpocalypse.
Now, that first section might seem irrelevant. However, it goes quite a long way towards answering the first question that we had, which is, who is this video aimed at? And the answer, at least according to who he explicitly addressed at the beginning of this video, is his subscribers. This video is being addressed at people who have previously subscribed to his channel for the purposes of seeing his take on things, getting information from him, gaining an understanding of what is currently going on in various places on the internet from him. That is the target audience of this video.
Why? Because I was talking to my friend Shake about it last night, and I wanted to look up a video to learn more about it, and there was none. So I decided, okay, I will make one. And today, I should preface, we are going to basically be talking about 3 points around the Twitch adpocalypse. What is it? How did it happen? And what should happen next to fix it? That's really what I want to address today.
And this solidifies the target audience, right? When he specifies that this video is designed to give people information that would allow them to form an understanding of a developing situation and or problem, that being the Twitch adpocalypse.
And we should start with first ads on Twitch, because I'm old enough on Twitch that back in my day, Unk status, I get it, it was cringe to run ads. People didn't do it. And it made sense, you know, people would already be paying your subscribers for your content. So why would you also be taxing people by making them watch ads? It was something you...
So, again, this might just come off as a little bit of a throwaway gag or a bit. However, whenever you're looking at videos that have the aim of informing an audience about a specific issue or situation or person, there will always be somewhere in the beginning of the video some sort of quantifier, or I should say qualifier, that explains to the audience, at least implicitly, why this person is talking about this thing and why you should listen to this person. For example, and this doesn't have to be something objective, by the way. You don't need to start off every video if you're presenting something to an audience with, oh, I have a degree in so-and-so, I am a doctor, I am a specialist, I am a whatever. No, not at all. But even if it's something like, I am a friend, so I am talking about this, or I was a streamer, so I'm talking about this, something like that it goes a long way towards solidifying in the minds of your audience why they should listen to you specifically. And when he talks about the fact that he used to stream on Twitch, that is his qualifier. That is why it is worth listening to Ludwig, to Mogul Mail, as he tries to explain how the adpocalypse came to be. Yeah, Cassador, Unk status in his words.
You just didn't really do. Until Twitch made a bit of a change. They started to tell you how much money you would make if you were to run ads. And they also ran a program that subsidized that amount of money.
By the way, the thing that I just want to add something onto what I just said, which is when you are judging whether to take somebody seriously or not, it is worth starting off by evaluating the qualifier that they have presented to you. So, when you are trying to judge whether you should listen to somebody's message or not, the first thing you think about shouldn't just be the contents of what they're saying. It should be the way that they justify you paying attention to what they're saying in the first place. Who do they present themselves as? What is the stated goal? Who is the stated audience? And all of these things combine together to form the initial silent argument that is being presented in front of you as the audience for why you should listen to me. The same thing goes for this stream, by the way. The same thing goes for this content. Because in my earlier streams, I also went through explaining stuff like, why do I do what I do? What makes me want to make the kind of content I do? What benefits do I advocate? What benefits am I trying to sell to you by convincing you to watch my streams? All of this can be found in both the earlier streams that I do and every time I announce a new stream. So if you actually comb through for example, the community posts or the Twitter posts that I make, there is always going to be at least somewhere in there a justification as to why it is worth tuning into. And that's the same sort of thing. Alan is 3D. Thank you for the 5. This guy has 2 degrees in journalism and English, by the way. Arizona State University. Ah, I see. To be fair, and this is how do I say? It is a little difficult. In my personal experience, it is a little difficult to... It is a little difficult to justify the fact that you did a media degree if you work as a content creator. Specifically because of the fact that while knowing the concepts that you've been taught in university can give you an edge, the things that make content creators successful are largely things that you don't need to go to university to possess. And I do find this to be quite a little bit of a tragedy, because the one thing that university can actually claim to teach you is a suite of practices that feed into due diligence, doing research, presenting things in a fair and as objective as possible light. And as we are going to see, this video doesn't exactly do a great job of that. Oh, by the way, Alan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships earlier. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you are. I hope you enjoy your time here. But anyways, going on.
So they basically say like, okay, well, this is how many viewers you have. If you were to run like 3, 6, 9 minutes of ads an hour, we could pay you like a couple $1,000s. And you know, not only could we will guarantee pay you that amount of money, and you just do the deliverables, and you know, it all sort itself out. They're basically subsidizing people running ads. Now, they only ran this program for like a few months, but it worked. It created a culture where streamers now knew how much they would make if they ran ads, and it became a part of their lifestyle and overall income. And so now people run ads. And you should know this if you've ever tried to watch a subathon in the past couple of years, because those are basically ad farms, man.
So this goes further into beginning to flesh out the problem in the eyes of the audience. Why should we care? Well, because this is what our favorite creators, our favorite streamers use to make money. This is what they use to feed themselves. The ad revenue on Twitch is important because this is a culture, in his words, a culture that Twitch has now created that creators on their platform are reliant upon. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the gifted membership. Taco Brando, I hope you enjoy that.
And live 732 hours in a month. That's 732 hours to run ads, baby. And thankful to the boys at P.E.A.S for leaking their income. We know how much money you can make from ads alone. Now, I'm not sure. It's possible that Ron might have photoshopped this image a bit, little inspect element. But if we take it at face value, he says he earned $1.2 million during his subathon, and he only had 63,000 subscribers. Now, I say only because if you do the math, that 63,000 subscribers is $220,000.
So, again, once you've established that part of the problem, or sorry, part of the reason why the audience should care is because of the fact that this is what creators rely on to support themselves, then to flesh the problem out even further, you establish the sheer significance of this reliance, or sorry, the sheer significance on what these creators are relying on. So how much money they get from these ads, how much of their income is reliant on advertising, and how much, therefore, they stand to lose. So first you establish what it is worth, then you establish what it means to lose it, right? And if you want people to care about a problem, you need a combination of both of those things. People aren't going to care about losing something, or sorry, people aren't going to care about the absence of something unless they feel like they've lost it. So this is part of how you create that impression surrounding the problem you are talking about.
Which means he made an extra $1 million. That's not from bits. That would mostly be...
I do remember, because I think I see some people referencing in the chat, but I do remember that there was this one clip of a P.E.A.S member, not a P.E.A.S member, not a P.E.A.S Connect, but P.E.A.S Clan member, ranting on stream about how they are no longer making 5 digits a day or something, and how if things get worse, if they just wanted to make 200k a year, they just become a mailman or something. I don't think I've laughed that hard out of sheer derision at something in many, many months. That was wild to hear from somebody. I genuinely don't understand how you become that out of touch with what it means to actually do a non-content creation job. Because saying that mailmen make 200k a year, that's... man, that's wild.
From ads. And what makes this even more realistic and more impressive in my mind, Jason was the biggest in the P.E.A.S group for their subathon. In terms of subs, he had the most subscribers. You can see 100,000 right here. And he made $500,000 total. It's a lot of money. Now, the light pink is the amount of money he made from ads. You can see his ad density went down, all right? He didn't make as much from ads, as opposed to somebody like Lacey. That's a lot of light pink.
I think this was the guy. I think Lacey was the guy who was complaining in the clip. I could be wrong, but I vaguely remember the guy having that, a very, very sad resting face, a buzz cut, plus some sort of gold chain.
Now, ignore this number. I know as a fact he inspect elemented this. This is a fake number. This number is real. So he made $70,000 less than Jason while having less than half as many subs, less average viewers. How? Because his ad density was so high. He's running an ad density equivalent to TV shows. Okay?
This is slight tangent, but this whole thing of mediums evolving to resemble the mediums they replaced is such a trend at this point that I genuinely don't understand how people are not already making the connection that Twitch and YouTube are both intentionally and unintentionally shaping into being exact copies of cable television. And I think that the sooner consumers, everyday viewers, start to realize that change, the better, because only when you realize that do you become capable of going, hold on, these platforms have not always been this way, and as a result, I think it's time to start looking for a better alternative, because, like I said, the whole point of YouTube and Twitch is that they are not cable TV. But if they start evolving to the point where they are indistinguishable from cable TV, then there isn't really too much point in supporting them mindlessly. Again, you can support them for sure, because they are a convenient platform to use. However, I will say that it is worth considering the introduction of newer platforms or potentially spreading out into different platforms as a viewer, depending on which creators you watch, based off of whether they provide a better viewer experience than Twitch or YouTube, especially when the viewing experience becomes indistinguishable from older mediums that they supposedly replaced. Funless, thank you for the 5. If only we had adblock for TV2, would have made my childhood significantly better. Hey, at least you don't live in the UK, where you're basically mafiaed into paying for a television license. Ultra Expert, 2K a year doing his mailman job and making shorts about his crazy mailman stories. That would be quite funny. That would be quite funny. I would love to see a FaZe clan member try to work as a mailman for a year. Not the thing that, for example, Kai Snat did when he tried to work as a McDonald's drive-through worker for just a day. No, an entire year. That vlog would be fascinating to see, especially if the challenge was that you can't get fired within that year, because that would be content. That would be fun.
And he is able to make, just from that, hundreds of thousands of dollars in ads. I would not be surprised if Kai made as much, if not more money from his subathon in advertising than he did from all of the hundreds of thousands of subs he has. This is all kind of gone now. The advertisers are pulling out. It is true, and streamers are making a lot less money this month. Okay, how do we know this? Well, Twitch streamers are talking about it. Here is Quinn.
What the hell? So you're getting, wait. Oh, bro, you just getting no ad money at all.
So notice that, when framing the problem, you need to choose which voices to include in your presentation of the story. So, in this particular case, in order to hammer home the point that, okay, this is a loss, things are happening, the ad revenue is drying up, he includes clips of a few different streamers talking about how their ad revenue has been drying up.
All right, here's Moon also talking about it.
I saw, like,
trying to get a wide array of streamers.
Ads, apocalypse, blah, 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 blah. Out of curiosity, I went and checked my revenue. In the last 2 days I've streamed, I received $0 on ads.
And then finally, here's Stock Guy actually showing his analytics. You can see how much money he is making from ads and how far it has dropped. For some people, it's half. For some people, they're making 10, 20% of what they used to make. And the way ads worked on Twitch for a long time was a very simple calculation. What is your viewership? Okay, what is your ad density? How many ads are you running an hour? And where are your viewers from? Because advertisers view viewers differently depending on their location. That is it. That is the only factors that went in. And then however much money Twitch made from advertising, they would pay you out like a percentage portion, all right? You know, something like 30, 40, 50, some percent based off your deal of how much money they made from the advertisers. The issue is that only works if they have advertisers, and a lot of advertisers have pulled out.
So this is where the problem goes from being simple setup to actually being made explicit. Up until now, what he has been doing is simply explaining the circumstances surrounding the problem. First, that creators rely on Twitch's ad revenue for their income. Two, that creators are starting to notice that this income is drying up. And here finally he's started to get to the point, which is that it is drying up because advertisers are pulling out. However, this is the part of the issue that audiences, well, while this explains the behind the scenes reason as to why creators are concerned and up in arms over what's going on at Twitch, there is still another problem that caused this one. It's sort of like recalling or retracing a domino effect, where you have to identify. It's a bit like, sorry, I'm just trying to think of a better metaphor than that. It's a little bit like Russian dolls, where every time you remove the outer layer, you start to see something new beneath. And this is him gradually peeling back the layers. And the thing that I was very curious about when I first watched this video was waiting to see what he identifies as the innermost layer of the problem, what he identifies as being the first domino. And that is why, when he starts talking about advertisers pulling out, this is where we know he's starting to get close to addressing that.
Okay? They have pulled out, and it has hit Twitch hard. All right? And I'll talk in a minute what my prediction is for what will happen to that advertising money. But first, we have to talk about why they pulled out.
This is it. We're now going to see what Ludwig blames for advertisers pulling out of Twitch.
But where did the advertisers go? Do they hate Twitch all of a sudden? Well, the genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmon got banned off of Twitch.
So far, this is pretty much indistinguishable from what Muujin was talking about in his video, with one exception. Whereas Ludwig led by talking about how Twitch has set up its ad revenue system in a way that encourages streamers both culturally and financially to rely upon it as their main source of income. Muujin started off his video by talking about favoritism among Twitch's moderation, how their upper management has been infamously hands-off and bad at enforcing their own rules. Now, the reason why this distinction is important is, well, the way that Ludwig then goes on from bringing up this point. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 5. I've noticed a few Twitch streamers branching out to YouTube recently. Yeah, that's probably no accident, because Twitch as a platform is managed awfully.
Because you see, Asmon got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people. Some very negative comments about Palestinian people that he got.
Ayane Shirakawa, Asmongold became a folk devil? Yes, he did. And again, for those of you who are currently watching this stream who don't know what a folk devil is, please check out the second edited video that I posted onto this channel. Essentially, to sum it up though, a folk devil is a person that is given the complete responsibility or is given the complete blame for a problem that is in actuality far larger and more complex than just them. And the reason why they are blamed for that problem is so that everyone involved can have an easy source of catharsis. The impression that by punishing them, the problem is finally solved, even though it is no such thing.
He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but, you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people?
Let's get a rewind of that little section. So he brings up Asmongold. He talks about how the Palestinian rant was what got him banned. But then
Asmon got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people. Some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but, you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people?
This person saying this thing about this people. Who is this person? Who are these people? What are the things that they are saying about these people? All very interesting questions that for some reason have been left unanswered. And the reason why I view this as an issue is because of the way that he has set this up. See, the way that he has talked about this, right? When he starts talking about the questions that people were asking.
Effect, where people are like, okay, you ban Asmin for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but, you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people?
That implies, when he's talking about it, right, the thing that is being conveyed here is that the domino effect is not just that Asmongold's rant and subsequent penalty caused people to scrutinize Twitch harder, but that there were similar offenses happening at the same time, if not before, what Asmongold said or did, happening in around the same context or preceding Asmongold's little rant in violation of Twitch's community guidelines. And if you're going to talk about other examples of similar things happening, it is part of honest reporting to explain what those things are. Now, I'm going to continue the video because maybe, who knows, maybe, assuming I haven't pre-watched it, maybe there's a chance that he goes into more detail as to what these things are. However, the fact that he leaves it this vague is a very conspicuous omission of detail at this point in his explanation.
And that happened a lot because this is an issue Twitch has been dealing with for years, which is inconsistency in their bans.
So if you're going to say that Twitch is being inconsistent with their bans, surely it is in your best interest to illustrate to your audience how this inconsistency is carried out or observable by pointing to specific counterexamples, pointing to specific examples of other streamers that did something that is on par, at the very least, with what Asmongold did but didn't receive a penalty. And the fact that, again, he's not being specific, that is a major red flag when it comes to evaluating this video as an accurate summary of what is going on. This is a massive red flag when it comes to assessing how honest he's being in the way that he's framing this problem. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 2. Who are the people who cannot be named, Ludwig? An excellent question. Jung, thank you for the 2. Ludwig won't mention... we'll get to that in a second. Don't worry.
All right, they have their code of conduct, their terms of service, whatever. They have to ban based off of that, and sometimes it's not upheld consistently. All right, and so this became, you can see October.
This is the first example that he cites, which is Frogan. Now, for those of you who have been keeping up with Twitch shit shows, Frogan is an orbiter of Hassan. I believe she was and or still is a moderator on his channel. She is publicly affiliated with him. He is publicly affiliated with her. And as a result, at least to some extent, whenever she expresses a view and Hassan is asked to evaluate it on stream, pretty much always he has simply backed up what she has said indiscriminately. So at this point, their connection is very clear to the average member of the general public. However, let's see if Ludwig draws that comparison or draws that connection between the two as well.
16 is the day Asmin got banned. A very common trend. All right. Oh, you ban Asmin? Well, what about when Frogan said this, crazy thing about U.S. soldiers? All right. And Twitch got basically controversy after controversy after controversy. All right. And at first.
Oh, fun little bit of lore between Frogan and Ludwig. I believe that one of their first interactions with one another in the eyes of the public was Ludwig choosing to make a $10,000 donation to some sort of charity that was looking to help people in Palestine, and Frogan responded to that by calling him a cracker and then condemning him for not donating enough money to that charity. So yeah, that was a little bit of a fun thing to see.
This was maybe just some like social media stuff, but then there was a concerted effort by people to go straight to the advertisers, all right? Because Twitch wasn't buckling.
There was a concerted effort by people to go to the advertisers. There is a lot of information that is missing from that summary of events. What was the driving event? What was the motivating event? The driving factor in getting this ad campaign off of the ground? This campaign against the advertisers, against Twitch, rolling. What started it? And two, who are these people? It's becoming a trend here where Ludwig keeps describing everyone except for Asmongold and, well, in this particular case, Frogan, by just saying people and not expanding.
They weren't like banning other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They banned Asmon. They're like, okay, we're good now. Please leave us alone. That did not work.
So I want to replay that again.
Other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They banned Asmon. They're like, okay, we're good now. Please leave us alone. That did not work. They were not left alone. Not only were they not left alone, their advertisers were not left alone. And this is one of the other genesis I can see of advertisers now getting involved after the Asmon ban. And here's a tweet that said, made a video of what you can do. It's a long video, so I'll just distill it. But basically, it was email the advertisers that Twitch worked with who were displayed prominently in sections that people viewed as like anti-Semitic and get them involved.
Okay, so he has, to his credit, brought up Dan Saltman, who was, again, if you recall from earlier on when I was summarizing the Mujin video, Dan Saltman is the name of the streamer that started this campaign against Twitch advertising. And to Ludwig's credit, he has brought up Dan's tweet on screen so that people can see that this was one of the quote-unquote the people who started this whole movement, this whole campaign against Twitch. But it is quite funny that he just refuses to say Dan's name throughout this video. It's actually, I don't quite remember if he says it like once at some point during the rest of the runtime, but he certainly doesn't say it here.
Okay. He says,
and also when he says that this whole campaign cropped up over allegations of anti-Semitism, surely he's going to explain where those allegations came from, because that is a detail that he's just thrown in there that has not been contextualized at all.
You know, fuck Twitch for making me do this cancel culture, cuck fucks and blueser shit, but that is exactly what happened.
Also, notice how this is the tweet that he chooses to read out. Absolutely fuck Twitch for making me do this cancel culture, cuck fuck, simp loser shit. Instead of, oh, I don't know, an earlier tweet where Dan was actually outlining in exhaustive detail his issues with Twitch.
It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse. Attempt, very successful. Now Twitch tried.
So, he has now moved on to saying this was the thing that was the attempt at creating an adpocalypse. So what he's essentially said, right? He said that there were people, vague, plural, who were working to create an adpocalypse. He has explicitly outlined that the adpocalypse is due to the actions of this mysterious group of people. And on screen, he has shown one person, while reading out a tweet where they claim responsibility for starting this movement. Within the span of those few seconds, that is the information that Ludwig has selectively chosen to put in front of his audience. Now, you can say that that was unintentional. You can say that that was a result of negligence. However, I'm going to reiterate something that I've said multiple times on previous streams, especially on the streams where I'm talking about journalism. Now, generally speaking, if you keep hearing dog whistles, chances are you're just a bitch. Unless you've done a media degree. Because if you have done a media degree, one of the things that they teach us when we go through that process of being trained to be young and burgeoning journalists is to pay attention to every single detail of what we choose to include in an article or a way that we report on something. Every word, every bit of vocabulary, every included voice is a deliberate choice. In other words, there are no such things as just a dog whistle when you are reading through something made by a media graduate, something made by a journalist, something made by somebody who even studied media, which includes myself. It is better to assume that everything is intentional when you are evaluating the work of somebody who has been put through that training. Because in media, they teach us to be the dogs, essentially.
Tried to curb this.
And that's a neat segue into the fact that he has chosen this article by Kotaku to show off. Because let's look at the title, the headline of this article. The first thing that people who actually click on this article are going to read, and the first thing that we, the audience, are going to read on screen. Twitch bans several Arab streamers following, quote, Habibi, end quote, ratings panel at TwitchCon. Can anyone spot the word in that headline that raises an eyebrow or should raise an eyebrow among anyone watching? You agree, why Kotaku? That's an excellent question, I can only guess. Talking Peach, I really like how you frame concepts. Thank you, that's very kind of you to say. Arab? Exactly, Jane. What the fuck is the relevance behind including the word Arab in this headline? Why does this affect anything? Because, for context, this was basically an event among a bunch of different streamers. Admittedly, I think they were all Arab, although I'm not quite sure. Maybe there was one of them who wasn't ethnically Arab. But this was an entire event, Twitch sponsored and approved, by the way, where they got up on a stage and they essentially made an ethnicity tier list of various other different creators that they did or didn't like. And after this backlash happened, these people were all banned for participating in this panel. However, the fact that the journalist who wrote this article chose to include the word Arab in the headline, despite the fact that their race had nothing to do with the reason why they were banned, is quite conspicuous. And so is the fact that Ludwig has chosen this article to show off in his video.
They tried to appease advertisers and also the Anti-Defamation League, who's getting involved. And they banned several Arab streamers following a Habibi rating panel.
So again, when he reads it out, he doesn't skip the word Arab. He just says, Twitch banned several Arab streamers. And again, the inclusion of the term Arab, despite the fact that their ethnicity had nothing to do with the reason why they were banned, that is a choice. That was something that the journalist writing this article, Alyssa McCante, funnily enough, who is someone who has come up in conversation before in previous streams. I didn't even realize that this was written by Alyssa McCante when I was watching this video the first time. Holy shit. But yeah, this was a deliberate choice by Ms. McCante, and this is now a deliberate choice by Ludwig as well, when he has chosen to not only include this article, but read it out word for word.
Panel that was at TwitchCon, and you can see the sponsors are in the background of this. This was going viral. I promise you.
By the way, do you notice how it has been, what, a full, just about half a minute after he first brought up the fact that Dan Saltman was alleging anti-Semitism towards Twitch. And yet, unlike in Mugen's video, he has not explained that the inciting event for that was the revelation that Twitch had kept Israel geo-blocked from creating accounts on their platform for an entire year. Worst part is, Twitch's response to initial backlash over this revelation was to say, "Oops, we did it by accident." What the fuck do you mean you did it by accident? You are a multi-million-dollar company. Surely at some point there would be a staff member whose responsibility it is to click the unblock button. And if someone didn't, surely that was their job. And if they didn't do their job, somebody should have been fired over this. Because this is a massive blunder. It was a massive blunder that was enough to lend credence to the anti-Semitism allegations. Which is a major part of why advertisers are pulling out. So, again, trying to explain this situation, trying to contextualize it in the eyes of an audience without ever talking about that is a really difficult thing to do. And you can kind of see how it is beginning to affect Ludwig's commentary because of how he's twisting himself into pretzels to try to keep his commentary as vague as possible. Because see, the thing is, he can't really go into detail about the origins of the anti-Semitism allegations because that would implicate somebody else who he hasn't brought up yet, a very big and famous streamer who he happens to be friends with, who is quite guilty of peddling the exact same sort of, I would say, arguably hateful rhetoric as what Asmongold was banned for.
All of these sponsors got thousands of emails in their inbox after this. And it worked. Now, you might think to yourself, okay, well, Ludwig, this was like a month ago, right? We're November 16th now. Asmon got banned October 16th. The banning of the people at the TwitchCon panel was October 21st.
So, again, notice how the only name that he bothers to bring up is Asmongold. He could have talked about the people at that panel, which, by the way, if you actually go back, notice who is on that panel over there. I don't know if you can see it from your end on the screen, but one of the people on this Arab streamers panel was Frogan. If you've already name-dropped her earlier on in the video, surely you can name-drop her again here. So why go with simply name-dropping Asmongold a second or third time, but refraining from mentioning Frogan any further when she was, in fact, implicated in this thing that has now become penalized by Twitch? Again, if you are going to report on things, at least report on things in a way that tries or gives the impression of trying to be balanced.
A month ago, right? We're November 16th now. Asmon got banned October 16th. The banning of the people at the TwitchCon panel was October 21st.
Just say Frogan. People wouldn't even blame you for that because she called you a slur when you announced you were donating to a cause she supposedly supports. Nobody likes her. Just pull the trigger.
Well, how do you think ad deals work? It rolls over the next month. So the reason ad rates plummeted in November is because all those advertisers pulled out for the month of November.
So now, at this point, he's segued into a logistical discussion of why this problem lines up with his diagnosed cause. And yet again, notice how he has moved on completely from talking about the origins of those anti-Semitism allegations. Notice how he has, as of right now, still not mentioned Dan Saltman by name, which is a very funny choice.
And there's no way in that 2-week period for Twitch to resell a bunch of ad slots to brand new advertisers, especially when brand new advertisers are going to see this blowing up on social media and not want to touch it with a 60-foot pole. You get me? All right. So there's currently in Twitch world a piss match, right?
There we go. There we go. We're finally getting to at least a little bit of a tangential mention of one of the big players behind this ongoing fiasco over at Twitch, we finally see the face of the man, Hassan Abi, Hassan Piker. Holy shit.
Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
Did you see that, guys? Hold on, let me rewind.
Twitch world a piss match, right? Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
One more time, just to make sure.
world a piss match, right? Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
Yeah. There was a cut in that video, and it wasn't even a very subtle one. It wasn't very difficult to see that there was supposedly a few seconds, at the very least, that had suddenly been taken out. And the funny thing is, if you look at the timeline of the video on YouTube that it provides us, and you look at the part of the video that is rewinded most often, it is this part. The part where there is a sudden jump cut, for no apparent reason. Mid-sentence, mid-word. And the reason for that is because there was indeed a portion of this video that was cut out after it went live. And, well, I couldn't really find a better clip than this one. It's preserved on Kick, where it's basically a bunch of streamers reacting to the portion of Ludwig's video that was cut. It's a little off-center in your... I think it's a little off-center from what you guys can see. Yeah, it is. But it shouldn't matter too much since there's not really much going on the right side of the video. JV Robert, thank you for the 125 pesos. Some people cry anti-Semitism when Arabic itself is a Semitic language. That is true, that is true. However, Twitch is doing itself no favors with its track record of what it has allowed on its platform and what it has let slide on its platform.
These people blaming Asmongold, okay? And we flip from that to Mizkif blaming Hassan. All right, let's watch that.
He says started it. Mizkif is blaming Hassan, saying that everyone who does politics should be outright banned. And Asmon is
looking at me and...
Which is like already sweeping, because Mizkif's saying, yeah, just ban Hassan, ban politics, because Mizkif actually knows what's going on. Ludwig does not. Ludwig thinks Asmongold is at all responsible. He is not. We know that for a fact, okay? But he couldn't even allow that tiny bit, 3 to 5 seconds of Hassan criticism was far too much for Hassan, okay? Too much for Hassan. Hassan had to send him a message. Ludwig, clean it up. Clean it up, Janny. Get it out of there.
Piss match,
so
right?
now...
Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
looking at me.
You see it, right?
Yeah. What we were seeing was an example of somebody using exnomination in real time. He had included, accidentally, a voice that threatened to disrupt the narrative, the framing of the way that he wanted to frame this problem, or the way that maybe one of his friends wanted him to frame this problem, and he removed that voice from his retelling of the story, from his presentation of what was going on. So now everything supposedly works together to reinforce one central idea. The problem, though, like I said, is that when you are attempting to humanize a problem, because the interesting thing about this video, because of how he avoids including any mention of Hassan and tries to minimize that as much as possible, the reason why that is so funny is because he is trying to humanize a problem not around the involvement of a person, but around a void where that involvement should be in the presentation of what was going on. So essentially, he has to structure this entire video around a gaping hole in his narrative, which is why it comes off so weird to the audience. And like I said, when you use this method of framing a wider issue, right, by framing a wider issue around one central person's involvement and or being, how they are affected by it, you can, in theory, mold it to fit an agenda more effectively. However, the moment you are found out, everything falls apart. And this is why this moment right here is where everything fell apart. Because everything that we talked about earlier, being vague about, these people, this thing, etc., etc., that can kind of be hand-waved away so long as he was honest, at least in some point, about there being at least a little bit of blame allocated to Hassan. But this framing of it, this attempt to completely absolve him of any responsibility for what's going on here by framing his involvement as simply participation in a pissing match with Asmongold, that does not fly with an audience. Because, and this is something I will end up saying quite a few times, your audience isn't stupid. People aren't dumb. They can tell when something is going wrong when you're trying to deceive them by conveniently hiding a few key facts. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 5. I only know about Ludwig from the Sea Dog VA videos. I won't be able to watch future videos with him in it. In fairness, I will say that I watched Ludwig quite early on when he was still streaming on Twitch. So generally speaking, he does have a pretty good mind for content. It is just unfortunate, I suppose, that he has awful taste in friends and a sense of loyalty that conflicts with the projection of principles in his conduct at times.
Looking at me and blaming me, I want to say you're welcome.
Taking blame himself. And
notice the way that he frames that, by the way.
I mean, a piss match, right? Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the apocalypse, for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
looking at me and blaming me, I want to say you're welcome.
Taking blame himself.
So he's framed this as a pissing match, but in an attempt to convey how he is not taking sides, he doesn't say anything as if it's his opinion. He doesn't say, for example, Asmongold is to blame. Instead, he doesn't show a quote from Hassan while saying that Hassan is blaming Asmongold, while then hard cutting, to a clip of Asmongold supposedly taking blame himself and just letting Asmongold speak before reaffirming the same thing, saying Asmongold plays the clip, is taking the blame himself. Now, I don't think you need to be a genius at social interaction and social cues to hear the tone that Asmongold is using when he's saying that and come to the conclusion that maybe, just maybe, there may be a little tiny bit of sarcasm in what he is saying. Maybe he's being a little cheeky when he says, "Oh, you can all blame me, you can all thank me for making all of this happen." Because I genuinely don't think that Asmongold believes that he is to blame for the apocalypse. I think he understands that Twitch's penalty against him probably caused people to start scrutinizing them further, but I don't think that Asmongold takes responsibility for the apocalypse. And to present this in the way that Ludwig has is a little disingenuous, to put it mildly.
And probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time, if I had to guess. Now, what is Twitch doing about it? Twitch has done two main things. The first one...
Again, he immediately moves on. Realistically, right, you would, in theory, at least like to address the fact that he sounds like he's joking when he takes responsibility in that clip. But he just moves on. Ludwig just moves on.
Is they're trying to...
Jackie Rivoli, the original context of the clip is Asmongold blaming multiple people, including himself. See, that makes more sense than simply playing that section of the clip, because notice how, if you look at the runtime here, the whole clip goes for 32 seconds, and how long does Ludwig play it for?
Teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is...
looking at me and blaming me, I want to say you're welcome.
From 06 to 010. 4 seconds out of a 32-second clip, and he calls it a day. Surely, 32 seconds is not too long for your Zoomer audience to keep watching? Surely your viewer retention is not that precarious to the point where you can't afford to play an entire 32-second clip to give full context to something that you are claiming that somebody else has supposedly said about themselves. Surely, in your 16-minute, 55-second video, another, 28 seconds won't make too much of a difference. Like, what is this? What are you doing?
Taking blame himself and probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time.
Notice how he throws that little line in there, that tiny jab at Asmongold.
Taking blame himself and probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time, if I had to guess. Now, what is Twitch doing?
He brushes that off as a little like one-off gag, but let's assume for a second that he was actually neutral, that anything he was willing to say as a little tiny barb at Asmongold's expense would also be replicated with Hassan. Let's say, for example, that he reviewed the Hassan perspective, that he said, Hassan is blaming Asmongold, and also, I don't know, bringing a terrorist onto his stream or whatever, because that's the same kind of thing. Or he's he's talking about politics again or whatever. Even something as mild as that tiny thing that would have been maybe construed by some people as a barb, that would have balanced it out. Instead, what you get here is this impression of the fact that Ludwig has more than a little bit of contempt for Asmon.
Taking blame himself and probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time.
How is that relevant beyond being a jab at something that he likes to do content-wise that you view as being distasteful or unreliable? And why, if you are going to do that, why not do it with Hassan? Because Hassan has done plenty of things that people find questionable. It wouldn't even be that controversial to say that. The guy has shown terrorist propaganda on stream. He has brought on a literal terrorist to fillet on stream, figuratively, of course. At this point, you can kind of tell that Ludwig is trying really, really hard to minimize Hassan's involvement in this. And I've said this just then, but it's worth reiterating. Ludwig is trying really, really hard to minimize the role of Hassan's involvement in creating this current problem. He is framing this as a conflict between two sides, one side being Hassan, but the fact that Hassan is a significant contributor to this, and the fact that he doesn't want to acknowledge that, means that he is now sitting so hard on that fence that he has started gagging on wood. It is insane to see the lengths that he is going to go through in order to attempt to minimize as much as possible mentioning anything that might even be remotely construed as being a negative interpretation of something Hassan has done or said. It's crazy. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. Taking only that small clip instead of playing the full context clip is the overall Western college year teaching and journalism at work. You know, you are actually right about that, because there is a reason why AI is such a problem in university, because, well, funnily enough, if you're not teaching students to think and you're just teaching them to recite garbage, no shit, a bot is going to be able to do that indistinguishably from a student. So essentially, the way that we are taught to do things, and the things that we can get away with, is essentially, if we have an idea, a thesis, and we want to convince the marker that what we're saying is correct, and we want to grab a source for that, essentially all we need to do is is type in the idea we would want into our university library database or whatever, and we are instantly fed 10 billion different papers that will support that exact thesis. Because no matter how hard you try as a university student, especially if you're doing arts, the chances of you having a completely original thought are close to zero. And then once you find a paper that is suitably aligned with what you are trying to argue, even if it's not entirely aligned, you find a quote, one quote, that explicitly sounds like it supports what you're trying to say. You lift that quote out of that article, put that quote into your paper, and congratulations, you've now filled out one entry in your compulsory bibliography with just one quote lifted conveniently out of something that you manipulated the search for. You really don't need to take context that much into account if you are going through a university degree. And anyone who argues with me has not truly limit tested their degree enough, because there have been some subjects where we have been given questions that are phrased in a way that we are going to have to argue some absolute bunk in order to pass the unit. For example, one of my friends who does medicine recently told me about an assignment that he was given where he had to write an essay about how between capitalism and communism both supposedly have benefits for healthcare. And, well, let's just say my friend isn't a very avid communist, so he took that assignment as the joke that it was. He did exactly what I described, which is lifting out convenient quotes from convenient places while believing none of it himself, funneled that all into a paper he wrote himself, because this was, well, he to my knowledge, he has not ever attempted to use AI for any of his assignments, and, hey presto, he got a 90% for his paper. So essentially, university does not teach you to think. It just teaches you to find things that support what you think. And you can kind of see how that has manifested in a practice that is very rife among people who fulfill journalist-adjacent roles in general media. Once you move past university, it's quite funny. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. Ludwig Asman is queso suaze. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I maintain that it's literally like talking to Anne Frank is one of, if not the best quote this year. For those who don't know, Hassan compared that terrorist that he brought on stream to Anne Frank, which is hilarious in hindsight. But yeah.
If I had to guess. Now, what is Twitch?
See, Router25, fill in the blanks university. You say that as a joke, but unironically, there is a worrying portion of university arts degrees that you can pass by simply treating every essay, every report like a closed passage. Because the question contains the answers that they are looking for. And once you are capable of diagnosing, identifying what those answers they are looking for are, it is child's play to pass a unit with flying colors, even while arguing something that you do not believe or think in the slightest. New research is just a pain in the ass. Good luck making an RRL. It is kind of sad that university is this. Well, I suppose it's this compromised in terms of both its supposed goal and its function, but it is simply, well, I suppose it's what happens when you allow ideologues to occupy your upper management and executives. Zuli, he also compared that terrorist to Luffy from One Piece. Yeah, I saw that. It was so, brother, That was all I could think of when I was watching that interview. That was... The fact that he didn't get banned for that, by the way, is insane, considering the fact that Twitch has a policy that explicitly states that glorifying terrorists and terrorism is bad. And I don't know, if you're going to bring a terrorist on stream for any reason, surely at some point you want to start grilling him about the way that he is attempting to spread his message. But no, the entire stream when Hassan brought him on was a quote-unquote interview that mostly revolved around unrestrained fellatio, essentially. It was certainly one of the streams of all time this year.
Twitch doing about it? Twitch has done 2 main things. The first one is they're trying to have the most perfectly crafted, curated conduct policy to be
Now, this is a problem with Twitch's enforcement that I've actually talked about before, which is the fact that, well, Twitch seems to be trying to mold all of their policies in a way to make them as explicit, as specific as possible, as a substitute for actually banning bad actors. Funny thing is, when Ludwig is talking about this, he is literally incapable of coming to the same conclusion as I did, because of the fact that one of the bad actors is his friend. He can't say, look, just ban bad actors. Oh, sorry, he is restrained to talking about how Twitch has a bad practice, which is trying to make their policies hyper-specific to the point where it becomes pedantic and or ineffective, without being able to explain why that's the case or how to solve that problem. Because, again, he's not allowed to say ban the bad actors, since one of the bad actors is his friend.
be able to catch all things that could offend anyone and make advertisers as happy as possible.
As a thought experiment, imagine if in my first stream talking about Twitch's lopsided enforcement between VTubers and OnlyFans peddlers, imagine for a second that throughout that entire multi-hour long commentary, I could only say that this is a problem with Twitch's policy while not being allowed to suggest banning the OnlyFans peddlers. Can you imagine how painful that stream would be to listen to? Because that is exactly what watching this video at this stage in time was like for me.
And this is a very hard thing to do in an ever-changing world. Their latest change has been making the term Zionist along with a mean term now prohibited. Now that gets you banned off the website.
See, the problem is banning that word doesn't do anything, because Zionist and simply Jewish is not the same thing. Yes, there is overlap between the meanings of those two words, but not all Jews are Zionists, even though all Zionists are presumably Jews. And as a result, simply banning this term, blanket, is not really going to help the problem. And again, he is able to point it out, but he's not able to point out why it's a problem and how to solve it.
The other thing they have done is they are now using tags as a way to demonetize creators. So, there's this thing on Twitch that people usually use as jokes called tags. So like Kai's tags are short and
Blaze, Sieg, Zion, sorry, force of habit. I see you making that reference.
loud. Asmon's tags are bald. Okay. But some of the tags.
Actually, Kyosumari, very good point in chat. What good does banning a word do if it won't get enforced? See, that's the thing. It won't do shit, because having a rule means nothing if there's nobody enforcing that rule. And, yet again, we loop back around to the same problem, which is that Ludwig can't point out that it's not the rules that are the issue, it's the enforcement that's the issue. And the reason why he can't point that out is because he doesn't want his friend being enforced against.
Tags are very legitimate and well used, like the language tags, and some are now enforced, like the politics tag. And if you have a tag like politics or something maybe like sexual themes, well, then you're not going to be making money off ads. And we know that because here's a clip of someone talking about that who has those sexual theme tags.
So this month I play like three hours ad, and I get 0.08 USD money from it.
Let's take a moment and review at this point in the video, so 10 minutes 22 seconds into the 16-minute 55-second video. Out of all the voices he has included when describing this Twitch adpocalypse, all the different streamers that he has shown clips from about them talking about this issue in his video, what kind of streamers has he been including? He included a few people from FaZe Clan, so gaming. He included, I believe, Moon, who's also a gamer, Quinn, who is also a gamer, this streamer, whose name I can't pronounce or read because I don't read Mandarin, who is I would assume she is an OnlyFans peddler by the fact that she has to include a sexual themes content tag, despite not playing any games or not being located near a hot tub in this moment in time. So he has included gamers, an OnlyFans peddler or equivalent, and what was the other one that I'm missing? I believe someone who talks about financial advice or starting business practices. Business practices. And this is all he has talked about. What group of streamers is missing from this collection? Any ideas? Big news. Oh boy. Yeah. What does this have to do with the apocalypse? See, on paper, it's supposed to be because he's trying to illustrate that this is affecting people and it is actually happening. However, there we go. Robin Teo, exactly. He's exnominating politics. Not a single streamer that he has included a clip from is a political streamer. And in case you would say that Asmongold is one, no. While he does talk politics, his primary content, I would say, is basically just variety and gaming. I don't think he counts as a political streamer. And the fact that Ludwig, up until this point in his video, so what, 5/8, more than half of his video, where he's included multiple different clips from multiple different streamers across multiple different content genres, and not a single one has been politics, that is a very interesting choice.
Played 3 hours of ads and she made 8 cents. Okay? 8 cents total. Now, what's going to happen next? The ad money is going to come back. Maybe not to where it was before, at least not for a while, but we know this because this has happened before. If you remember, YouTube had an adpocalypse in 2017. Now, a lot of people blame PewDiePie for it. I would argue that's a bit reductive. In the same way, it might be reductive to blame a single person for the adpocalypse on Twitch today. At that same time that PewDiePie had a video with a bunch of...
Wait, hold on. I didn't realize that my avatar wasn't working. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see if I can restart Discord. Am I back? Am I showing? Can you see? Hey, there we go. All right. Sorry. I didn't even think to check. I am truly falling off. Okay. You... Oh, my bad. I forgot that I needed to be on screen. Oh, I simply gave up on Discord after last stream because of how scuffed it was. But now I'm back. All right. I thought the avatar was just broken. Yeah, me too. I just forgot to restart. I just forgot to restart Discord. Thank you for pointing that out. Hold on. Let me scroll back in chat. Thank you for pointing that out, Regan. I wouldn't have realized if you didn't say that in chat.
Edgy jokes. There were also terrorist training videos found on YouTube that had advertisers on them.
I find it quite delicious that when he's talking about the YouTube adpocalypse, he mentions that one of the reasons why there was an adpocalypse was because YouTube was hosting terrorist training videos. But at the same time, he's not going to bring up the fact that Hassan Abi has not only shown terrorist propaganda on his streams, but he has filleted, figuratively speaking, a terrorist on his stream. Cassidal Bowen, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Footstools.
All right. But the thing is, it's not like if you go to YouTube, there isn't fucked up shit on there still. You know, there's definitely still stuff that advertisers would not want to advertise on. I can look this shit up if I want. All right, you can look this up. If you look up nude yoga...
You're not alone. SAMSA National Helpline. I've never needed this number more than I need it now after watching this video.
Nude yoga, there's some shit on there that advertisers do not want to be on. That is still available on YouTube. Because there should be a difference on what is available to watch on a platform and what advertisers want to be a part of on a platform. Not everything that's on a platform should just be stuff that advertisers want to see. We should not become Coco Melon TV on every single platform. In the same way that not everything on a platform should be only things advertisers don't want, like, well, let's be frank, kick. Okay, you don't want both of those realities. You need a mix. But to have a mix, you need a lever to be able to punish people accordingly.
So, that take that you can't have simply all ad-friendly content or all ad-unfriendly content on a platform, very reasonable. Only problem is when he was trying to conjure up an example of content that advertisers do not want to see, I suspect that maybe part of the reason why he had to fish around in his mind for a little bit before settling on kick was because maybe, just maybe, a few of the first examples that may come to mind have something to do with Twitch, politics, and or a certain piker.
And what I mean by that is right now on Twitch, the biggest problem that I see is the only way they have to punish people, or the main way they've had to punish people, is a ban. And a ban is very strict. It is 100 to 0. Turn the water off. Okay? You cannot make any content at all.
And this is where we get into the crux of the problem that I referenced earlier when he was complaining about Twitch's policies and the ways that they were worded. See, the thing is, he says that bans are not the solution. Whereas, in actuality, bans would solve the problem of Twitch having to be hyper-specific and vague in their wording of their policies. Because the problem isn't that Twitch isn't being clear in its policies so much as the fact that they are enforcing those policies unequally and then having to retroactively adjust their policies to pretend that that's not the case. This is the solution to the problem that he brought up earlier, but he is now forced to dismiss it because he refuses to admit who is part of the cause of that problem. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 5. Nude yoga on YouTube. I'll have to do research on that. Man of culture.
Anymore at all, ever. All right? That's a little bit strict. On YouTube, they have a pretty good system. You've probably heard of it, right? Most videos, if everything's good to go, they are monetized. Okay? Maybe that's what the green money sign is. Maybe you have the gray money sign. That means you didn't monetize it. Okay? You just didn't monetize that shit. Red means you can't monetize it. Now, this could be for copyright or because maybe what the content is about.
I'm going to, just seeing that, him bringing that up caused me to have a bit of a Winter Soldier episode on my end when I first watched this video. Fun fact, for those who've been watching me for a while, that second stream I ever did on the Shizzy video, it's currently sitting with the highest view count on any VOD that I have on this channel. And those who have been around since then will know that the VOD got claimed by the Chinese music company that produced Sunshine Rainbow White Pony. So me playing it in the early sections of the stream to make a point about how it's not inherently racist to say the word nigger in Mandarin got me... It has now lost me around $200 from that because of the fact that YouTube's system automatically fisted me for playing that clip. To this day, I still hold a grudge against Chinese music companies because of that stream. Zorro J. Zephyr, thank you for being a member for 4 months. I really need to watch your stream live more often. Aw, that's sweet. I would welcome it. I would welcome it. Although I try to make the VODs as easy to watch as possible because I'm going to be reviewing it to timestamp it later anyways. But I appreciate it. I would love to see more people turn up live as well. It's always a welcome thing to see. Yeah. Not gonna lie, that music is lit. Oh, I agree. My enjoyment of the song has not diminished at all. It's just my my overall impression of the companies that produced it that has deteriorated since then. Maybe next time sing it for yourself. See, the thing is, for people who are completely unfamiliar with the song, they would not understand the sheer acid trip that is the experience of seeing the video firsthand if I were to simply try to recreate it by singing it aloud myself. So I did it for the immersion and I paid the price, but if I'm being completely honest, I would pay it again. I think that stream was I think that point was fairly well illustrated in that stream, and I would not sacrifice that for money. You can feed copyrighted music through a MIDI converter and YouTube can't strike you for it. Huh. That's a very interesting little bit of tidbit, Noxon. Thank you for telling me that. I'll consider using that information in the future.
That's what the red is. You can't monetize it. And then there's yellow, which is this video in YouTube, if you ever ask them, will always say this, is not being suppressed by the algorithm, but will not be shown to advertisers. Now, YouTubers will always tell you that if it has the yellow...
Karaoke stream when? That's a good question, Aquareg. I have been thinking about that because I do want to do one at least some point in the near future, but it's more an idea that I'm leaving on the back burner. Maybe a gorilla stream at some point, or at some point on my Twitter and or community tab, I'll gorilla with a karaoke stream, and then you will all have to put up with my singing for a little bit. But that would be a fun stream idea.
A money sign. It is being suppressed. The views are worse. YouTube says the opposite, but fact remains, this does not make money. The advertisers will not go on this video. Now there's another section which is yellow with the 18 plus. So not only can they not be monetized, the channel must be 18 plus to watch. Those do get suppressed, obviously, because it's just being shown to less people total. But this is the system that YouTube uses now. And this spawned, in part, from the adpocalypse. As opposed to all content being equal and being able to be monetized just based off those three factors, views, ad density, where the viewers are from, it is now also based off what the content of the contents of the content is. You get me?
He does, in fairness to Ludwig, he does make a pretty good point here, which is that Twitch's tools for allowing advertisers to pick and choose what content their ads are displayed against are extraordinarily primitive for a platform of their size, and as a result, it is now kneecapping their ability to respond to this impending adpocalypse. However, like I said, this could be cleaned up very easily if they simply started doing their job with moderation. And that would be a simple solution that doesn't require any additional infrastructure to be added to the platform. However, again, it's not on the table for obvious reasons. Oh, Kendra Kendrillion and Raiders, welcome to the stream. I hope you had a good stream, Kendra. We're reviewing and reacting to Ludwig's attempt at summarizing the Twitch adpocalypse and what created it. So far, it has not been a very glowing review. He has included a lot of information and presented a little bit of a lopsided presentation of the adpocalypse and the circumstances that created it, that entirely and suspiciously omits all mention of Hassan Piker / Hasanabi. And it's been quite an experience to watch this guy twist himself into pretzels just to try and summarize this. It's trying to summarize why the adpocalypse is happening without ever bringing up Hassan is a bit like trying to describe Soviet Russia without ever bringing up Stalin, and it's not working out very well for him. So yeah. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the stream. Hi Kendra. Yeah, I'm familiar with this tragedy of a defense. I have never seen a janitor as beaten and abused as Ludwig appears to be in this video.
And Twitch hasn't had a good way to do that. I think this tag system is also not the best way to do that, because people can lie quite easily about tags and
See, just then, when he was talking about why the current tag system on Twitch is not very effective, let's take note of the reason why he says that it's not effective.
Also not the best way to do that, because people can lie quite easily about tags and
so the issue here is that tags don't work because people can lie. You know how you fix the problem of people lying? You ban them when you detect that they are lying. You penalize them when you detect that they are lying. And the reason why I bring this up is because a few of you may recall when this entire shit show was going down, Twitch implemented a new politics category. The funny thing is, the politics category already existed on Twitch prior to this point, but they implemented a new one because no one was using the old one. And in Twitch's own words, this was supposedly supposed to be a category where all the controversial political streamers would concentrate themselves in, so that the advertisers could just not touch that particular category and continue advertising everywhere else on the platform. To no one's surprise, Hassan, among other political streamers, did not use that category. And the results? Nothing. Fucking nothing. There was no penalty, and he simply continued talking about politics outside of that new category that was basically created for him regardless. There were no consequences, and as a result, if you're going to talk about people misleading the system or abusing the system, it's useless to complain about it unless you are also willing to enforce your rules and hand out penalties. But if you're going to be so selective with the way you hand out your penalties, to the point where you can't really say they exist with confidence, you fucked up as a platform. Anti-ban advocate trying to solve very bannable issues without banning. That's a good way of summarizing what is currently going on here.
Tags are seen as a bit of a joke. So imagine if you had to do on Twitch, this is what I think they should do, the same thing you have to do on YouTube when you upload a video. When you start up a stream, you have to do this. So when you upload a YouTube video, first thing you have to do.
So, I want you to take note of this supposed solution to the problem he just identified. So, to reiterate, he said that the Twitch tag system was not very effective because it relied on people being honest about their own content. And as the counterexample, he presents this YouTube function where a creator, prior to their upload, goes into their system and attempts to label their own content for advertising purposes. Now, this isn't where he ends the point. I will let it play out. But so far, it's not looking great.
Does it have paid advertising? You have to disclose, all right? This is required. They instantly make you do that. I think that'd be a good thing. All right, if I want to monetize it, I want to make some money. Let's make some money.
Speed on, I thought this suggestion was ridiculous. It's just not feasible for live content. That's a good point as well, because again, when you're just talking, when you're riffing live and you don't have a script, you can't really guarantee that there are going to be certain topics you won't touch at all, or someone in your chat won't touch, because for those who don't know, Twitch can and will, in some cases, enforce bans, suspensions, whatever, on the basis of things that people say in your chat. So that's a little cooked.
Fuck it. It'll make you go to an ad suitability form. And basically, I have to fill out, okay, do I have some censored profanity or words like hell or damn? Did I say bitch, douchebag, or asshole? Yeah, I did do that. Okay. Does it have adult sexual content? Okay. Yeah, I had romance and kissing. Okay.
Percival, the difference is that YouTube will punish you if you lie and Twitch won't if you're part of the club. That is exactly the problem as it exists right now. Yeah.
Or, oh no, I had some exposed minimal sexual body parts. Now the ads are automatically limited. So I have the burden of answering myself. Now you could say, well, you would just lie on this. Here's what YouTube does. They have a bot automatically check. If they find discrepancies and your rating inaccuracy is low, they might not monetize your video. And I have been a bit of a victim of this.
Now, this is what is supposedly going to save his point. See, the thing that is supposed to make YouTube and Twitch different in this regard is that while both of them have self-identified ad suitability ratings on the end of the creator, supposedly, YouTube's system is better because they confirm whether you are complying using bots. The thing is, we know, based off of prior streams, prior topics, that Twitch also has what they call proactive machine detection. as part of their content moderation. Thing is, having your machines detect that there's something wrong with somebody's content isn't going to stop them from being banned for 7 days and unbanned manually by a member of Twitch's safety team within 12 hours. That kind of thing is not something that can be fixed with AI or bots. And as a result, it all loops back around to the same problem that Ludwig refuses to acknowledge. Ban those that are not complying. Ban those that have shown no interest in complying. That is how you fix your moderation problem. Not by implementing more AI, not by trying to create new tools. You have everything you need to fix the problem of lopsided enforcement of your rules. You just need to pull the trigger on people who your safety team seems to have a soft spot for.
It looks like you might have made some mistakes. And what happens is now I have more bots. Basically, more bots check my shit because I was wrong. Because every time I do it, I just say, yeah, I have some slight swearing. And sometimes I have a bit more swearing because I'm playing League with some degenerate assholes. But that is, to me, how Twitch should work, right? They'll need some bots.
Funless, thank you for the 5. Unfortunately, Autobots are only good in fiction. Oh, that is, yeah. You're right about that. You're right about that. I mean, YouTube's bots aren't really that great to begin with, after all. You wouldn't want to be somebody who's doing ASMR who also happens to need to breathe, because otherwise they'll shoot you in a back alley. But, yeah. I suppose we work with what we're given.
To be able to scour the content. They'll probably have to do this manually. But what's, I think, not very realistic, because they haven't been able to do this in the past decade that I have known Twitch, the website, is they cannot continue to make their main way of demonetization banning by upholding their code of conduct.
Zara, I've seen someone get flagged on a YouTube VOD because their on-screen chat had a curse word within the first minute and it wasn't censored, so it flagged the curse word from the chat that was only 2 frames. Yeah, and this isn't. I think this is fairly common on YouTube. However, sort of not really in direct response to what you were saying, but an offshoot of that. One of the ways in which people have described the difference between YouTube's lopsided enforcement and Twitch's lopsided enforcement is that while it is frequent that YouTube's bots, their automated systems, will pull shit like that, you can normally rely on the fact that when YouTube enforces something unreasonably, it is most often because of the fact that they program their bots badly. It is incompetence, but it is dispassionate machine incompetence. Whereas with Twitch, when you are being enforced against unfairly, it is overwhelmingly more likely to simply be human malice as opposed to machine incompetence. So it's a kind of pick your poison type scenario when creators are trying to choose between the two. Ironically, on Kick, the one thing that creators seem to be talking about most often when they stream on there is the fact that Kick's support actually seems to be nice to them. Now, the content and the creators on that platform create quite a bit of stigma, but if there is any selling point to that platform is the fact that their moderation team, despite the fact that they don't seem to actually do any moderating or much moderating at all, they do seem to be quite open and communicative with various streamers, which is more than I can say for YouTube and or Twitch.
In their terms of service. They should continue to ban people when people are breaking it, but they're going to fuck up, they're going to miss, and they're missing way too much. At a certain point, you have to realize, hey man, hang up the fucking jersey.
So, to reiterate what he just said, the problem with Twitch's current approach towards enforcement is they are missing too often. And his supposed solution to that? Stop banning people and use other methods. Hello? Are we on the same page? If they're missing, that means that the bans aren't the problem. The aim is the problem. The targets are the problem. Or, more specifically, the fact that they are aiming at the wrong targets. How it is possible to miss that entirely, that line of logic entirely, is quite beyond me. Oh, well, I shouldn't really say that. It's quite obvious why that's the case. But it really is quite exasperating to see this being the point that Ludwig chooses to end the video on. Because we're now at 16 minutes 1 second out of the 16-minute 55-second runtime. And I'm not going to lie, it's not looking good. It's looking a little cooked, in fact.
All right, we need a new solution because your ban solution isn't working. So anyway, that's the adpocalypse. The reason I say some of the money will return is because the way it worked on YouTube is the month after the adpocalypse that I believe happened in February, ad rates dropped by 70, 80% for some people, and then mellowed out to about, I think, a 30% reduction after a couple of months. So I expect at least by, well, maybe December, because advertisers love advertising in December, ad rates will be back up a bit, probably not to where they were, and maybe in a year from now, if Twitch does good and they're able to actually show content for advertisers that advertisers want to be shown, then they might be back all the way. That would be the steps that they need to take. Anyway, I stream over here on YouTube sometimes, so I don't got to worry about any of this shit, but that's what's going on with Twitch. I see Apocalypse. All right, see you later. Subscribe. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye.
Smooth. So, to go back to two of the things that we noticed earlier, throughout this entire runtime, he has not mentioned Dan Saltman by name even once. So I was correct in my initial guess. The second thing is that he also, in that entire time since he brought up the anti-Semitism allegations, he has not explained where they come from at all. He simply moved on, and he kept moving on. So, already two massive omissions in his recount of what happened here. So, with the video done, let's go back to the slides and start dissecting what it is he actually said over the course of this stream. So, when revisiting the three questions that we asked ourselves, who is this aimed at? Who did it resonate with? How is the problem defined? And what solutions are being proposed? We can now start to use what we just absorbed to answer all three of these, starting with who is this aimed at? So right at the beginning of the video, we reached the conclusion that this was aimed at his subscribers. However, when you're looking at the question of who did it resonate with, or more importantly, who didn't it resonate with, and you scroll down in the video, you start to see a little bit of a depressing picture. Because this video, which got 57k likes and 24k dislikes, already starts off at a bit of a rough ratio in terms of approval rating. However, if you look at some of the comments, you start to realize it didn't really seem to resonate with that many people. Now, occasionally, there were a few people who simply echoed his sentiment that they were frustrated with Twitch. For example, this commenter who said, I opened Twitch Mobile, got a stream auto playing I didn't want to see, then got 5 ads, so I decided to get my 460 megabytes back and deleted the app. 13k likes. So, pretty much, if the goal was to shit on Twitch, that goal has been accomplished quite admirably. However, the moment you start looking at some of the responses to what he was actually attempting to do, which was provide information and commentary on the situation, you start to realize that he may not have done as good of a job as he was hoping to do. Just stopping by to see Ludwig get the gold medal in Olympic fence sitting, 9.3k likes. Lud, you're better off not covering a topic if you have to tiptoe around so much stuff to avoid offending friends. 14k likes. Ludwig knowing exactly why this is happening and who is causing it, but being unable to say why and who, for obvious reasons, is hilarious. 6.9k likes. Nice. And finally, Lud, buddy, if you were so against mentioning Hassan, why even make this video, man? He's literally at the center of the story. There's zero way to talk about it in good faith without covering his involvement. 6k likes. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. So in a sense, Ludwig is suggesting to create more systems instead of getting better shooters. Another notch against meritocracy to everyone's detriment. Yeah, that's a good way of summing it up, actually. Because that's exactly what his solutions, quote-unquote, are. However, now that we have identified who this video was aimed at and how well it resonated with them, which is not very much at all, we can start to move on to how he defined the problem, because this is where people's issues with his video likely stem from. So, in terms of the things that he has emphasized, the things that he has, tried to point his audience's attention at, first is, well, he's identified 6 main factors, broadly speaking, that feed into why Twitch is now facing an apocalypse. The first being streamers with problematic conduct. And he has explicitly name-dropped Asmongold multiple times as an illustration and example of such streamers, which I find to be cute. The second thing, campaigns against Twitch's ad partners. Now, this is true. However, it's also omitting quite a bit of context as to how those campaigns emerged and why those campaigns emerged. The next thing, audiences and creator complaints. Again, it is definitely true that audiences and creators are complaining. But who are they complaining about, and why are they complaining? That's not really anything that the video touches on. Clumsy attempts at damage control, vague and/or ineffective policies, Twitch's inconsistent enforcement of its own rules. Now, yet again, all 3 of these are true. But they are also lies by omission, because what doesn't seem to be brought up in the video is all 3 of these stem from the exact same problem, which is favoritism among Twitch moderation staff. If you got rid of the favoritism, you would solve all 3 of these problems. It wouldn't be instantaneous, but you'd be a hell of a lot further the way there than you are now. And finally, when you look at Lud's proposed solutions to fix this problem, remember that this framing is supposed to explain why the problems exist, how they should be fixed, why they should be fixed, and the reason that he gave in the video was because it's starting to affect creators en masse, and it can be fixed by, proposing solutions. The solutions that he proposed in order to frame this problem as something that can actually be solved are the following. First, more flexible penalties / a more flexible penalty system. Now, while I am not going to argue that would be nice, the problem isn't with the system itself or the tools that are available. No, it's with the people who are using those tools. The same thing goes for the second thing, which is implementing better content selection tools for advertisers. Again, those tools would be nice, but at this point, if Twitch were to start trying to develop them now, they would be so far behind in the race that I'm not even entirely sure it would be worth it. And on top of that, they have a perfectly functional set of tools at the moment. It's just that people are misusing them and they're not being punished for misusing them. Third, implementing ad suitability disclosure tools for creators. Again, for the reasons that we just talked about at the end of Ludwig's video, this isn't going to work if you're not going to punish people for lying about when using those disclosure tools. So it all comes back to the Twitch moderation staff being a bunch of, troglodytes. And finally, the quote that caps all of this off. Your ban solution isn't working. Ludwig, 15 minutes 51 seconds, 2024. This is not going... This doesn't say anything. Because at the end of the day, you still haven't touched on the main problem, which is that your safety team is not doing its job. Enforce your rules, and they will work as intended. Write them however well as you try, and don't enforce them, and they won't have any effect, regardless of how eloquently written they are. And so, when you encapsulate all of these things that Ludwig is trying to do, Actually, Robin V. Mars, Ludwig's proposed solutions: 1, less punishment; 2, less punishment; 3, option to ask for less punishment; and 4, less punishment. Yeah, that's a good way of summing this up, actually. See, the problem is, again, it all circles back to the fact that he doesn't want his friends to get hit by new or better enforcement of the rules. So he's just stuck arguing that the rules, or, the rules need to be rewritten, or not the rules need to be rewritten, but better tools need to be implemented to enforce the rules, instead of simply just enforcing them properly using what tools are already there. However, again, so now that we have all of this information laid out in front of us, we can start to evaluate why exactly this video received such a negative reaction, such a strong negative reaction. And it all ties back to one of the lessons that we have brought up multiple times over the course of this channel's existence. That idea that communication does not occur in a vacuum. Audiences will impose context onto anything you say when interpreting your message. You cannot prevent this, you can only work around it. And the problem with Ludwig and his video, he tried to present a message while omitting context, without acknowledging the possibility that his audience would already be armed with that context and will then go on to impose that context over his video. And so, when you evaluate his video, not as an attempt to, in good faith, represent or present a problem to his audience, but instead attempting to explain a problem by structuring it and framing it around a void where there should be a person responsible for the event being described, you start to understand why this video falls flat. He omitted all mention of Dan Saltman by name. He omitted the reasons why Twitch was now being accused of anti-Semitism and why those accusations were credible enough to scare advertisers into beginning to pull out. He omitted all mention of Hassan's role in amplifying hateful political rhetoric in the way that he talks and discusses politics, And at the end of the day, when he was trying to describe the origins of the adpocalypse, and he was not able to touch on the fact that it essentially was born out of a war between Dan Saltman and Hassan Abi, or a bit of a one-sided war where Dan Saltman was talking about how Hassan was being extraordinarily inflammatory in his coverage of the Israel versus Palestine conflict, and Hassan was just desperately trying to avoid him as much as possible. You kind of get into this situation where it is extraordinarily obvious to any person who has been paying attention to what has gone down on Twitch that this video is a glorified sweeping case, or a glorified attempt at sweeping things under the rug for Hassan. This comment highlights it pretty well. Going to be interesting on how this story is conveyed without going deep on the Dan Saltman versus Hassan lore. 5K likes. So, again, the reason why this fell flat was because he attempted to use framing and exnomination to an audience that was already armed against both of those things, with more context than he was willing to provide, more information than he was willing to present. And as a result, when it comes to identifying holes in the way that people are talking about things. So if you are an audience member and you're trying to understand or diagnose or identify when someone is lying to you without actually telling a lie, when someone is trying to deceive you without telling you a lie, when they're feeding you truths but only an incomplete version of what actually happened, this is how you identify when that is going on. You look at the way that they are framing an event that you are already aware of. Take note of the information you have become aware of, whether it be through your own experience or absorbing information from other sources. Compare and contrast. Look at what information they are willing to provide versus what information they are willing to withhold. And from that, you can start to observe what their biases are, as well as what their intended emotional effect on you as the audience is. However, on the flip side, if you are someone who is trying to use framing and exnomination effectively in your presentation of a problem to an audience, make sure that you never make the mistake of assuming that you're safe by omitting context and information, especially not when the thing that you're trying to cover is widespread and well known. Also, if you are going to talk about something and you would like to, I suppose, it is always worth it to at least give the impression of balance. And what that means is, instead of omitting information entirely, you can simply acknowledge it in a minimized way. Acknowledge it as much as necessary in order to signal to audiences that you know that they know that they know the circumstances surrounding the situation. Don't patronize your audience. Don't assume that they're stupid. And even if it comes at the cost of having to concede a point that is uncomfortable for you, it is better than simply pretending it doesn't exist and then getting fisted by your audience when they remind you that it does. So simply take the path that is not of least resistance, but least injury to yourself in the long term. Billy Aoki, thank you for the 2. So TLDR, Ludwig is uber gay. That is certainly one way that you can summarize events, yes. So, the TLDR... Eddie, don't glaze a person too much. That is one of the lessons here, yeah. Billy, wait, we're not stupid. I observe this quite a lot, where there will be a lot of creators who talk down to their audiences or patronize their audiences by assuming that they won't do any sort of research or don't have any pre-existing knowledge of their own. And I'm not saying this because, I'm so much better than those creators or anything. No, but it's more because every time I see that happening, I cringe because of the fact that I know that all it takes is one comment by one audience member who actually did do all of the things, like paying attention to the context, trying to do more research independently of what is presented in a video or an article or something, to one comment by one person who did that to float to the top for that entire story, as meticulously assembled as it has been, to crumble instantaneously. And seeing all of that go to waste on such a flimsy premise is just painful to watch. I did find it interesting that he cut every mention of Hassan plus politics, and he even had that one cut but decided to leave in the part about Asman and DEI. Exactly. And again, that reinforces the fact that Ludwig is not doing a great job of even pretending to be neutral when he's presenting the information, which makes his attempts at framing and exnomination all the more painfully obvious to anyone watching. So, the long and short of this video, if you don't learn anything else from analyzing Ludwig's video in the way that we've reacted to it, dissected it, etc., I want you to take away this key thing of what to do and what not to do when it comes to using framing or understanding how people use framing in their presentation of a situation, a problem, or a person. And that is this. It is usually safe to assume that your audience is uninformed. However, it is never safe to assume that your audience is stupid. Know your audience and plan accordingly. And what I mean by that is quite simple. If your goal is to tell your audience something that happened, a problem that exists, or about a person that did something, feel free to provide as much information as you think they are going to need. Always assume that your audience will need the information that you have at your disposal. Because if there is any information that overlaps with what they already know, if you are entertaining enough, they won't feel the need to skip it. But if you're not entertaining enough, they'll skip it anyways. However, what you cannot salvage is assuming that your audience is stupid, omitting mention of things that they already know, and being caught in the act. There is no recovering from that. And as a result, again, it is a safe assumption to say that your audience is uninformed, but it is not safe to assume that they're stupid. Don't bank on having a stupid audience, because you're going to be painted as the fool should even a single member of that audience be less stupid than you assumed. It's simply not worth it. It is not a good gamble. Don't do it. If you are a creator and you're trying to cover a topic and you are dealing with some points that are uncomfortable or disrupt the narrative you are trying to push, if you do have a narrative to begin with, don't do this. Don't fall for this trap. It's not worth it. It will not work. JV Robert Garden, thank you for the 125 pesos. Sounds like technical writing. The reader isn't intelligent but uninformed. Yeah. No one likes being patronized to either. So, if someone were to find out, you will instantly get a deluge of vitriol that is, that could have been entirely avoided since if you had simply respected your audience's intelligence. And I do find respecting your audience's intelligence and drawing a distinction between being ignorant/uninformed and being outright stupid is a bit of an underrated trait when it comes to the way that creators give commentary on subjects. Because, like I keep saying, people aren't stupid, generally speaking. And they can act stupid, especially when they get into groups. But generally speaking, when they are consuming your content individually, as is the design of YouTube and Twitch, they are not going to be stupid, generally speaking. So don't act as if they are. It's not worth it. Kendra, don't forget it unintentionally boosted Asman to the top / having a positive opinion as the better party despite Hassan and Ludwig, people who are the quote-unquote good guys. Yeah, because of the fact that the quote-unquote good guys threw him under the bus. Exactly. The intention of this was very much to paint Asman as the source of the problems, but it only ended up making him look like a martyr because of how lopsided the video's presentation was, how blatantly lopsided it was, and as a result it ended up making him look more sympathetic, if anything. And again, it could have been so easily avoided if Ludwig had simply withdrawn a few barbs here and there that he wasn't also willing to throw at Hassan, plus also play things out in context. Again, I keep coming back to this point, but it's because it boggles my mind so much. It's 32 seconds, my guy. 32 seconds out of a 16-minute, 55-second video. It's not going to make that much of a difference. Just play the full thing. Your audience will survive. Your viewer retention will be okay. You've more than earned your confidence in being an entertainer to be able to play a 32-second clip in a video that is almost 17 minutes long. But in any case, so that's that. That's the whole example of what not to do when you are framing something or framing an issue to an audience. However, speaking of knowing your audience and planning accordingly, that brings us to Connor's video on the quote-unquote Iron Mouse situation. Now, a lot of you may know, a lot of you may have watched this video already, and you will also probably have a positive impression of it. And for the most part, if the goal of the video is to simply create positive feedback, where people express sympathy for Iron Mouse, where people understand where he's coming from about the blind hatred towards VTubers being one of the issues that he raises, then the video accomplishes this goal quite admirably. However, I do have certain criticisms of the video and the way that it's presented, specifically in its use of framing. Despite the fact that the use of framing is quite effective, there are points where I'm worried that the video may lead some of the people watching, especially content creators, to the wrong conclusions. And I'll get into what I mean by that in a second. However, to start off with, we're going to do something a little unusual. We're going to look at a clip of Connor talking about the reception to his video before we watch the actual video. And you'll see why in a sec. So let me switch back to the reaction scene. Hold on. There we go. All right. Let me close this tab first. Okay. So this is basically Connor talking about how he wasn't expecting the video to blow up as much as it did, and giving a little bit more context as to the whole process that went into making the video.
Obviously, we released a video that did. People were very interested
Good night, sweet dreams, Master N. I hope the VOD is a smooth watch for you when you come back to this.
in yesterday, which was kind of unexpected. I mean, I knew people would be interested in it, but it did very well. The video talking about a lot of all the hate that iMouse is getting. There's like 1.7 million views in one day, which is insane. I don't think
So, again, I want to make this very clear. His video, in contrast to Ludwig's, is definitely a case of framing an exnomination being used effectively, because it would not have the reach it did and the reaction it did if it didn't work the way that he was intending for it to work.
I've ever had a video do that well in my life. I didn't know that video was going out that day, so I had my main channel video that went out, and I knew that one was going out. Mulan didn't tell me that he was uploading that video.
This is an interesting tidbit that I want you to keep in the back of your mind for later. The fact that the video was not planned to go out that day. And the reason why that is relevant is it may or may not indicate that there are certain aspects of the video that were either planned to be included but weren't included in the final version, or that the video itself was not supposed to be or in other words, that the video itself needed to have a few elements cleared with either himself and or Iron Mouse before the intended upload date.
So I was like, oh shit. And so I woke up and I was like, oh my god. So I didn't know, but that was interesting. Important video. Yeah, I mean, obviously I didn't make it for it to do well or anything like that, but it certainly has done well. It has certainly reached a big audience, which is always good and bad. The video has gotten so much views.
So the fact that he describes the fact that the video reaching a larger audience than he expected as something that is both good and bad tells me that the intended audience for his video was not the audience that it ended up reaching. Now, the overall outcome has been mostly positive. However, it is worth noting that from what he just said, it sounds like the intended audience for his video was going to just be his and or Iron Mouse's community. And as I've stated before, community and audience are not the same thing. Every community is an audience, but not every audience is going to be your community.
That it's now starting to get the type of comments from people who wouldn't normally watch me, which is kind of how it goes when your videos or tweets, whatever, kind of go out of your circle. Most of them are fine. 99% of the comments are great. There's just a couple of like unhinged stuff. Good job. Hassan reacted to it on stream. He did. Oh god, Hassan.
Just a funny little bit of Hassan shade to make up for the fact that we saw none of it in Ludwig's video, which I do find to be quite funny.
I did not know that. I've kind of been oblivious to it. I haven't really checked much about it. I kind of just went back to playing League. Yesterday I did play a lot of League. I played a bit more than I should have yesterday. It was I've just been getting really into it in preparation. League Lamau? Yeah. It was like 2 hours ago. Oh really? Oh shit. Did you finish Arcane? I have.
Also, is it just me, or has there been a trend of VTubers playing League on stream recently? I find this comeback quite disturbing, as an ex-League addict myself. This, out of all the things that I had on my 2024 bingo card, League making a comeback into VTubers streaming, or large VTubers streaming repertoires, was not one of the things that I predicted. Blame GG. Of course he plays. No, Robin. Played. Not plays, played. I am reformed. I am a recovered addict. Although, to be fair, I mean, would you really be operating in the VTubing industry as a creator if you didn't have at least a little bit of mental illness? And if you have a mental illness, I mean, the correlation between League and mental illness is quite high, is all I'm going to say.
I have not yet, no. I will. Don't worry, I will. Asmund too. Oh, Lord. I mean, I imagine there's not too much to discuss. It's kind of like, yeah, this is just obviously a bad thing. And that's kind of it. There's no... Hopefully there's no... there's no culture war aspect to it.
So, that thing that you just said, hopefully there's nothing to discuss. It's just a bad thing. Again, this points to, in my mind at least, this points to the fact that the video was not, maybe not intentionally designed, or how do I say this? The use of framing in the video was probably effective, but perhaps not consciously and or deliberately designed to be as effective as it ended up being. However, the fact that he seems to be blind to any ways in which anything that the video said might be controversial is, to me at least, a little concerning, and we'll get into why in a second.
I don't know. I didn't mean for it to be this like big giant thing. I was just kind of like, hey, I think this is pretty fucked up, and I would like to make it so that it is cringe to comment kind of hateful things. I guess that was like, you know.
So, the expressed goal, or one of the expressed goals of the video was to, in his words, make it cringe to comment hateful things. And that implies two things. One, it is not, well, one, it's not already cringe to comment hateful things. And two, that stigma is a sufficient answer to the problem the problem that he described in the video. Essentially what he's talking about when he's talking about making things cringe, that is a stigma. He's talking about reinforcing and or creating a stigma. Problem is, as we'll get into in a second, stigmas require a very specific set of circumstances and or context in order to function. And for various reasons, the problem he is about to describe has disabled some of those circumstances and or contexts that allow a stigma to do its job properly.
There is no goal of the video other than to just kind of be like, hey, isn't this a little fucked up?
Robin V. Mars, I didn't, don't worry. We're just looking at a clip of him describing the rationale behind making the video before we get into reacting to the video itself.
And also hope that maybe it'll become like more cringe to post cringe comments like that. But yeah. I've kind of not really checked much about the video or kept up with the response to it.
So I want you to keep those two things in the back of your mind. First, the premise that it is not already cringe to leave hateful comments on things. And two, the fact that stigmas can help as a countermeasure to that specific practice.
Just kind of put it out there and I was like, alright, I'm gonna go back to playing League of Legends. But that, you know, I feel like if you really want to get into discourse and stuff, you can, but then I feel like it's just pointless because people who have already kind of, if someone wants to argue with you about something, it's kind of like, all right, whatever. But yeah. Oh shit, Hyper Archery. Thank you so much for the 5. Appreciate that. What does it argue? Yeah, you would be like impressed at the lengths that people are able to go to. Kind of be like you'd be like,
took a position that 95% of people agree
yeah,
with.
yeah.
Don't worry, you're just a nice guy.
Oh, I'm not worried about it or anything like that. I just kind of thought, I was kind of impressed that some people were like,
A2, it is cringe. Some people just don't and won't care that it is, though. Exactly. However, what that means is that the solution, therefore, does not revolve around it being cringe or not. It revolves around whether you allow people who don't care that it is cringe into your spaces. In other words, the problem is not one of stigma. The problem is one of gatekeeping.
Like, would have an argument of like, I think should not, bullying's not that big of a deal. And it's like,
I think you can start to see where I might be going with my verdict on this video.
all right, I think that's not the stance I would have gone for here, but fair enough. Freedom of speech stuff, yeah, that does get weaponized a lot to be an asshole. It is how it goes. Where can I find the video? If you just type in Sea-Dog, it should come up. Just a chill, nonchalant guy chilling. Just a chill little gamer guy. Being a little gamer guy. Just trying to chill out.
And that is the end of the clip. So the way that he ends it is by talking about how free speech gets weaponized. And he is right, it does happen. However, again, this is a point that he doesn't really acknowledge in the video itself, as we're going to see. Which is that, well, you can't get free speech without also risking people using it to harass or abuse others. And whether you want to, quote-unquote, fix that problem is an entirely different discussion that requires you to acknowledge that fact. So, returning to the slides. When we are going through this video, there are 3 key takeaways, 3, I suppose, lessons that we've brought up on this channel before that I want you to keep in mind as we go through it. First is the idea that not all audiences are made equal, and it is very, very important to compartmentalize different audiences. The second is that most audiences neither expect nor pursue a genuine dialogue with you. In other words, they don't care about talking with you. They only want to talk at you. And they don't expect you to talk with them either. It is perfectly within their expectations. If you don't accept any feedback, you simply speak at them as well. However, your community is the sole exception to this rule. In other words, it is best to assume that at any given moment in time, any audience out there does not care to talk with you, except for your community. And your community is the only one that you can rely on to actually be interested in any sort of two-way conversation with you. Every other audience just wants to take turns talking at you. Billy Oki, thank you for the 5. Oh, right, feet reveal when. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The tradition is kept alive. Thank you, Billy. Yeah, Aquarake. In order to have free speech, you have to be willing to offend. It's a paraphrase, but it is it's a very valid point at the heart of free speech. And finally, this is the third thing, and this is something that I do think is underrated. Attention is the primary currency of social media. Contrary to what people may think, the primary currency of social media is not money. It's not even time. It is attention. Because attention is the thing that buys the other two. So, in other words, if you want to enforce a rule on social media and you're not in a position where you can do it through force, the only thing you have left available to you as an option is to withhold and starve the people you are trying to enforce rules against out of attention. Because this is the thing that everybody wants when you are all using social media together. Look, I didn't suggest footstools without expecting foot. Yes. All right, and with that, sorry, give me a second. I want you to do the same thing. As we go through this video, as we react to this video, to what Connor says, to the point he's trying to make, the points he's trying to make, sorry. I want you to keep in mind the same 3 questions that you had in the back of your mind when we looked through Ludwig's video as well. Who is this aimed at? Who did it resonate with? How is the problem defined? And what solutions are being proposed? And this then brings us back to reacting to the video itself. Alright.
I refuse.
Hold on. Oh, my bad. Let me rewind it to the beginning. Okay, there we go. Now we're ready. Switch scenes real quick. There we go. Alright. Hi, backseaters. Armchair is my favorite React channel. This is truly an honor.
This video is going to be a long-winded rant, and if you like that, welcome. Come join the angry British man.
So, again, yet another example of something that is tempting to pass off as just a bit, but explains quite a lot behind what the purpose behind this video is. It is a rant. It is him venting his emotions to his audience in the form of an, albeit edited video.
And if not, don't worry, my normal videos will resume after this one. I just had to talk about this. I feel like online lately, it has been a miserable experience for any of us to be online. And
However, one thing I do want to say is that because that is the purpose, that means that the primary goal of this video should not be assumed to be information so much as it is catharsis, the release of emotion, the not just for Connor, who is the one making the video, filming the video, recording the video, etc., but for members of the audience who might resonate with something that he says in the video. So again, the primary goal is not informational, but emotional.
actively feel that my mental health gets drained slowly using any online platform, especially, my personal case, Twitter. I think Twitter allowing people to
This is going to be, okay, I'll just let it play out.
make money from ads is probably one of the worst changes to any platform in history. Sure.
Now, I know that he's saying this to be funny, presumably, but I will say that out of all of the different things that platforms have done to change the way that they operate, I don't think Twitter adding monetization has actually changed that much, and certainly not necessarily for the worse. I'll let him continue.
Oh, I get $20 here and there for tweeting a funny picture of my giant monkey behind me, but there are those who use it to spread misinformation, lies, just make stuff up, spew absolute vile hatred stuff. It's a pretty horrible experience to use it now, as Twitter seems to feel like it only wants outragement bait or tweets that'll make people angry.
And here is where Connor makes a little bit of a fatal mistake of missing the fact that Twitter was always designed for that. Monetization didn't change that, because the architecture of the platform was designed to accomplish that from the get-go. Twitter was made from its inception, and still is today, it was made to function as an engagement tool and nothing else. Monetization only made that more obvious. It didn't introduce that aspect to the site. Twitter as a platform, much like any other platform for that matter though, exists solely to farm engagement. That is the core of its business model. That is what makes it viable. That is what makes it valuable. That is what makes it so that Elon can continue to keep it operational. And when you perceive Twitter that way, I want you to understand that while his criticism of it being an awful platform to use is not the thing that I'm arguing with, what I am arguing with is the premise that this is something new, that Twitter only recently became like this. And the reason why is because, as you may come to see over the course of this video, there is a little bit of a pattern building up where certain aspects of the situation or thing he's describing are left out so that the catharsis, the emotional catharsis, is better facilitated. Because you can't really express your frustration with using the platform and your experience with using that platform being bad if you acknowledge the fact that the platform has always been this way. And so, if you want to be able to express your emotions with as much force as possible, it makes sense for you to omit that little detail about the fact that the platform has always been this way. Monetization, like I said, just made it more obvious.
And if you're not seeing that, you're seeing somebody get killed. So it's really just a miserable experience overall. And don't get me started on TikTok and Instagram, which are famous for their brutal comments. And I wouldn't really even use the word brutal, because I think brutal can sometimes mean there's a bit of honesty. And
Future Soldier E3, while I feel that it is true that monetization gave people even more bigger... while I feel that is true, I think that monetization gave people even more incentive to engage than someone would normally do. That is undeniably true. Like I said, I'm not going to argue with the fact that monetization upped the ante. What I am arguing with, though, is the premise that it wasn't always designed to do this, because it was. So, you're right in that monetization has given people more of an incentive. But the point I was making is more that it is a exacerbation, an amplification of something that was already there, as opposed to something completely new.
Fun there, but I would say it's just cruel. Like, just being online right now is cruel. It feels like nobody has any respect for each other. But I don't think I've quite lost as much faith in the internet as I have until now. But look, I'll be honest. This video is about one thing. It's about the weird blanket hatred towards VTubers. I've seen a massive, massive hate train against...
So the stated purpose and scope, as it is right now at this point in the video, is blind hatred towards VTubers. And he presents Iron Mouse as an example. So at this point in the video, it looks like this is supposed to be an example of the first kind of humanizing, the first approach towards humanizing a problem that we talked about, which Ludwig's video was, trying to talk about a wider problem in the context of how it affects a specific person.
Iron Mouse, which I don't understand, and I know that you guys aren't the ones doing this. You guys watching this video are very normal and well-adjusted people, and I
We'll come back to this particular section in a little bit.
appreciate that. But there are a lot of people online that seem to just have fun ruining other people's lives. I don't understand it. Now, you're probably wondering, why am I bringing all of this up? Well, don't worry, it'll all make sense. Just get along for the ride and listen to the weird British man rant at you. You see, in 2024, Iron Mouse broke the all-time sub record on Twitch. It was...
So again, at this point, it's looking a little suspicious, but it still looks like the first kind of humanization, where you start off with a big problem and you look at it through the lens of how it's affected one person.
A massive achievement. It was, I'm sure, an amazing and an inspiring moment for all of us, as well as Mouse. Unfortunately, probably what you didn't see was the deluge of vile comments, disturbing threats, and just overall hatred towards Mouse. And I'd love to tell you that this all started here and it's pretty much gone with now, but sadly this is a thing that has been going on for a very, very long time. And this is not just for Mouse. VTubers in general have had to deal with a lot of shit just for being an anime girl or boy on the internet. So let's go back in time a little bit so that we can better understand the full scope of this mess. Yes, you got me. This is a video about me defending my friend.
And this is where that premise flips. Instead of being the first type where it is a wider problem being presented by focusing it down on how it affects one person, this has now revealed itself to be the opposite, where it is taking a problem that affects one person and expanding it out in the context of a wider problem. And the reason why I draw this distinction is not supposed to be a dig at the video or anything, but a simple statement of fact, which is that because this is the intention of the video, what that also means, specifically for the other creators that are watching this, with any ideas about viewing this video as a source of, I suppose, information and or solutions with how to deal with the same sort of struggles that Iron Mouse has gone through, it may not be as effective as an informational tool. Because of the way that it has been framed, because of the way that it's been framed, which is, again, a problem that Iron Mouse has experienced that Connor is trying to make relevant to more people by expanding it out to a broader problem within VTubing as a whole, It also means that the solutions he will go on to present over the course of this video may only be specific to Iron Mouse as well. In other words, the problem may have elements that pertain to everybody, but the solutions may also have aspects that can only work for Iron Mouse. And so, and again, I want to make this very clear. I don't condemn this video in the slightest in terms of its intentions. In fact, I think it is quite admirable for him to step up and, defend his friend. However, what I do want to be wary of is simply promoting this video as a blanket source of advice for all creators, because while I do think that it does a good job at defending Iron Mouse and giving emotional catharsis to himself and his audience, I'm not quite sure that it's as effective when it comes to acting, like I said, as an informational tool. And now going back to what he said earlier, I think here...
To just have fun ruining other people's... I don't think I've quite lost as much faith in the internet as I have until now. But look, I'll be honest. This video is about one thing. It's about the weird blanket hatred towards VTubers. I've seen a massive, massive hate train against Iron Mouse, which I don't understand. And I know that you guys aren't the ones doing this. You guys...
So, he says, you guys aren't the ones doing this. I know you guys aren't the ones doing this. You are...
watching this video are very normal and well-adjusted people, and I appreciate that. But...
okay, so, here, he has expressed that the intended audience, so this is the audience that he has explicitly addressed in the video, in the opening of the video, are people who are not guilty of the behavior he is about to describe. And this is, again, another reason as to why I say that the purpose behind this video is not information, but emotional catharsis. Because the people who are perpetrating the behavior that he disapproves of, understandably so, are not going to watch this video, and as a result are not going to be able to absorb any of the information presented in this video in any way that might alter their behavior going forward. And what that also means is that the people who are going to be watching this video, conversely, are also in a position where they can't really affect the problem. Because, well, the people who aren't going to watch the video won't listen to them. They aren't Sea-Dog. And, well, even with Sea-Dog, he is a big creator, but he's not a big creator they care about, presumably. So, you then need to start thinking about, okay, in what circumstances would it be possible for the audience he is currently addressing to actually do something to help the problem that is being identified in the video? Because remember that the ultimate aim to framing a problem is to establish that it both should be solved and can be solved. And understanding how the audience he is currently addressing, who is not guilty of doing things like leaving cringy, hateful comments on other people's content or in other people's spaces, understanding how those people that he is addressing can fix the problem of others doing this is key to understanding both the strengths and the weaknesses of this video as an informational tool.
There are a lot of people online that seem to just have fun ruining other people's lives. I don't understand it.
Now, this is nothing new, and again, I'm not arguing with what he's saying. I am simply pointing out that this has always been there. The internet has always facilitated this kind of reaction. And one of the things that I want to point out to any creators who watch this video is that there is an underlying assumption in his expression of indignation here that is quite dangerous to buy into. And that is the idea that the internet can be a safe space. It cannot. It is the internet. It is not designed to be a safe space. It was never designed to be a safe space. And if you go into it assuming that it can become one, you are setting yourself up for disappointment, at the very least, if not danger at the very worst. So, while it may be tempting to buy into that assumption that it is possible to create a safe space for yourself on the internet, so long as there are ways for people you don't know and can't control to gain access to whatever space you've set up to be your safe space, it will never be a space that is guaranteed to be safe for you to exist in. You must always treat the internet as if everything you do or say or try to create can be at the very minimum observed and then talked about by somebody who does not have the best intentions. So, in other words, don't fall for the fallacy that there are safe spaces on the internet. There are none. And any that you think are safe spaces at the moment, and this is going to sound horrible and pessimistic and cynical, but I would argue it is better to expect the worst and then not be surprised by it than to expect the best and be grievously disappointed afterwards. However, again, even if there is a safe space on the internet now, it will usually at some point in the future be tested. And when it is tested, you are going to need a bunch of different measures in place to prevent actual harm from occurring. Because, like I said, it is the internet. It is for everyone. Anyone can use it. Anyone can access anything, so long as sufficient time has passed. So, don't get too comfortable, in other words.
You're probably wondering, why am I bringing all of this up? Well, don't worry, it'll all make sense. Just get along for the ride and listen to the weird British man rant at you. You see, in 2024, Iron Mouse broke the all-time sub record on Twitch. It was a massive achievement. It was, I'm sure, an amazing and an inspiring moment for all of us, as well as Mouse. Unfortunately, probably what you didn't see was the deluge of vile comments, disturbing threats, and just overall hatred towards Mouse. And I'd love to tell you that this all started here and it's pretty much gone with now, but sadly this is a thing that has been going on for a very, very long time.
So, again, he explicitly states that the audience he is addressing probably didn't see the deluge of vitriol that was flung at Iron Mouse for simply being a successful creator. And this is yet another example of where the video suffers from a little bit of parallel audience syndrome, where the audience he is addressing and the audience that is causing the problems run entirely parallel with one another. The audience that he is addressing has no contact with the problems because they are not the ones causing it, whereas the audience that is causing the problems will have no contact with this video, so they don't care that they're causing the problems. And again, the only point at which this video becomes useful, in other words, beyond just being a source of emotional catharsis, which very well might be the case that, it's not supposed to be anything more than that, which is perfectly understandable. However, if you were to evaluate it as an informational tool, the only point at which it will become useful is if somehow those two parallel audiences meet in the future, and what this video ends up imparting to the audience that watches it actually motivates them, galvanizes them, and gives them the tools to affect the other audience in any way, shape, or form. That is the only way that this gains utility beyond emotional catharsis.
And this is not just for Mouse. VTubers in general have had to deal with a lot of shit just for being an anime girl or boy on the internet. So let's go back in time a little bit so that we can better understand the full scope of this mess. Yes,
Aquareg, but the only way you can reach those people who are not in your audience is to make the video. That is true. It is a little bit of a weird catch-22 type situation. Although I will say that even if you make the video, you can't guarantee that the people who are causing the problems are going to watch it. And even if they watch it, the chances of them actually using this video as a reason to stop what they are doing are pretty low, if I'm being completely honest. Because while it is quite probable that, let's say, for example, one of the little creatures that is leaving hateful comments on Iron Mouse's content today ends up in a few years regretting what they've done, they come back, they watch this video. It is completely possible that they will end up using this video as an extra reason to contextualize what regret they may feel over their past conduct. But this video, I don't think, is enough to get them to the point where they can see that the conduct is bad to begin with. So, in other words, this can only add on to a feeling of regret after a personal revelation. It can't actually bring people to that personal revelation. Matsukaze Gaming, thank you for the 5. Arcane Season 2 is why VTubers are playing LOL again. Internet has always been a cruel place. This is why I ignored Connor's vid, because it's just a rant. Yeah, that's completely fair enough. However, there were quite a few VTubers that expressed that they enjoyed the video, or that they found the video to be useful, or that it was cathartic to finally see somebody talking about this. And I want to make sure that, well, in whatever capacity I can, that while I absolutely agree and stand behind the effectiveness of this video as a source of emotional catharsis, there are a few things that this video advocates for, consciously and unconsciously, that I do think are worth pushing back against. And again, part of me reacting to it is so I can contextualize that reaction, so that I'm not just saying, oh, this video is bad because it's a rant, or oh, this video is bad because Iron Mouse is cringe, or oh, because Connor is cringe. I don't think either of those things. Although it may be very tempting for people who are simply defending the video to ascribe those beliefs to me. And again, much of what I do on this channel is simply an exercise in better articulation, as well as hopefully giving you guys the tools to accomplish that as well. So that is where we are here. And I understand you not watching this video to begin with on your own if it is just a rant, because like I said, since it's just a rant, if you don't have any emotional catharsis to gain from it, you probably won't have any reason to watch it. But again, there are some points besides the emotional catharsis. Think bigger, Chairman, if his audience gets it trending and starts showing up in other bubbles. That's true, that's true. However, the thing is, getting into other bubbles is one thing. Having the contents be absorbed by the audience that is causing the problems is quite something else, though. And the connection between the two is a little bit more complex than simply awareness equals better outcomes.
Yes, you got me. This is a video about me defending my friend. 100%. I'm not even trying to hide that. But I also just want to bring a tiny bit of attention to the level of normalized hate that is just for some reason acceptable. And hopefully that, maybe this video can make a tiny bit of a change. Because what some of these creators have to endure is on a level that I've never seen before on the internet. And I've been here for a very long time. 4 years ago, VTubers had a massive explosion in popularity here in the West. Now, obviously they've been around in Japan for a while, because this is very Japanese coded. But, 4 years ago, they blew up and people started getting into them. However, there was a lot of pushback from people like me included who were kind of like, what is this? I don't know what this is.
I want you to take note of this particular part of the video where he talks about how people unfamiliar with the medium presented it with pushback to varying different degrees, and how he also identifies as one of the people who did this early on. So, the key thing is that a lot of the pushback, in his own words, comes from people unfamiliar with the medium. That is a very crucial thing to understand in order to evaluate the points that he makes later on.
But I like it, but I don't know yet. I gotta see. And I'm sure any VTuber who was around in this era could tell you the amount of hatred that was given out towards VTubers. Like, why are you using a voice changer? Are you a man? Are you an AI, perhaps? Pretty uninspired, insulting comments. And during this boom is when a lot of people found Iron Mouse as well. Now, Iron Mouse had actually been streaming a long time before this as well, but it wasn't until this moment where a lot of VTubers were on Twitch and kind of getting great viewership. Now, obviously, VTubers choose to be represented by an avatar for a multitude of reasons, but for Mouse, it was for anonymity, which is why most VTubers do it. And now, look, I cannot talk for Mouse. Mouse is her own person, but, Mouse has been sick for a very, very long time with a multitude of illnesses, but the main one being primary immune deficiency.
So, two things. First, he brings up the fact that VTubing is a medium that is built around hiding your identity. And that is explicitly the reason why Iron Mouse started using her medium. Started using VTubing as her medium of choice. The second thing is that he brings up that she has the health condition that she does, the primary immune deficiency disorder.
Immune deficiency is slightly different to autoimmune diseases that you might have heard about. Autoimmune diseases are where your immune system kind of attacks itself, whereas primary immune deficiency means that your immune system just doesn't work or doesn't work very well.
And this is the thing. When he goes into this lengthy explanation as to what this disorder is, what this health condition is, the question then becomes, how is this relevant to blind hate directed at VTubers? Because this is not something that a lot of other VTubers, the condition itself is not something that a lot of other VTubers might be, sorry, give me a second to figure out how to phrase this. While it is a very common experience for a lot of different VTubers to have some sort of chronic health condition that prohibits them from being able to interact with others in real life the way that they would want, the lengths that he goes to explain this particular disorder specific to Iron Mouse is yet another point on the chart that solidifies the fact that this is not designed to be a video that contextualizes a broader issue by talking about how it affects one person, but rather how it talks about an issue affecting one specific person by contextualizing it in the scope of a broader problem. And the thing is, what he is describing here is something that is not going to be relevant to the audience that is causing the problems, because people who don't watch Iron Mouse, who don't know Iron Mouse, have no clue about this health condition. And even if they were told that it exists, they have no proof that it exists. And there is no reason to ever give them proof that it exists. So, as a result, this ends up being a video that doesn't really have any sort of impact. Yet again, I'm reiterating the same points, but it's because it's worth understanding that this video runs parallel to the audience that is causing the problems, yet again. And it's also hyper-specific to Iron Mouse.
I'm sure a lot of my viewers are familiar with this because I'm always raising money for charities that want to find cures and support people with primary immune deficiencies. I mess it up all the time. When you have a really bad case of primary immune deficiency, it means that stuff like vaccines don't work on you. It means that you're worried about getting sick.
I did notice that there were a few people in chat talking about how this video seemed to try too hard to tug at heartstrings and how people were starting to experience compassion fatigue. And I think that that is absolutely a valid response to this portion of the video. Because if you were talking about blind hatred, the reason why people are hating on Iron Mouse is not because she has a disorder. It's more because they doubt that she has it. And either that or they don't even know that she has it. So if you take those two groups of people who doubt her claim of having this illness and people who don't even know that she has this illness, and you consider what he has now presented in this video, which is explaining the illness in greater detail, it doesn't really get at either of those two things. So as a result, it just comes off as an appeal to sympathy. And it comes off as an appeal to sympathy in a way that won't affect either of the two groups of people that are causing problems. Again, it is becoming a little bit of a recurring trend along as this video progresses.
Constantly from everything. Whereas maybe you and I could eat a bunch of dirt, maybe going even near dirt or someone who's slightly ill 20 feet away could easily get you sick or give you a bad case of pneumonia. This disease means that Mouse pretty much can't interact with anyone and can't leave her room. And even if she wanted to, Mouse was disabled for a very long time and has slowly started to regain the ability to walk thanks to being able to finally support.
Ken Kaneki, I also think that while I don't think it applies here, having a disease isn't a free card to be liked. Yes. And the thing is, the thing that maybe makes this a little bit, how do I say? The thing that might stop this video from resonating with quite a few people is the fact that, remember that when you lack context, when you don't present context for presenting information that seemingly doesn't fit what precedes it in your video, people will impose context on it for themselves. Which also means that in this particular case, because we can't readily tell as an audience that is unfamiliar with Iron Mouse, or even an audience that is familiar with Iron Mouse but isn't familiar with why she's getting hate, this explanation, this deep dive into her illness and how it affects her, does not seem immediately relevant to either of those two things. So, in that void of context, when people impose context on their own, consciously or unconsciously, it is extremely likely that they will end up imposing the context of it being an attempt at making Iron Mouse likable by explaining that she has struggled through and overcome a lot of things. And it's going to work better for some people than for others. However, again, because of the fact that it doesn't seem to fit very well with either of the topics or either of the audiences that this video on paper might be addressing, that's why there is, I suppose, enough room for people to subconsciously make that judgment, which is why it comes off as a little, for want of a better term, weird that he is talking about this here.
premium healthcare. Yay, love America. So this meant the only human contact the mouse got was pretty much talking to her parents or very close family who she
Matsukaze Gaming. This video has a weird mix of being a rant for Connor's community, but also providing a synopsis for people not part of the community. That's actually a great point. Yeah, it combines those two different, I suppose, conventions of messaging in a way that comes off a little tonally dissonant at times. And I do think that this is an example of one of those times where the dissonance becomes a bit more obvious.
She was kind of already adjusted to, and family who understood about the disease and took precautions. And look, I know this is a lot of information, but what I'm trying to get at is that you can only imagine how crushingly lonely this must be.
So, the way that he ties it all together is by saying that the illness that Ainma suffers from in real life would render her extremely lonely, and as a result, she viewed this medium as a way to escape that sense of loneliness. So, in other words, and this is something I want you to notice, when he refers to Vtubing, when he refers to Iron Mouse's use of Vtubing, whether he is aware of it or not, he presents Vtubing as primarily a tool that you can use to accomplish something. And that is it. It is a tool that can be used to accomplish something great, but nonetheless, it is presented as a tool. This will become relevant later on.
Imagine not being able to leave your room. Yes, we were all there during COVID, but we at least knew that it was probably going to end at some point. And I'm sure many of you knew, me included, that this was awful for our mental health. Not being able to see the people that you care about, or interact with friends, or just have a casual interaction with a cashier person is interactions that I'm sure all of us missed. And it was thanks to VTuber technology getting so much better and more accessible that Mouse was able to stream like me, or like you, or like any other big streamer. It was a level playing field. And on top of that, if you were a more artistically inclined person, you could show off your artistic skills by, I don't know, costume design or singing or lore or voice acting. There's so many more facets to it than me raging at Jump King. It's talent, okay? And one of the best clips of Mouse's early career is when she's trying to raise money to get a new medical bed. Basically, normal beds, not good. They don't offer you support. They don't allow you to, go lie upright. Basically, a lot more support. She asked her viewers if they'd be willing to donate towards that, and within minutes, they'd smash that goal.
So again, the way that the video is being presented, so this essentially being a synopsis of why people should, I suppose, feel for Iron Mouse or understand Iron Mouse's connection to VTubing as a medium, is a little dissonant with the fact that this video was explicitly addressed at his community. People who watch him and therefore would likely be incredibly familiar with Iron Mouse already.
I don't like to call my bed my bed. I don't like calling it my bed. It makes me feel very embarrassed. It makes me feel not so good. So I like to call my bed my workspace because that's where I am all the time. Look, thank you so much for the pedaling. God damn it!
Another thing. Again, I'm pretty sure this is unintentional. However, there is a little bit of a recurring theme that is developing here, where not only is VTubing being presented as a tool, but it is specifically being presented as a tool for escapism, or a tool that can be used to escape some aspect of reality. That is a theme that is only being reinforced in these ways of presenting how Iron Mouse used the tool, or the things that Iron Mouse is saying. For example, here, she talks about, in her VTuber avatar, when she's addressing her audience, she talks about how she doesn't like talking about her bed as a bed. She wants to be able to refer to it as her workspace. And while this is not in and of itself a bad thing, it is nonetheless important to understand that whether you intended it or not, the theme of VTubing as a tool for escapism is becoming more and more enforced as the video goes on. And one thing that I want you to keep in mind for later on is should you be in a position, let's consider for a second, that you are a member of an audience that is completely unfamiliar with VTubing and or Iron Mouse, and this is your impression of VTubing. If you viewed VTubing as nothing more than a tool for escapism, how would that affect the way that you see people who are VTubers?
Mal, thank you so much for the dono.
And I think a lot of people forget that Mouse didn't used to stream long. Mouse used to only stream for like an hour or two at a time, and then would go offline to take medication. But now feels comfortable enough to take the medication and still keep streaming, which I think is an amazing thing and something that the outpouring of support has allowed us to do. And obviously VTubers do more than just talk and play crappy games like me. Some of them have god-tier singing skills. We all know that Mouse was training to be an opera singer and sounds incredible!
Future Soldier, there's a chance that a large part of his audience might know of Mouse, but don't watch her and don't know her history/lore. We have to remember that the audience can come to Connor for different reasons. That's a very valid point, yeah. That's true. And I suppose it is possible that he's tried to accommodate all of those sections of his audience at once by framing the video in the way that he does. So, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, Router25, unintentional straw man. So, while I wouldn't say that it's a straw man, per se, but it is something that is becoming prevalent in the video as a theme, an idea, that I can only assume is unintentional.
If you could look at me once more.
Combine that with aesthetically pleasing designs that are constantly changing, and it's no wonder that VTubers eventually had their boom. Now, obviously, Twitch and YouTube have always been very gamer-centric and gamer-focused, and gamers aren't exactly known for being the most chill and reasonable people. Look, I was a Call of Duty kid. If I said the things that I said in those lobbies, and they were recorded, I would not be here today. I would not have a career, or any career. I was...
A lot of people are saying it's kind of like glazing Iron Mouse, and to be honest, again, I don't really blame people for coming to that conclusion watching this video, because of the fact that I do think that this specific section where he is giving backstory to Iron Mouse does not seem very connected to the hatred that she has been receiving. And that dissonance between the reasons behind the hatred she is receiving and what he is trying to accomplish with this section of the video. Again, I'm saying this a lot, but that's because, well, a lot of my major criticisms of the video are backloaded in its runtime. So when he actually gets the part where he explains what he blames the hatred directed towards Iron Mouse, what he blames for the hatred directed at Iron Mouse, it only serves to make this section of the video seem a little bit more disconnected in retrospect. So I don't really blame people for simply disregarding this, especially people who are already familiar with Iron Mouse's backstory, as just glazing.
Toxic, okay? Now look, I've been a content creator for 10 plus years online. It's been my...
I don't understand, am I supposed to see it as a problem if he's glazing Iron Mouse? No. Again, I'm not saying that it is a problem that he's glazing Iron Mouse, but what I am saying is that it's not going to work equally for everyone as an audience, that there are going to be some people who react to this as simply emotional manipulation or an attempt to farm sympathy more than it is any point that is designed to address the supposed problem that the video revolves around. So, whether or not you view it as a problem will likely revolve around whether or not you view the glazing as a problem will likely revolve around how you perceive the intentions of this video. If you perceive the intentions of this video to be an emotional release, then why does he need to explain this? Because the people who would need an emotional release will probably already be familiar with this aspect of Iron Mouse's backstory. They will need the emotional release because they view these attacks against Iron Mouse as being inherently unjustified. However, the people who are trying to view this as something that is supposed to be informational will not understand how this is relevant to Iron Mouse or the issue of VTubers receiving blanket hatred either, because this is specific to Iron Mouse and this is unrelated to the reasons why she has been receiving hatred. Because like we said earlier, the people who are directing hatred at her either don't know that she has this condition or don't care that she has this condition. Either way, her condition is irrelevant to the two groups of audiences that are causing this problem.
Entire adult life. I've been doing this for so long that I'm a fossil in internet years. And even before that, I would pretty much only spend my time on the internet. And it was normal that as a creator that you would get some kind of hatred towards you, or some people who would just blindly write mean comments. It was part of the job. Doesn't mean it's a good part or that we should accept it, but it's just kind of how it was. And because every creator would get a bunch of hate comments here and there was kind of a mutual respect amongst creators that you wouldn't just blindly insult each other for no reason. You would.
Now, whether he is aware of it or not, Connor is describing an aberration in the way that the internet functions. What he just described, creators having mutual respect for one another and therefore resolving not to speak negatively of one another, that's not something that just happens as a norm on the internet. For that to be the case, you would need to surround yourself with a group of like-minded creators that have a similar set of values and principles to yourself. That is the only way that an agreement, a mutual agreement, and a system like that can work. In other words, what Connor is describing is not the internet in general, but an online community. A group of people who share the same set of principles, values, and practices. So, essentially, he is describing the benefits that come along with being part of a community without even necessarily realizing that he was part of a community when he enjoyed that benefit.
Wouldn't insult someone you didn't know or you didn't have beef with. It was a thing that you could expect because that's how normal people behave. However, nowadays it kind of feels like that's not the case anymore. It feels like it's kind of encouraged or okay.
And something else that he might not be aware of is the reason why that has changed is not because the internet has changed. It's because he has changed. His audience has changed. In other words, it has grown larger. He has become more famous. There are more people coming into contact with him and his content, as well as his friends and their content, that do not share that same sense of values, principles, and practices. In other words, he is coming into contact with more audiences that are not part of his community. So in other words, while the internet has always been like this, his experience of the internet has not always been like this.
To punch down and make fun of other creators that you don't like, or you think that something's weird about them. And this has happened a lot with VTubers. For example, in 2022, a massive TikTok creator, Noah Glenn Carter, made a video mocking the fact that people wanted to meet Mouse virtually. Here you go.
This might be the saddest video on the internet. So I want you to take a look at all these people. They were all trying to get the attention of a monitor. Basically, that's a popular VTuber on the monitor that was virtually attending an anime convention. And this whole crowd of people were following the monitor in hopes that they could get a picture with it.
Now, obviously, you and I know that Mouse can't leave her room, and this is the only way that Mouse can walk around a convention or see any of her viewers, or any of those viewers can talk to Mouse. It's a rare experience for everyone involved, and an amazing feat of technology that we can even do anything like this. And to his credit, he did apologize.
So, there is something very subtle that's going on here when Connor expresses indignation directed at Carter for framing his video in the way that he did. Can anyone identify what that is? I feel like he's spending too much of his time and effort talking to a section of his audience that never intended to listen to him to begin with, and it feels like wasted effort. Yeah, that's definitely part of what feeds into why people might view this video as being a little redundant, especially in this part. The TikTok narrator voice, yeah. He did it only because he got backlash? No, not quite. But most people don't know about Iron Mouse? Yes, you're getting close to it. That's close. Sneaking in the... He apologized. Callousness. See, the thing is, it is framed as a callous thing for Carter to do. However, Carter does not have access to the same information that Connor is now presenting to his audience. Carter did not know Iron Mouse. If you will realize, he doesn't even know her name. He just refers to her as some VTuber. The butt of the joke was the audience that was supposedly going to the convention to speak to a monitor. There was nothing about Iron Mouse, her condition, or her identity that was involved in the joke. And as a result, when Connor presents this to his audience as something offensive, and he presents reasons for it to be offensive as all of these things to do with Iron Mouse's pre-existing condition, how it has affected her life, etc., it is a little bit misleading. Because that implies a degree of malice that simply wasn't there.
This is an apology to a creator.
Yeah, it was a tourist with no information and judged people on the basis of their limited perspective. This had nothing to do with any sort of malice or personal hatred towards Iron Mouse. And part of the thing that I think Connor is missing, and this will become more and more prevalent as the video goes on, is that the thing that caused the grief in this particular instance is not malice per se, but, for want of a better word, tourism. A lack of familiarity with the circumstances of the creator and the medium that the creator has chosen to use. It all stems from tourism.
Called Iron Mouse because of this video. Now, in my video on this, I called the video one of the saddest videos on the internet, which is completely unnecessary on my part. And Iron Mouse actually responded, clarifying that the people weren't even crowding her, but instead they were crowding somebody named Connor that was there. I'm really sorry to you, Iron Mouse, if you're watching. My video was completely...
This is completely unrelated, but I can't get over how robotic his movements are when he's trying to present the information in this TikTok. It just, I think, I don't know when this was made, but this might have been one of the prototypes for the future NPC TikTok trends that infested that app afterwards.
Completely unnecessary. I really hope that my video didn't cause you any kind of negativity or anything. And again, I am so sorry if it did. I will be deleting that video as soon as I post this one.
First of all, ouch. Second of all, you didn't think there was going to be any negativity? What do you mean by that? And now look, to Noah's credit, he did apologize and take down the video. And I think that needs to be commended, as a lot of people don't have the common decency to do that anymore. But...
So notice how he says all of that, how it's commendable, how it's something that he doesn't really want to give him shit for, and then he says the word but. With that prior framing, it comes off a little tone deaf.
Would you not have taken it down if nobody complained? If everyone joined in? Haha, let's make fun of it. Would you not have taken it down? Or did you take it down just because people were like, hey man, you're kind of a dick? The reason why I show you this is not because I want to send any hatred. This is 2 years ago. It does not matter. It's over. Do not send hatred towards another creator. And if you do, you are a piece of shit and you should not be here.
Okay, so take note of what he just did. He acknowledged that what he did might inspire a kind of behavior in his audience that he does not approve of, and the countermeasure that he has implemented or promised to his audience against that kind of behavior is...
The reason why I show you this is not because I want to send any hatred. This is 2 years ago. It does not matter. It's over. Do not send hatred towards another creator. And if you do, you are a piece of shit and you should not be here.
He calls the people who would do this a piece of shit and says they shouldn't be here. The implication is, of course, he is going to remove them from his audience. In other words, the way that he enforces a certain standard of behavior is through stigmatization and enforced exclusion.
But why is it now that you can just dunk on something that you don't know anything about, you don't understand, and you didn't bother to research into? Why is that the norm now? Why is it that you just post first and research second?
That was always the norm. It's just that, again, when your audience is smaller, you come into contact with that less, because less people know you, which means that the people who do interact with you will probably have to go through... Well, how do I say this? Since your audience is small, the level of exposure to you is small. That also means that it's going to be a smaller number of people who don't bother engaging with you and your content in good faith. As your audience grows larger, all of those three groups that I just mentioned grow larger with it, including people who aren't engaging with it in good faith. As a result, I do really think that this is an example of somebody not noticing that it's not the internet that's changed, but their experience with the internet that has changed, because they themselves have been growing and evolving.
Oh, I got some hate about this. I'll take it down. Don't worry about the other 500 videos where I blindly made fun of people I don't understand. The sad truth now is that
See, that little bit comes off as if he's personally condemning the guy's content besides the Iron Mouse video, which it's a little bit of a... There is this weird tension between wanting to exonerate him and also wanting to rip into him that is simultaneously competing for space in the way that the video is being presented at the moment. Connor being on the Trash Taste podcast is all about spewing off the cuff about stuff they don't know about. This is why I never watched any of it past one episode. That is actually a pretty valid point that you raise, where... Actually, now that you brought it up, I didn't even think of that. Huh. Well, I guess Connor's just answered one of his own questions in the video then. I didn't even think about the fact that he was part of Trash Taste when I was watching this video through to evaluate how well it works. That does change some things, because yeah, in theory, that should mean that he understands the motivations behind people doing this.
Don't worry about the other 500 videos where I blindly made fun of people I don't understand. The sad truth now is that it seems like it's okay if you're a large creator to be a dick to anybody you want or don't like or don't agree with. You know, having a large audience is a huge, huge responsibility. Whether we like it or not, we are influencers. We influence.
So when he starts talking about the problem in this light, the fact that, you know, as large creators, you have large audiences and they represent a large responsibility for you, what that sounds like he's angling towards is the idea that some of the hatred that Iron Mouse has been receiving is, partially at least, the responsibility of the creators that those audiences supposedly come from. I want you to remember that. That's going to be important later.
Influence people with our opinions and what we say. I'm sure some people watching this video right now will be influenced by my opinion on all of this stuff. That's how it goes. But for some reason, it's okay now to blindly hate others and send rabid fans to go and attack people and stuff they don't understand. Why? It's harder.
The reason why it is quote-unquote okay is the same reason why it is quote-unquote okay for people to essentially place hits on the heads of other creators at Twitch. The reason why it is okay, quote-unquote, is because there is nobody enforcing the fact that it's not. Which circles all the way back to the point that I was making right at the beginning of the reaction to this video, which is what Connor is describing, whether he's aware of it or not, is wanting to be part of a community and enjoying all of the benefits that accompany a community, which includes the fact that a community is able to gatekeep itself and enforce standards of behavior on those who get to be a part of it. In other words, if he is confused about why it is okay to spew blind hatred, the answer is not that it is okay. The answer is that there is nobody to enforce otherwise, because the space that you are observing this in, or the arena in which that hatred occurs, is outside the scope of anyone's community, and therefore outside of their jurisdiction, outside of their ability to enforce stigmas and exclusion. That is, whether he is aware of it or not, the heart of the problem that Iron Mouse is facing. That's shaping up to be one of the main reasons as to why she has to deal with as much shit as she does. Because of the fact that that shit is not coming from an audience that she can control. Or at least, not an audience that she can control on paper.
Enough just existing right now. It is horrible living in this year. It is a miserable time to be alive. Why are we making it harder for everyone? And if you're a VTuber, it is kind of just accepted now that you just get this level of blind hatred all the time. It's insane.
You are always going to be getting this level of hatred. However, like I've said right at the beginning of reacting to this clip, on the internet, when people do things, they generally do it for a reason. And when I talk about the primary currency of the internet being attention, not money, not time, the way that you disincentivize hatred is you render it purposeless. Because the thing is, when somebody leaves a mean comment on your video, and I say mean comment as a generalization because regardless of how heinous what is being said is, the function is fundamentally the same. It is always based around the premise of receiving attention. And if you deny that premise, the hatred loses its reason to express itself. It might still exist, but expressing itself becomes a little bit of a diminishing return. Expressing itself yields diminishing returns. In other words, someone on the internet who is miserable to the point of wanting to spread hatred to as many places as possible has the same goal: to see a reaction, to get some sort of reaction out of the person that they are trying to spew vitriol at. However, they are more likely than not to be seeking the path of least resistance, which means that whichever sources end up yielding the most attention in return, they will continue to favor those places. And if you yield no attention, you stop being one of the paths of least resistance towards their goal of receiving attention. As a result, this is part of the reason why this video comes off as being, while again, like I said, an effective exercise in emotional catharsis, it is a little bit self-defeating when it comes to actually combating the problem that it's talking about. Because the last thing you want to do is give these creatures any screen time. You don't want to let them know that they are being acknowledged, because that is the equivalent of bleeding and thrashing in shark-infested waters. Their goal is attention, and if you starve them out of attention, they will leave. Because it is exceedingly rare that you ever get a genuine case where somebody is willing to do something for zero reason whatsoever. There is almost always a motivation or a goal behind it, regardless of how twisted or obscure it is. Jokes on you, I'm a hater for the love of it. He's paying attention to something that he doesn't need to pay attention to. Words can only hurt you if you give them a reason to hurt you. Yeah, exactly. And this is where I want to briefly address any creators that may come across this stream or this VOD or whatever. What Connor is doing by acknowledging this hatred is a luxury and a privilege. That's not to say that it's inherently a bad thing, but it means that it's not something that everyone or anyone can simply just pull off. Because Connor is a massive content creator. He is an extraordinarily successful content creator. At any point during the day, he can simply log off of any of his accounts, of social media, the internet, whatever, and he will instantly go back to being a rich and successful person. Which means that he can afford to feed into this, have those people keep yelling into the void, and he will still remain unaffected should he choose to be unaffected. The same does not go for everybody else. So, as a result, when you watch this video, do not fall into the trap of thinking that what Connor is doing here is something that is healthy for just anyone to do. Do not engage in a shit-flinging contest with somebody who has as easy a win condition as simply getting acknowledgement or attention from you in some form. It's not worth it. I have to push back against the thick bit. I agree, yes, you need thick skin to be on the internet, but at the same time, there's only so much you can silence when it is literal tens of thousands. That is true, And I don't want this to come off as simply have thick skin, because I'm not going to deny that this is going to affect people. However, what I am saying is that if you acknowledge it, you are setting yourself up to lose. If you must acknowledge it, better to do it in a way that will end up reaping benefits for you down the line, whether that benefit be clout or money or engagement, rather than simply doing it for emotional catharsis. Because doing it for emotional catharsis, like I said, is a privilege and a luxury that not everyone can afford. When you go to social media or any public place and you use it as a platform to publicly express your indignation, something that is crucial for everyone to realize is that when you do that, you make yourself vulnerable. You open yourself up to others, but you also open yourself up to letting other people know that they've struck a nerve. And if you can't survive that, if you can't then put up with the people who now know that you've seen what they've said and they redouble their efforts, if you can't put up with that, then I don't recommend taking the step to do what Connor is doing here. Again, like I said, it works for him. It might work for Iron Mouse, but it might not work for you. And I ask you to be a bit more conscious of that before you pull the trigger on doing something similar to what he is doing here. I'm not asking people to simply have thicker skin, because that's not really a constructive thing to do. It will get to you, I'm not going to deny that. However, your method of dealing with it once it does, I would not advocate using this as the method to deal with it.
Why is this okay? Anyway, moving on with the timeline. Since then, Mouse, and I assume most VTubers, have had to deal with insult after insult that is normalized. For Mouse personally, this level of hatred and vitriol escalated another level when Mouse was nominated for the Game Awards. Now, the Game Awards have this category for Content Creator of the Year. Obviously, this year had a massive amount of very, very big creators that I'm sure we're all familiar with. But to the surprise of Mouse, and to most of us, Mouse got nominated. And this isn't saying that Mouse didn't deserve it. Mouse had an amazing year. Mouse had raised a ton of money for charity, had broken the all-time sub record for a woman on Twitch, and had done just some of the most amazing shit when you consider that Mouse is bedridden and has to have medication every single day that completely changes how any of this would be done, and providing such an insane energy to every stream whilst battling a ton of...
I think I figured out how to word the reason why him talking about Iron Mouse's health condition comes off a little dissonant. Because of the way that this video is framed, that information is presented as something that is relevant to the discussion of people hating on Iron Mouse. Whereas in actuality, again, I've just realized that this is something that I may end up reviewing the VOD and then thinking that I haven't expressed well enough, regardless of the fact that I've tried to say this at least 4 or 5 times, I suppose. But essentially, he is presenting information as if it is relevant to the problem, whereas in actuality, I don't really think that it is. Because as we've said multiple times, the people who are hating on Iron Mouse are not doing so because she is sickly. Are not doing so because she is someone who has a condition that she has managed to overcome through her use of VTubing as a medium. They are more likely than not simply doing all of that hating out of simple, sheer, base ignorance. And that ignorance is inseparable from the issue of being, or sorry, not the issue, but the circumstances, I suppose, of being exposed to a general audience that is unfamiliar with you and or your content. And is anyone picking up on a little bit of a trend between all of the events that Connor talks about, where Iron Mouse, for some reason, afterwards receives more and more hate? I don't think the problem is the video itself, it's simply the premise of addressing VTuber hate. Yes, exactly. That's a good point that you bring up, Blaze. Change the premise and the whole video becomes normal again. Agreed. I think this video really should have just been set from the get-go as being about Iron Mouse, with no indication that it's about VTubers as a whole. Because I really don't think that presenting it as something that affects all VTubers is contributing more than it takes away from the points being made. Tinkerlin, she gets more popular and then she gets more hate. Exactly. Every single thing that he's talked about, every single event that he's talked about where she, for some reason afterwards, receives more and more hate is an event where she is not only exposed to a larger number of general audiences unfamiliar with her, but actively pitted against them by virtue of her nomination. What that means is, in all of these awards shows, whether the shows themselves or the creators who are involved realize it or not, the shows are structured in a way to promote competition between fan bases. And the larger your fan base is, the less you can enforce a standard of conduct across every member of it. Which means that when you take Iron Mouse and you put her in front of a bunch of broader audiences that cannot be completely controlled by the creators that they have formed around, essentially, this is not a bug, but a feature of what has been going on. And I want to make sure that people don't take this as victim blaming, because it's not. But it is a simple statement of fact that the origin of the problem, the source of the quote-unquote blind hatred, is just that, the fact that it is blind. And the only way that you can solve it, well, one of the ways that you can solve it is simply limiting the amount of audiences that are exposed to you. There is another way that you can solve it, but we'll get to that later. JV Robergato, thank you for 125 pesos. She's nominated for several categories for Streamer Awards. Exactly. She is being put in front of a whole bunch of gigantic audiences that don't know anything about her and are primed to view her as nothing more than competition. That is the reason for the blind hatred. It's a combination of lack of information combined with the circumstances in which they are exposed to her.
Medical issues that are permanent throughout Mouse's life. I think the nomination is deserved. And by some sheer miracle, Mouse had won the award. It was a crazy achievement, and nobody expected Mouse to win, to be honest, because Mouse was by far the smallest creator out of the ones that were nominated.
And the Game Award goes to Iron Mouse. So, Iron Mouse couldn't be here tonight because Iron Mouse is animated, and sadly, we're not in the Matrix yet.
Obviously, these creators were massive, and a lot of their fans that are watching the Game Awards were a bit upset about Mouse winning the award. This has led to a constant, and I cannot preface this enough, a constant stream of hatred now that Mouse has had to deal with openly on all of her socials for years now. This is the level of hatred that is normally, like, I just gotta show you. I gotta show you. It's like ridiculous. This is 2022. Back when Mouse's comments were pretty normal, I'd say. As you can see here, this is beating Kai. Okay, a little negative and unnecessary, but not that bad.
So, essentially what is going on here is that, funnily enough, when he's picking out these comments, they all seem to be coming from Kai Cenat. Or, sorry, not from Kai Cenat, but Kai Cenat's audience. Now, I'm resisting the urge to simply spill everything that I have in the slides later on in this stream. But I will point out for now that the comments that Connor is focusing on are common, yes, but relatively speaking, they're not really that popular. I mean, 373 is a big number, but if you look at how many views this reel or this track has, how many listens, or how many views this reel has, I don't really think that 373 is more than a drop in the bucket. And the thing is, by paying attention to this, you are, at least to some extent, legitimizing it. Because you are giving these creatures an acknowledgement of their existence, which might as well just be chalked up as payment for their efforts.
Over Kai? Bro, who are you? You know, and luckily at this point, not all the comments are like this, but they're by far the most liked ones, and it only gets worse the closer we get to today. We all came from that Kai video, right? This is #1 streamer. No way blood, this is #1 streamer. This is who gets #1 on Twitch.
So, again, you notice the same thing happening over and over. Whether it be Kai, whether it be someone from the Game Awards, it's all the same. The reasons for this dislike always stem from 1, competitiveness, and 2, ignorance. And you can't really solve that beyond simply shutting it out.
It's an evil world we live in. And
in both cases, the problem stems from exposure to audiences that are unfamiliar with you. In other words, general audiences. Or in popular VTuber terminology, I believe the technical term is normies.
you'd think, okay, maybe something happened at the time. This has been pretty much constant until now. Speed and Kai on top. How is the streamer of the year? How is the streamer of the year? This won the award, by the way. Oh, hell nah. This is who won. No cap, who's Iron Mouse. Brain rot. This beats Cypher PK. Game Awards are wild. Why did you win? No way this won Creator of the Year. I'm crying. This literally goes on and on. And you'd think, okay, look, it's because Mouse won the streamer of the year. It probably stops after that. Oh no. So many people are like, post this on Instagram Reels. Post this on Reels. Oh yeah, great. Because love that. Love being toxic on Instagram. Bro, who are you? I'm begging you, please post this on Instagram. Why do people just want to be so cruel? What the f***? Just chill the f*** out, man. Who the f*** is watching this? This thing has the most subs on Twitch. How did you beat Kai? No human being on the planet wearing this. Okay, well, I wear it and it's f***ing fire. Okay, jeez. On my life, I've never...
Again, that little bit there...
is watching this. This thing has the most subs on Twitch. How did you beat Kai? No human being on the planet wearing this. Okay, well, I wear it and it's f***ing fire. Okay.
So, again, I would write this off as just a bit, but this is not something I would recommend that any other creator do. Because of the fact that this is an admission, whether it be joking or not, that it gets to you. that particular comment got to you. I would not film myself reacting to something that bothers me in this way. I would not film myself reacting to something that bothers me in this way and then posting it online where I can't control how many different audiences it reaches. So, again, while Connor pulled this off, there is no guarantee that another creator would be able to do the same. So, if you are a creator and you are looking to this video as a source of information and or suggestions as to how to deal with a similar situation, there are certain aspects of this video that I do not recommend you recreate. Because you cannot guarantee that it's going to work out for you.
Okay, jeez. On my life, I've never in my entire life seen a single stream. Why do you care? Why? Like, if I just haven't seen something, I just don't interact. I don't understand what has happened where we all feel the need to say our opinion and be like, yeah, guys, we hate this, right? Who cares?
The reason why people do it, on the contrary to what Connor is saying, is it's a different combination of what he's talking about. So, based on the framing of this video, and this is why the fact that he has felt the need to explain Iron Mouse's backstory implies that the video is framed from the perspective that both the hatred and the reasons to fight against it revolve around caring about Iron Mouse and not caring about what is going on around her. Whereas in actuality, the people who are doing this have the opposite set of priorities. They care a lot about what is going on around Iron Mouse, which is, whatever awards thing is going on, or whatever subathon is going on at the moment, whatever record is currently up for grabs. But they don't care at all about Iron Mouse. So when he asks, why do you care? Why do you care? It comes off as him not really understanding the rationale behind this behavior. The people who are doing this, it's not that they care about Iron Mouse. No. They care about the perceived thing that she supposedly threatens, which is a subathon record or a awards show prize or whatever. But they don't care a bit about Iron Mouse herself. They couldn't care less if she was replaced with an entirely different creator. They would still behave the exact same way. And as a result, if you view this as a personal attack against Iron Mouse, regardless of how vile the comments from those people are, you are setting yourself up for a losing battle because you have not correctly diagnosed the reason why it's happening.
You're a loser! This has gone on for months. It's pretty much just led to Mouse just not posting on TikTok, which...
Jackie Rivoli, they do it because they don't face consequences? Exactly. That is another big reason as to why this behavior keeps going. It's because, functionally, there are no consequences. And the thing is, there are two options that are available to solve this problem. Either Iron Mouse shuts them out of her spaces and or community, which is a pretty gargantuan task considering how many of them there are. Or, and this starts to get into what I was talking about earlier in terms of gatekeeping and enforcing standards, she starts collaborating with other creators who these creatures are supposedly coming from in order to shut them out of both communities. Because at some point during that process, there need to be some form of consequences. And the problem is, Iron Mouse can't enforce those consequences on her own, since the people doing this don't come from her community and don't come from her audience.
Which I feel is really f***ed up. You can just successfully bully a massive creator off a platform. The reason why this all happened, by the way, is just because Mouse won an award. What? And this is just the stuff that Mouse gets on her own socials. This doesn't include the hatred that she receives from just existing in those posts from those low-tier bait Twitter accounts that post, "Can you believe this cartoon is beating Mars streamer, guys?" And it only escalated once more when Iron Mouse got the all-time sub record on Twitch, which led to a bunch of news articles tweeting about it and people talking about it. And unfortunately, a lot of people were just being blindly hateful. And of course, this level of hatred doesn't just...
Jack John, did she do that second option recently? She collaborated with Kai. I don't know if they worked out anything about mutual moderation, though. Because regardless of what they do during their collab, that's not going to do anything unless there is also behind-the-scenes agreement to actually enforce rules in Kai's chat as well as hers. So the thing is, it is a nice event for symbolic reasons, but the problem was never Kai. The problem was his audience. And the only way that you fix his audience is by having him enforce rules on that audience. And if he's unable to do that, any amount of collaboration or friendliness between him and Iron Mouse isn't really going to change anything about the situation. Speaking of collabing, I saw that Iron Mouse and Kai did. Yeah, exactly. Yugure, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. It's very kind of you. Welcome to the 10 new footstools.
Stay on the platforms you'd expect it to. It's also in Mouse's chat. Here is a 85-page document of just some recent bans of people saying the most heinous shit.
Okay, I want you to remember that he frames this as the most heinous shit he's ever seen.
Towards Mouse. Now, you're telling me this bitch-ass Vtuber surpassed Kai Cenat. God, you know these people are so ugly.
Hold on, let me rewind to that particular frame.
Shit. Towards Mouse. Now, you're telling me
Kai 50k, Iron Mouse 10k, nice. What are donate? Stupid emo girl with only gifted sub. Let me quit this stream, OMG. Nah, you telling me that this bitch-ass VTuber surpassed Kai Cenat. I'm impressed that they even know the word surpassed.
This bitch-ass VTuber surpassed Kai Cenat. God, you know...
God, you know these people are so ugly.
These people are so ugly. Just sad how Sims donate to this crap.
Just sad how Sims donate to this crap.
This is the bitch that broke Kai's record.
This is the bitch that broke Kai's record. Again, he said that this is the most vile shit he had ever seen. And I don't mean to diminish how demoralizing it can be to see this over and over, time and time again, in your chat. However, framing is important. And if you frame things in that way in the video before you present this to your audience, it comes off as hyperbole more than anything else. So, for those who are looking to use framing as a tool in their own videos when they talk about problems as well, or their own problems specifically, make sure that if you are going to use very severe terms to refer to something, that you essentially save your bullets. Don't spend them carelessly. Always try to understand that your audience has not read all of these comments in their chat over the course of weeks or months or years. They are seeing this for the first time in the span of an 18-minute YouTube video. And as a result, they are not going to have the same significance to your audience as they might to you. And if you are to frame a problem in a way that genuinely gets your audience to sympathize with you, it is essential to be able to basically take yourself out of your own perspective and look at it the same way that your audience is going to be looking at it. Because this, when I see this is not the most vile shit I've ever seen on the internet. It's not even close.
I refuse to believe any of you are real human beings. Unless you have less than 60 IQ, no one in this chat is real. I've been watching this shit for 10 minutes and I want to kill myself. How do people watch this shit, you weirdos? You'll never get on Kai's level. You guys know this is a fat guy, right?
You guys know this is a fat guy, right? There's no way people watch this. Kai Cenat on 2. I'm dying. Ugh. Okay. You're a bitch for what you did, and you know what you do will not ever be better than Kai. Again, this sounds like a bunch of kindergarteners trying to fling insults at somebody. Because I'm willing to bet a lot of these are probably children. And the thing is, the descriptor does not match the thing that is being provided. And this is why I showed that clip earlier of him saying that the video went up before he was planning for it to go up. Because I can 100% see that what he was saying was supposed to be paired up with footage of different parts of this document. Because the way that it's been edited here, it comes off very disconnected.
Right? Amongst obviously all those insults, a lot of people saying that Mouse is lying about her illness, which, I mean, I don't have to tell you why that's wrong. Like, look at...
Again, when people say that she is lying about her illness, they are saying that not because, or perhaps not... It is pretty much irrelevant as to whether they genuinely believe that themselves or not when they say it. Because regardless of which one it is, they have no way of accepting, they have no way of gaining evidence to prove either or. And there is no reason for Iron Mouse to provide evidence to a general audience in any case. So they are essentially going to keep assuming that because there is no way for them to prove otherwise. If they like Iron Mouse, they're going to believe her when she says that she has that illness. If they don't like Iron Mouse, they are going to disbelieve her and there's nothing you can do to change their minds. So, for all intents and purposes, I fail to see why they should even be acknowledged. And again, acknowledging them for the purposes of gaining emotional catharsis for yourself, that's fair enough. However, again, if I'm viewing this as an informational video, rather an informational video that attempts to present a problem rather than simply an exercise in emotional catharsis, then it doesn't really work.
Look at this. This is psychotic. This is f***ed up.
Here is where we run into a little bit of a problem, where we have been conditioned as the audience, when we are just watching this video, to not really see that this is significant, because the unblurred examples of the screenshots and messages that he has showed us have not been that severe. So now that he's blurring all of this and he's scrolling past, his reaction does not have any more significance to us as the prior portion of this video, because what we were shown did not match up with the description of the worst shit he's ever seen on the internet, or the worst shit you might ever see on the internet. So now that every other screenshot is blurred and we don't get to see that, we will probably assume that it's... Hello? Am I back? Is the OBS no longer dead? Stream is kill. Could I get a 1 if we're back? Oh, it's going on and off. My internet is buzzing out. We're back? Hey, there we go. I got a little bit of a surprise there. Kai's fanbase got him too, no. I survived. No, but, okay, look. I will be very, very honest. Can anyone see the problem with being annoyed at this particular point that's being presented in the document as if it's something major? 3, 9. Cheeky little goblins. Damn you, Kai. But yeah, can anyone see a problem with this? There's no point to this? Yeah. It makes him look a bit whiny? Yeah, but why? Why does it make him look whiny? Why does this in particular come off as being a little redundant? Yeah, I do. In case it's not obvious, there is a very, very explainable reason as to why Kai's fans in particular are going to be using the N-word in other people's chats. In case it's not obvious, Kai is African American. And I wouldn't be surprised if, as an African American, he feels comfortable using the N-word casually on stream, even if infrequently. As a result, I highly doubt that it is going to be an enforced thing in his chat against people using the N-word as well. On top of that, there may be a lot of his audience that consists of young African Americans who also feel comfortable using the N-word casually. As a result, citing this as something offensive doesn't really work in this particular instance. Because, again, there are many reasons as to why somebody from Kai's audience would use the N-word that does not stem from any attempt at an insult or any attempt to offend. It might simply be part of language and slang. Because that is what it is nowadays.
Because of course it would be. Like if this was my chat, I just would not stream. I would just not show up. This is fucked. 100%. I want to make this clear. I'm not blaming any creator. Obviously, we saw a lot of people name dropping Kai, saying how could this lose to Kai and all that stuff. This is not me blaming Kai in any capacity. I think his audience is at the size that is absolutely absurd. And at that level, you can try and tell your viewers, hey man, look, be respectful, which Kai has on numerous times. He's openly praised Iron Mouse and been very supportive towards small creators.
So, again, to remind you, earlier on he went on a whole spiel about how as large influencers we have a large audience and thus we have a large responsibility. But here he's saying, oh, okay, I'm not blaming Kai. It's impossible when your audience grows beyond a certain size. So, what then is the solution? If you take both of those things that you said from different points in the video, Kai is not to blame for his audience's conduct. There's nothing he can do about it beyond simply telling them to behave, versus us influencers, we have a large responsibility to a large audience. Large responsibility for a large audience. You can kind of see how those two ideas don't synergize very well with one another. And the end result is the complaining, in general, comes off as a little futile. Because if you're going to argue these two things simultaneously, what is the middle ground that actually allows you to begin to at least mitigate, if not solve, the problem that is being presented? The problem of audiences coming in from the outside, completely ignorant to what is going on, simply throwing vitriol around haphazardly. How do you solve that problem?
Iron Mouse has always been top 5 all time. She's somebody I had to pass during my
See ya, Alan. I hope you enjoy the VOD later on.
first subathon. Now, I know people are defensive. I know a lot of people defend me and shit like that. But Chad, if you actually looked at her stream and actually kept up with what she's doing, you feel what I'm saying? Not only was it for a good cause, but it was pretty well put together.
But obviously, as a...
Now, I want to make this very clear. I agree that it is absurd to assume that a creator can be responsible for their audiences, for every member of their audience's conduct once you get to that size. However, like I said, there are more things you can do than simply just saying, look, guys, don't send hate, etc., etc.
Creator, you do still have some influence over your viewers. And I think it's important to make sure that when you see this behavior in the community that you call it out. And I'm not entirely sure.
Again, he says call it out. Problem is, well, calling it out in general doesn't do anything on its own. See, calling it out can help with fixing the problem of your audience acting out of line. However, it needs to be accompanied with other measures and practices for it to be an effective means of combating this problem.
Sure when this happened online, but it feels like it's okay to just blindly make fun or hate something you don't understand or have not learned anything about. But I guess that is more of a reflection of the current times we live in.
Pulse Dragon, I think he's more saying that... sorry, give me a second. I think he's more saying that it is not to send hate towards someone. Kai never sent hate at Iron Mouse. His audience did that on its own. And as a large creator, you shouldn't send hate at someone. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, that might... Okay. Okay. No, yeah, I will concede that that's probably a more reasonable interpretation of what he said than when I interpreted it as. Chris, thank you for the 10. If you assumed earlier this video was mostly for emotional catharsis, why would he have to include solutions? The thing is, when he presents reasons to take this video seriously, part of it does include, at least to some degree, the idea that we shouldn't accept this. I want this to be a cringe thing. So that is part of the purpose of the video, in an attempt at asserting a stigma against this kind of behavior, which is, at least to some degree, a pursuit of a solution, or a solution as he has seen it. A possible solution in his eyes, sorry. So, like I said, I assume that the primary purpose was emotional catharsis, but I also am evaluating this on the basis of the fact that he himself has stated that there is also a purpose behind it beyond just emotional catharsis. It was also to hopefully contribute towards helping the situation, and the way that he identified it explicitly was by trying to reinforce a stigma, by making it cringe to conduct yourself in this manner.
Because everyone seems to do that all the time. As a creator, I would be embarrassed if I saw my viewers blindly hating on someone else using my name. I would be mortified if I saw that. And the one good thing about all you guys is that I know that you don't do that. And I appreciate that, because you're all cool, and you're all normally well-adjusted people, I hope. And look.
Again, he states that as a large creator himself, if he saw his followers doing that, he would feel uncomfortable. And then he turns around to his audience and explicitly says, no, luckily none of you guys are like that, right? And again, he's kind of missing the reason why he can say that about his audience. It's not because everyone who has ever watched him or everyone who has ever enjoyed his content is automatically a good person. No, it's that the ones who exhibit bad behavior are weeded out. In other words, you need to be able to control who gets to be a part of a group in order to ensure that it can function as a community. In other words, adhere to a set of rules, principles, and practices and values that you have all agreed upon together. If you can't control who gets to be a part of the group, you don't have access to that level of authority.
I'll admit, I don't have a point of this video. I don't have a plan. I was just going crazy looking at all of this open hatred and losing my mind, wondering why this is normal. That was literally it, and that's the reason why I'm making this video. And I kind of wanted to ask if anyone else or any other VTubers or any other even YouTubers, if you've experienced this same kind of level of blind hatred yourself. I would love to hear about it, just so that I know that I'm not going crazy. I hope we can have a civilized and good discussion in the comments. And so with that, I wish you all the best of luck. Don't let these urinal cake eating children distract you from what you want to do in life. Now I'm going to go drink a beer. Bye.
Okay, and that's the end of the video. Now, can anyone tell me who is missing? Whose perspective on this issue is missing from this video? Alice, I wouldn't say that the video is pointless, because after all, emotional catharsis is a very valid purpose behind the video's existence. However, I will say that it doesn't really function well outside of that particular purpose. Iron Mouse, exactly. You will notice that in all of the different occasions where he has brought up Iron Mouse in the form of a clip or her saying something, it is not about this specific issue. Iron Mouse, ironically, this video exnominates Iron Mouse's own perspective on the issue of being hated on in these circumstances. And the reason why that is very conspicuous is, at least in part, because of what I assume to be a little bit of a dissonance between the way that Connor perceives what is going on and the way that Iron Mouse may perceive what is going on. And I'll explain a bit more as to what I mean by that in a second. However, returning to the slides. Hold on, give me a second to... Okay. Alright. So, the 3 questions that we had to answer, right? Who is this aimed at? Who did it resonate with? How is the problem defined? And what solutions are being proposed? We can start to answer all of those things now that we've seen the entire video. For starters, who was this aimed at? Pretty explicitly, Connor's audience, but more implicitly, people who might care about Iron Mouse. But that's a little shaky because it's a little hard to tell. There were elements of his video that were apparently designed to appeal to both people familiar and unfamiliar with Iron Mouse. So I would conclude, as someone said in chat earlier, that the ultimate aim of this video, or sorry, the ultimate audience for this video, would be people in his audience who are unfamiliar and or familiar with Iron Mouse. So, again, part of the reason why I said that this video was really effective right off the bat, at least at being an expression of emotional catharsis, was because of the fact that it was received really well by the people who watched it. For example, the Volpesh, I heard about her, I tried watching once, I got to the conclusion that the content was not for me. And that was the end of it. People have way too much time in their hands. I barely have enough time to enjoy the things I like. I don't want to spend my time... I don't want to spend time on hating something. I can't believe 25k likes. I can't believe I have to quote Mike Tyson on this, but he had it right. Social media made you all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it. 81k likes. There are a lot of streamers I don't like. You know what I do? I don't watch them, and I support my favorites instead. It's not really that hard to not be an asshole. 44k likes. I didn't even mention the most ludicrous detail. She got all the hate for something she wasn't even trying to be. Strangers nominated her, strangers voted for her, and she won, because strangers decided so. Imagine hearing some strangers talk about a pizza place they really like, and then your reaction is to go to said pizza place and start loudly yelling about how it's not your favorite pizza place and telling the owner to die. These people are dumber than dirt. 29k likes. Again, from the looks of it, the message was received correctly. The framing worked. And again, my gripes with it isn't so much how it ended up resonating with audiences, but how other creators watching this may end up taking away some pretty, I would say, and this will sound hyperbolic, but some pretty detrimental lessons. Now, this last part, she got all the hate for something she wasn't even trying to be. Strangers nominated her, strangers voted for her. The thing is here, I think it is important to understand that when this comment refers to strangers, they are not strangers to Iron Mouse, but strangers to the people who are currently sending her hate. And I do think that the comment is aware of this as well, because it describes with the following scenario, the analogy of hearing strangers talk about a pizza place they really like, and then your reactions, in a hater's reaction, being to go to said pizza place and start loudly yelling that it's not your favorite pizza place and telling the owner to die. So, again, the thing is, though, what the comments seem to be picking up on, that I'm not sure Connor is... I don't know if he's acknowledging this or just ignoring this, but the fundamental thing, as we've stated multiple times before as we were watching the video, the fundamental thing that causes people to lash out at Iron Mouse is not... well, I wouldn't say it's anything as personal as hatred, because hatred implies that you know something, at least to some degree. But rather, I would say it is simply callousness, because of the fact that it is a negative reaction that arises out of primarily ignorance. Ignorance and competitiveness in one toxic cocktail. However, when you look at some of the other reactions to this video, like those from other creators, especially other VTubers, you also see that it resonated with a lot of other people as well, because it was quite cathartic to see a large creator talk about this thing that you also have had to go through. Sayu, the voice actor. Man, can't believe how insane it's got. Good on you for defending Mouse. Buff Pup, I'm here with the Angrish British man. Quite, shit is whack. Giga, I have so many people come into my chat asking me why I beat Kai. I'm not even Mouse, but in the same group, so they literally just click and say things without even knowing what she looks like. And finally, Abroad in Japan, Chris Broad, seeing other content creators and toxic audiences woefully degrade and diminish such inspirational milestone as the recent subathon has been both demoralizing and absolutely pathetic. Everything Iron Mouse has achieved in her career this year alone with the subathon are insane achievements. Her story and all the success she's had has given me hope that the internet and social media aren't entirely beyond salvation. Again, all of these comments are signs that what Connor has said in the video has resonated as intended. Therefore, it is effective for the purposes of emotional catharsis. Now, I want to briefly go through this clip of Iron Mouse responding to the reception that the video has had, because I do think that this is important to note as well, if only for the sake of understanding how the subject of a video reacted to the video. Hold on, give me a second to switch scenes again.
You're so wonderful. Thank you so much. Holy shit. You know, I was about to delete my art Instagram because people are like fighting on my art. I guess like mean people found my art Instagram. They're like fighting on my art Instagram. Oh my god. Well, I was shocked because I thought, okay, well, the video will get watched by a few people and then that's it. You know, it's nothing. It's just Connor just defending a friend. That's it. And then all of a sudden I see it's trending on Twitter and I'm like, oh god, I did not expect that to blow up like that. Like, what the it's been trending. Yeah, it's been trending for days. I was just like in shock. I'm just like, it's still on YouTube trending? You're joking. It's at 2 million views. What the hell? What the It needed to be said, not just for you, but for all VTubers. Connor said that he had some VTubers like messaging him and thanking him for making the video and stuff. And honestly, like, I think that's so sweet. I mean, he makes a point. I saw some pretty like unbased takes. Some unbased takes about, you know, freedom of speech and all this stuff, and it's just like, okay, freedom of speech, I also agree. However, it's very difficult to operate as a human being when it's like coming from everywhere and it's just like harassment at a certain point, you know what I mean? For the most part, you know, I'm just doing what I'm doing. I myself could never see myself going to somebody and sending them nasty things. It's just, I could never see.
A2, the strangers voted for her part is 90% correct actually, because the winners for the awards were decided 90% by a jury and 10% by fan vote. I didn't know that. Oh wait, no, this was the Game Awards, so yeah. Okay, now that recontextualizes it a little bit. Again, this doesn't excuse the vitriol she received, but it does contextualize it quite a bit. Because, especially in the case of the Game Awards, I would say that the way that the... Sorry, give me a second. The way that the Game Awards functions in that way, then, that's a whole bunch of awful things coming together. Because you essentially put in a bunch of people with massive audiences who don't know one another's content. You pit them against one another to the point where it's phrased as a competition, while you also deprive them of agency in really deciding on the outcome. And when you put all those circumstances together, you might be able to see how an award show like that might create a reaction like this. Huh. This is going to sound a little callous or cold. But to any creators who are watching this, if you are ever given the chance to participate in any sort of awards show where audiences are given the option to vote, unless the awards show is built on the premise that the audience has the majority say in how the outcome or what the outcome is, I would advise refraining from participating in something like that. Because events that are structured in that way are the worst of both worlds. Because not only are they fiercely competitive, but they also automatically place audiences in a position where they will feel resentful and disempowered if they are not the one that wins. So, it may sound unfair, but if you are given the opportunity to appear on an awards show like this, that is decided in this manner, I would advise at least acknowledging that this is probably going to be a possibility. Simply because of the way that that is designed. And that is awful voting design, by the way. If you are going to have anything where audiences vote, making 90% of the vote by a jury is insane. Or at the very least, incredibly dumb. So, be wary that this is something that may happen.
Myself do that, so I just don't understand how people can do that, but that's just me. That's just me. If I cannot crawl, I will worm. I just always say it, bro. I will keep on working until there's nothing left of me, until I am dust, and that is just what I will do. You guys are gonna make me cry. You guys, I'm very emotionally. This is another reason why I was scared to stream, because I would have bawled last week, and I'm almost about to bawl right now because it's just good.
Funnily enough, this ties into what I was ranting about in the prior stream that I did on Vshoujo, where this sounds like another case where a risk that could have been anticipated, where a talent from Vshoujo was not informed about a risk that might come along with something that on the surface just looks like an opportunity and nothing else. Oh, Lumi, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Lumi Raiders. I hope you had a good stream. We're currently discussing why Iron Mouse keeps getting hate from normies. welcome to the stream, Lumi. Fish raid. So yeah, the thing is, when you and I don't want to make this sound like simply telling Iron Mouse that this was a possibility is in any way some sort of mitigating factor against how awful the situation is. Not at all. However, the fact remains that for reasons that I went through in the Vshoujo stream, I doubt that this was even a possibility that was raised with Iron Mouse before she chose to participate in the event as a nominee. So, yet again, it is a risk that is included that ideally you would be able to weigh against the benefits before you choose and lock in your participation in the event. So, for any creators that are watching this, I hope that that risk has now become apparent to you and that you are able to make an informed decision as to your own participation in things like the Game Awards.
You're so kind, and I'm very emotionally vulnerable right now.
I was playing Power World, and man, I missed that game. I'm so glad that Power World hasn't actually died because of Nintendo's shenanigans. That would have been such a huge loss.
A lot of people, don't see me as a human. They don't see me as a person. They see me as a character or cartoon. And that's okay. It's fine. It's fine, to a certain extent. Yeah, there are people that still think I'm AI. I'm not AI. I'm not AI.
So, I want to go back to that last part where she says that people don't see her as a person, they just view her as a character.
Yeah, there are people that still think I'm AI, to a character or cartoon. And that's okay. It's fine. It's fine, to a certain extent. Yeah, there are people that still think I'm AI.
So, it's fine to a certain extent. The problem is, unfortunately, people seeing you as a character and not a person is an inherent trait to VTubing as a medium. And when you say it's fine to a certain extent, the problem circles back around to the fact that unless they are a part of your community, you don't get to tell them what that extent is. Because you can say what it is, but you can't guarantee that they will listen to you. So at the end of the day, the origins of this problem, as it has been presented to us, all stems from gatekeeping, or a lack thereof. So, to go back to the slides, give me a sec. Alright. When I talk about gatekeeping being the problem, when I talk about the fact that this was a problem that was framed around Iron Mouse specifically, part of the reason why I feel secure in that assessment is because when this video became omega viral and started spreading beyond simply Connor's audience, it was also picked up by other people as well. And the thing is, when you start looking at the reactions of other VTubers that aren't within Iron Mouse's circle per se, you start to see that their reactions to it are a little bit less simply echoing the same sentiments, a little bit more reserved in their judgment about some of the ideas expressed in that video. For example, Dexerto published an article that was basically recounting some of the things that Connor said. Quote, "This is psychotic, this is fucked up, how is this okay?" CDog VA called for an end to, quote, "blind hatred against Iron Mouse and other VTubers." You had Lydia Nakazawa coming in with, "I think it's a good intention, but it's like standing outside trying to stop the wind from blowing. I go through life genuinely believing people have good in them, but over the years it's become clear that there are people who just want to do bad. Focus on the good people, ignore the bad." Very good advice, because human nature is inconsistent, and as a result, while there are undeniably going to be good people, there are going to be bad people, and you are not going to be able to change them, which means that the only thing you can do to protect yourself is to start separating the good from the bad. Grimmy. To be honest, I think the problem is large content creators gave people the impression that it's okay to be really rude to people just because those types rise to the top. Being understanding of others isn't as widely taught to people growing up now because it's not financially viable. So, again, both of these point to issues that go beyond the scope of what is being suggested by Connor. Connor is suggesting stigmatization. However, what these two people point out, what these two creators have pointed out, these two VTubers have pointed out, is that the problem cannot be solved through simple stigma because one, it originates from human nature, and two, it originates from culture, a culture that extends far beyond the bounds of any one creator's community. Then, I don't want to say, though, I don't want to present it as if this was, not well received, or as if it didn't resonate among any other creators. Because, for example, Rima, she expressed that she really resonated with this particular video. "I've been covering people sending hate to VTubers for a while now, and this is 100% something that happens frequently. I always chalked it up to people hating what they don't understand, but I hope one day people will understand how beautiful this medium is. It's been giving a creative outlet for people all around the world, and for people with no means to express themselves fully with their physical body, an outlet to do so. This technology has inspired people who had stopped dreaming to dream again." Again, everything she says there, absolutely true. However, one crucial problem. If you don't know the medium, if you're coming in from the outside, all of this is simply beyond your scope to understand. You have to actually familiarize yourself with this industry and this space before you can comprehend the full significance of what it means to be enabled by this medium, or to use a bit of a cringy word, empowered by this medium. To actually do things that you are incapable of doing in real life or with your physical body. Iron Mouse dreamt of being a singer, a dream that was once unattainable. Today she's performing in 3D concerts for VShojo. She got to hold her friend in VR chat for the first time and gets to do what she loves every day through the power of VTubing. Isn't that just incredible? Dreams are what keep us going. Again, very inspirational. But this will mean nothing to people who don't understand the medium. Rainy. I've had people tell me that they hated VTubers before they met me, or they thought they were cringe, or they would never have associated with a VTuber. That they only like me out of all the other VTubers, that I'm the only good one, which is just crazy. Please don't put down the other people to raise someone else up. Or that I made them positively change how they felt about VTubers, and I've now introduced them to other awesome people who are VTubers. Give people a chance before being mean. You might end up liking them or what they do. Not all VTubers are the same. Lots of people will assume that we all do the exact same stuff, act the exact same way, or tie all the same tropes because they don't like, just because we have one common trait of wanting to use an avatar while streaming. Problem is, that is exactly how most people are going to view you, because the overwhelming majority of people who will encounter your content are not going to be part of your audience, are not going to be part of your community. And as a result, if you are going to think about normie audiences, general audiences, for the overwhelming majority of the time, this is exactly how they are going to see all VTubers. It's really crappy to write off a whole group of people just because you assume they act like someone you might dislike. Now, I want to point out something here. What Rainey is essentially denouncing here is prejudice. She's denouncing prejudice when it comes in from the outside. However, as I've talked about numerous times before on stream, prejudice itself never emerges out of nothing. No one is born prejudiced. If you want to remedy somebody's prejudice, you can't shame them out of it. The only thing you can do to remove that prejudice is remove the sources of data upon which it is presented. Prejudice, fundamentally speaking, is a combination of pattern recognition and prediction. You have picked up, through data that you have been provided, faulty or not, inaccurate or not, that a certain group of people or a certain thing will happen based off of a few indicating features. A few shared features. And because of that, your brain makes the logical assumption that you can preempt those same things, behaviors, whatever, by simply observing the same features. This is the core of prejudice. And if you want to remove somebody's prejudice, you need to change their data set. VTubers aren't for everyone, but I'm sure that there's at least one VTuber that you'd like if you put aside your preconceived assumptions and gave them a chance. And this is the thing. The people who are sending this hate are not people who are going to do that. And Legal Mindset also quote tweeted this, and this kind of blew up as well, saying, "Blind VTuber hatred isn't isolated to Iron Mouse. It's an industry-wide problem. When I do VTuber-related legal content, I get worse hate than what CDogVA showed." And this is where we start getting into the problem of the fact that what he said did not match what he ended up following it up with. So this is an understandable criticism of the way that the video was composed. Despite not being a VTuber myself, the difference is I actively deny haters my mental space. And that is an important thing to say because, like I said, whether he is aware of it or not, one of the implicit messages that accompany Connor choosing the medium of a YouTube video to voice his frustrations is the idea that this is a viable way of dealing with hatred, blind hatred. Whereas in actuality, it is not. It is the opposite. It is a luxury and a privilege that only a few creators can afford once they get to a certain size and degree of mental fortitude. If any other creator who lacked any of those three things were to try this, they would be shooting themselves in the foot. And to this, Kirsha replied, "I've been exposing bridge initiatives for a whole year now. There are people who willfully ignore what I'm talking about in regards to DEI because I'm a VTuber. Anime racism is real." And then cute and funny. The hate shown in the video is very light. Again, circling around to that same point that we talked about when we got to that section of the video. I can totally see how annoying it would be to filter them out of the chat if they continue to spam it though. In my opinion, the above is only a problem if it is targeted harassment, instigated en masse. Overall, the comments that were read just seem like normal things that people that have never seen VTubers would say. And again, it all circles back to the point that this hatred is not coming from people who personally hate Iron Mouse. So presenting it as a problem specific to Iron Mouse doesn't really work. Because, more than anything else, this comes from a simple ignorance of what VTubing as a medium and as an industry and as a subculture means. Mercurius Locus, thank you for the 2. Connor's a streamer, so everything is content. That's true. That's true. However, the thing that complicates this is the degree to which you view your own content as something personal. How much of yourself do you perceive and put into your content? For example, if you simply view your content as this thing that you are putting out into the world to try and see how much engagement it can get, then chances are, if people respond negatively to it, or if people double down on amplifying the negative sentiment they've directed towards you before you posted that thing, it's probably not going to affect you as much. However, if you put a lot of yourself into making your content, if you view your content as an extension of yourself, and therefore when people denounce that content, you take that personally, then I would argue that simply everything being content is not going to be any sort of protection against showing vulnerability, or any sort of protection against what will happen once you show vulnerability on the internet. Because remember, it always circles back to that same point that there are going to be audiences that are not familiar with what you do, they will not care about how you think or feel, and more than anything, the internet is not a safe space. So these audiences will be everywhere. Eventually, they will stumble across your stuff. And if you are not prepared for that, then better to minimize the possibility and, well, don't invite those audiences into your spaces. I see why he did the video as a defense about his friend, but I do agree he could have gone about this a bit better. Exactly. Do you think then that Iron Mouse should have just doubled down on her TikTok feed and just rolled with the punches? Yes, I do. And it's going to sound callous, but paying it this much attention, affirming to people who have been trying to get a rise out of her that they've actually succeeded, that is the last thing that I would do. Because of the fact that these are not audiences that care about anything beyond simply squeezing attention out of people they dislike. And they don't even dislike them for any good reason. It's simple ignorance and unfamiliarity, combined with a little bit of competitiveness sprinkled in there. So, acknowledging these audiences does not do anything helpful. Sure, it will resonate with people who've been through similar stuff, but since the people who've been through similar stuff did not contribute to the problem and did not cause the problem, it is a little bit like hyperventilating into a paper bag. With every exhale, the contents of the bag becomes more and more concentrated, whereas with every inhale, less and less new air actually makes it in. Same thing applies to this, where this video and videos like this, videos made with similar intention of achieving emotional catharsis above all else, they have diminishing returns, which means that only a certain subsect of people can make them and still be fine afterwards. If you don't have as much mental fortitude as CDogVA, if you are unable to simply log off of social media and go back to being a successful and rich creator like CDogVA, I don't recommend doing this, because people will, and make no mistake, people will take this as a sign that they can continue doing what they have already been doing because it's gotten a reaction out of the people that they were targeting. And that is distasteful, that is horrible, but that is a cold, hard reality of what is going to happen. So, when you look at the way that this problem is defined, you start to pick up on a few different things. So, for example, there are 4 main points that seem to that Connor seems to be pushing in the way that that video is put together. First, one of the problems that he identifies is blind hatred towards VTubers/VTubing. The other, tribalistic, quote-unquote, punching down toward other creators. Now, these are the 2 reasons that Connor presents as justifications for why this is a problem that should be solved. On the other hand, the reasons that he provides as to how this problem can be solved are, for example, the normalization of disrespectful conduct online, as well as creators failing to control their audiences. And the reasons why these feed into the impression that this is a problem that can be fixed is because, in theory at least, if a creator is able to enforce a stigma against a certain form of behavior in their communities, then you would be able to stigmatize hateful conduct while also controlling your audience. And this feeds into the solutions that he ends up proposing as well. Now, I said that I didn't really view the primary purpose of the video as being solution hunting. However, unintentionally or intentionally, the video ends up proposing a bunch of different solutions to this problem that has been presented to us. Lumi Anglo, responding emotionally is a privilege that only larger creators have. Exactly. And even if you're a larger creator, right? Let's say you're like some ordinary gamers, right? It's a privilege that it's not a self-replenishing privilege. It can run out as well. And it runs out whenever you start feeling attacked, whenever you start feeling like you can't ignore what is going on, and when you start expressing that to your audience, which causes a negative feedback loop of increased vulnerability, expressions of frustration, and doubling down of the people who are targeting you for harassment. And that is not a feedback loop that I recommend anybody get themselves into. So, in terms of the solutions that the video ends up proposing, again, consciously or unconsciously. First, and this is the one that he actually stated out loud, the stigmatization of hateful conduct. This is the primary aim. He wants to make it cringe for people to behave in that manner, whether it be towards Iron Mouse or towards any other creator. This is applaudable and understandable. However, like I said, it is not, in and of itself, an effective measure. Stigma requires other things in order to function, in order to even exist. The second thing that he suggests is creators being mindful of their influence over their audiences. The third, common courtesy of mutual respect between creators. Fourth, increased awareness of unique creator circumstances. And finally, this is the implicit thing that is a message conveyed by the medium he has chosen, like I said, public expressions of indignation. This, I want any creator watching this who isn't, massive, ultra successful, has thick skin, I don't recommend this. This is not something I recommend, the last point. However, if you look at the first four, what is something you guys notice about these four solutions? What is a common trait that all four of these solutions might have with one another? I feel like all of these problems can go away if people learn self-dignity and learn some of the good old internet rules. It is a little... If your objective is to prioritize the way that people feel over what they do, then that pretty much becomes impossible, Travis. That's the problem. They all rely on attention. Close. Blazor only works with larger creators? Kind of, but not quite. It is technically possible to do all of these things even if you are a smaller creator. Jack John, they are all directed at the fan base. Now you're getting close. Eternal Ant, community-based solutions. Exactly. That is the common problem across all of these four proposed solutions. All of them rely and can only work in a community. If you don't have a community, if you can't control who is in your space, all of these four solutions fall flat. And as a result, this is why over the course of watching Connor's video, I kept coming back to that same point about how he is describing the benefits of existing in a community without acknowledging that that is the crucial ingredient that he is missing when he's describing the problem. And to expand upon that a little bit more, the two things that I referenced earlier, right? The two, I suppose, concepts / lessons that we've brought up multiple times over the course of our streams. which is, first, that most audiences neither expect nor pursue a genuine dialogue with you, and that your community is the only exception to this rule, which means that you need to be able to acknowledge that if someone is not a part of your community, you shouldn't expect them to actually care about you in any capacity when they open their mouth or use their fingers. Second thing, not all audiences are made equal. And third, attention is the primary currency of social media. If you absorb these two principles about how social media works, about how the internet as a whole works, you start extracting two solutions to the problem. First, because not all audiences are made equal and you need to be able to compartmentalize them, this leads you to being able to gatekeep your spaces. Because if you can't control the way that people who don't care about you interact with you or your content, the least you can do is shut them out. And then the next point, which is that attention is the primary currency of social media, which means that if you want to deal with people who are seeking attention in negative ways, you don't feed into that. You withhold the attention from those that would abuse it. Because I guarantee that if you respond to somebody who is simply deriding you for no particular reason, that's not going to change their mind about anything. It's simply going to encourage it further. They are not going to do anything good with that attention. They are just going to abuse it. People like to demonize the practice of gatekeeping. It's not that bad a thing. Oh, Lumi, wait until you see some of the other things that I'm going to be advocating for. Gatekeeping is going to be the most cuddly out of them. For good reason, though, because I do feel like we've gone too far in stigmatizing certain concepts and certain practices that are necessary in order to have a functional community. Now, this is where we get into a bit of a problem, because when we start evaluating the way that Connor is portraying the problem and the solutions that he presents as being something that requires a community but doesn't acknowledge that it requires a community, we can expand the scope of the problem that he has identified to include traits that that include circumstances that feed into the problem that he has left out of his presentation of it. For example, in addition to those 4 things that I pointed out, blind hatred towards VTubers, tribalistic punching down, normalization of disrespectful conduct, and creators failing to control their audiences, there are also 3 other aspects to Iron Mouse's situation that he did not acknowledge. First is that the harassment she received is a byproduct of both free speech and online anonymity. Unless you remove both of those things, it will always exist. And I'm not even sure that you want to remove both of those things, because if you did, Iron Mouse as well would cease to exist, since online anonymity is at the center of how she operates. Second, negation of gatekeeping. Now, this will become a bit clearer as to why this is a problem, but like I keep saying, if you want to enforce rules, if you want to make sure that a group of people will behave in an acceptable manner, you need to be able to make sure that you control who gets to be a part of that group. You need to gatekeep, otherwise you can't enforce standards. And finally, that what Iron Mouse is receiving is, in a twisted way, a byproduct of her success. Now, in regards to gatekeeping specifically, this ties into a fundamental part of VTubing as an industry. See, the thing about VTubing is that, naturally, in the way that it currently exists, it is a very insular industry. However, there are differing ways of perceiving this as a trait of the industry. For example, there are going to be people who perceive how insular VTubing tends to be as a benefit. And this is especially good when you come from the perspective of a community member or a creator that wants to be able to enforce a clear, designated community and a clear set of standards and or rules. However, not everyone views the insulation of VTubing as a benefit. Some people view it as a detriment. And here's where we get into part of the things that one of the factors that complicates this whole problem. When I talked about how Iron Mouse and Connor may have different takes on the same problem, part of this part of this problem that I don't think Connor addresses is that what Iron Mouse is encountering is the side effect, the inevitable side effect of trying to expand your audience and or the industry's audience to people who are unfamiliar with the conventions of that industry, of the medium that you are using to express yourself. From everything that we've seen in terms of Iron Mouse's self-promotional strategy, as well as VShojo's self-promotional strategy, the insulation of VTubing is perceived and treated as an obstacle and not a defense. Now, what that means is their approach towards expanding their reach and the reach of the industry has been to try and expose as many unfamiliar audiences to VTubing as possible. However, as a direct consequence of that, you will get more people who encounter the medium without having any idea about how it operates and any interest in how it operates as well. So in other words, what Iron Mouse is currently going through is at least in part a consequence and inseparable from her promotional strategy. And that's what complicates this entire thing. So when you are trying, if you view the insulation of VTubing as a problem to be solved, the problem is that, well, funnily enough, I should probably use a different word. One of the obstacles that gets in the way of solving that particular quote-unquote problem is that it creates other problems to replace the insulation. And what I mean by that is when you do away with when you lower the barrier to entry, you also erode the ability to enforce standards upon the people who come in. And this is one of the reasons why I do think that there are very legitimate reasons, there are legitimate reasons to criticize Iron Mouse. That there are reasons, valid reasons, as to why certain people in VTubing dislike her, especially as an ambassador to VTubing as a medium. Because when you look at this approach, Iron Mouse's approach towards VTubing, when you look at the way that it's presented in both Connor's video and the way that she conducts herself and promotes herself, you start to realize that whereas VTubing as a whereas VTubing as an industry is both a medium and a subculture, the way that Iron Mouse promotes it to audiences only promotes it as a medium. When she shows other people what VTubing can do for them, when she shows other people what VTubing is, it almost always revolves around the idea that VTubing is a tool that can be separated from the subculture that birthed it. And that is a problem. Because you do not get community from a tool. You cannot foster shared values through a shared medium. In order to have a community, you need shared principles, shared values, and shared practices. And those are natural components of culture, not mediums. And as a result, if she were to only promote VTubing as a medium, and if she were to try and show this to as many unfamiliar audiences as possible, the natural consequence of that is going to be that she gets a lot of audiences that are not familiar with VTubing, have no understanding of VTubing, and who don't share the same values that she might share. You have the influx of a lot of general audiences, normie audiences, into VTubing as an industry and as a space, who have no compunction, no motivation, no reason to adhere to any sort of shared values, rules, practices, principles to anyone else who inhabits it. And this is one of the reasons as to why certain people have criticized Iron Mouse's approach towards promoting the medium to larger audiences. And I do think that it is a criticism that is worth taking seriously, because when you look at the problem that Connor is describing, when you look at the problem that Iron Mouse is dealing with, these are all problems that stem from having a loose community. from having an influx of people that you cannot control. So this is both an attempt at expansionism and accelerationism that erodes your ability to enforce standards of behavior and conduct. In other words, by expanding the audience for VTubing in the way that she does, she erodes her own ability to gatekeep VTubing as a space from people who would not engage with it in good faith. It is a problem that stems from a strength, because the core of Iron Mouse's brand is that, at least to outside audiences and her audiences and audiences of people close to her, she represents the fact that VTubing is a tool that can be used by anybody, and can be used by anybody to accomplish anything. And that is one of the core parts of her brand. That is one of the core parts of what makes Iron Mouse Iron Mouse. But the problem is, that is a strength that comes with a cost. And this is that cost. I've seen a lot of mixed reactions with Mouse dragging in large established IRL streamers into VTubing. Yeah, exactly. And again, this is a natural consequence of that. You can't really solve that without resorting to gatekeeping. And this is why I think the demonization of gatekeeping has been a net negative on the industry, as well as a net negative in general to the whole, to individual creators' abilities to deal with influxes of bad faith tourists, I suppose. The other thing is, when you present VTubing to audiences unfamiliar with it as just a medium and not a subculture, or as a medium that can be consumed or regarded separately to the subculture that created it, you create a whole dearth of other problems. Because if you honestly, and I mean really brutally honestly, evaluated VTubing as a medium and the messages that it sends implicitly, they are not messages that are conducive to respect to an audience unfamiliar with the medium. For example, and this is going to sound a little bit cold to some, but it is a fact. It is a well-known trope that in this industry, every VTuber, every creator has some combination of the following three: a chronic health condition, a mental illness and or personality disorder, or an unremarkable physical appearance. Without fail, if you go to almost any creator in this industry and you look for these three traits, you will probably find at least one of them. And it is so prevalent of a phenomenon that it has now become a meme in this industry. And the thing is, more often than not, when you look at these traits that accompany the use of the medium, it's less of a checklist and more of a pie chart, which means that if you ever encounter a VTuber and you see IRL pics of them and they are hot without having any history of a chronic health condition, fucking run, because you cannot fix them. You will never be able to fix them, and they will make you much, much worse if you try. If any one of these slices gets smaller, at least one of the other two will get bigger. So, in general, right, there is a reason as to why VTubing is associated as a medium with having some combination of these negative traits. And, as a result, when you look at VTubing as a medium, it is a medium that is fundamentally built on the premise of escapism. The thing is, though, escapism as a premise is a double-edged sword, because just as escapism can mean creativity and self-expression, it can also signify denial and self-objectification. And when I say self-objectification, I don't mean in the positive, empowering sense. I mean in the I don't have much respect for myself as a person sense. And when I talk about denial, I mean denial of reality. So, I want you to look at the fact that VTubing as a medium is built on these premises. That it can connote, that it's built on escapism, and as a result, it can connote both of these things. And I want you to consider that you are a normie. You are looking at the medium from the outside with no connection to it whatsoever, and you are judging it as a medium independently of its subculture. Which of these two do you think you're going to gravitate towards? Best case scenario, it's a little bit of a coin flip. Either the normie in question looks at the medium, doesn't see the subculture, and thinks, oh, this would be great for creativity and self-expression, or they look at the medium, don't see the subculture, and see, oh, hold on, this is just a tool for denying reality and escaping from, you're escaping from the real world. Only an absolute loser would want to do this. And understanding that is a key to understanding why Iron Mouse's approach towards self-promotion does not come free. It comes with a cost. And that is the cost. Because every time she exposes VTubing as a medium and nothing else to a new audience, she does a coin flip. She flips a coin and it lands on one of these two sides. And to give you an example of that, let's take Kai Cenat's audience. The guy has 15.4 million followers on twitch.tv. I'll round it down to 15 million. Let's say only half of those subs are actually active. Only half of those followers are, half of those followers are dead, right? So let's assume that he has 7.5 million people who actively keep up with him. Then let's perform this coin toss. 7.5 divided by 2, 3.75 million people on either side. Now divide that by, let's say 1% of people actually actively engage with any piece of content by leaving a comment or a like or whatever. So divide that by 100. What do you get? You get, let me do some quick maths here. 37,500, something like that. 37,500. That is how many people who may end up leaving a negative comment on at least one bit of her content. And this is all the result of naturally exposing her and her medium to an audience unfamiliar with her that is as large as Kai's. So the thing that I want people to understand is that if your approach towards promoting VTubing is dismantling its insulation from general audiences, this coin flip is going to be a part of your everyday operation. This coin flip is going to become a part of your promotion, and you can't avoid having to perform this coin flip. On top of that, Jack John, you actually make a decent point. A lot of Kai's audience, I would wager, are either going to be teens or children. And as a result, they are probably going to lean more towards this than this. Because children aren't renowned for being very tolerant of things that they regard as alien to them. So, yeah, 37.5k, that's quite sizable, exactly. So, when you reevaluate Iron Mouse's approach towards self-promotion, you start to realize that the shortcomings are that when she promotes VTubing as a medium that can be consumed separately to its subculture, that can be separated from its subculture, all she gets is the utility that comes along with that medium. What you can do with a VTuber model. What can a VTuber model do for you? What can you accomplish with one? What can it facilitate? Anyone can use it, so long as, they have access to it or whatever. And then, the thing that she is missing out on, though, when she promotes it in that manner, is the fact that VTubing has a subculture. And that subculture is what gives birth to a community. That subculture is what allows for the enforcement of standards of behavior and conduct. So every single time she promotes it to a new, wider audience that is unfamiliar with her, unfamiliar with the medium, and certainly unfamiliar with the subculture, all she has to work with is utility. And utility does not create decency. Utility does not create community. Utility does not ensure good behavior or polite conduct. because utility is just a tool, and anyone can use a tool for whatever it is they wish, and anyone is free to abuse it or throw it away as they wish. Same cannot be said for a community, though. Same cannot be said for a subculture and the values, principles, and practices that it nurtures. And by separating VTubing as a medium from VTubing as a subculture, this is a very real cost that Iron Mouse has imposed upon herself, as she promotes both the industry in general, herself, and her agency. This is why people in the VTubing industry are tightly concerned with covers stepping into the normie sphere and becoming essentially anime Disney. Exactly. And I can understand that. Because like I said, the insulation can be viewed as both a benefit and a detriment. And when you try to dismantle the insulation, yes, you do get the benefit of a wider audience, but you also lower your ability to enforce standards on that audience. And this is where I reach the part of the video where, like I said before, I want to move away from simply pointing out problems to also providing some form of a solution. At the very minimum, a suggestion. And so, if you are a creator who has watched along until this point, who wants to know, okay, so I can't treat people coming in from the outside as if they are a part of my community, which means that the solutions that Connor has implicitly or explicitly advocated for in the video don't work for me. Okay, so what do I do? And this is where I think it's about time we brought back some practices that have been, ironically, stigmatized for a bit too long. And that is what I call the P.E.A.S framework. Prejudice, exclusion, apathy, and stigma. When you look at each of these four things, a lot of people are only familiar with these words in their negative connotations. They are only aware of prejudice insofar as it pertains to, for example, discrimination and racism. They are only familiar with exclusion as far as they associate it with bullying. They are only familiar with apathy insofar as they are familiar with resignation. And they are only aware of stigma insofar as it is used for all of the above. However, I want to push back against that. I want to break away these concepts from the negative connotations that have, in some cases strategically, been latched onto them. Because the thing is, these traits, these concepts, these practices can be used for a positive purpose. And the way that you use them for a positive purpose, the reason why they can be positive is because they are essential to actually creating and maintaining a community of any description. Prejudice gives you caution. Exclusion facilitates gatekeeping. Apathy allows you to filter things, and stigma allows you to enforce standards. Each of these individual practices, although you may look down on them as something that is bad, facilitate a benefit when it comes to community building. And this ties into why one of the problems that I identified in my prior stream about VShojo is that they can't really seem to control they can't seem to ensure that they have a sense of community that extends between talents towards the company as a whole. Because in actuality, if you look at each of these practices, prejudice, exclusion, apathy, and stigma, no one from VShojo would be caught dead admitting to the fact that these are actually useful when it comes to forming a community. In fact, if anything, I would wager that pretty much almost every member of VShojo would look at this and instantly have a heart attack at the implication that these could actually fulfill a useful and good purpose. However, if you are a creator yourself and you want to foster a community, I advocate for acknowledging what these practices and traits can provide to you, what they can facilitate when you're building a community. Because without prejudice, you would not have caution. Without exclusion, you could not gatekeep. Without apathy, you would not be able to filter good advice from bad advice. And without stigma, you can't enforce a shared idea of what is or isn't okay behavior. Now, this is what I meant when I said earlier on that Iron Mouse and Connor seem to have differing perspectives on her way of promoting VTubing and herself to external general audiences. See, with Iron Mouse, when she promotes her content herself to external audiences, there is a trade-off that is being made. You trade the ability to enforce standards on your audience in return for a larger prospective audience. For Iron Mouse, based on the way that she has been operating, based on the way that her company has been operating, I would assume that they have observed that this is a trade-off and they have also concluded that it is worth making. However, based off of what Connor has said in his video, where he expresses all of these problems that stem from a lack of community control, that stem from a lack of a unified community that can have standards of behavior enforced upon it, I would assume that Connor either doesn't think that that is a trade-off that is worth making, or, more realistically, he doesn't even seem to be aware that it is a trade-off that is being made. And as a result, a lot of the solutions that he proposes doesn't acknowledge how, well, you can't really solve the problem of people coming in from the outside to fling vitriol at you if you don't gatekeep your audience, or if you don't draw distinctions between your audience, your community, and outside audiences using these four methods. So, to get into some of these specifically, when it comes to using prejudice and stigma to enforce and create a community, maybe enforce is the wrong word, to create and maintain a community. This is Kai Cenat's about page on his Twitch account. Can anyone see something that this page might be missing that you're used to seeing on a lot of other creators' pages that might explain why his audience is as unruly as it is? Azura, or just filter the shitheads in chat? Yeah. But again, that is another example of gatekeeping. Dark mode. Not quite. There we go. Blaze. Stream rules. Exactly. See, Kai Cenat's audience is so big and so diverse that what I can only assume is that he has given up on the idea of essentially slamming rules in their face before they come in. So, when you're talking about why he doesn't have a degree of control over his audience, part of the reason why I would assume that is because his audience doesn't even have a common set of rules. I would assume that he only enforces it as he goes along, and his moderators only enforce it as they go along as well. And as a result, what that means is if they end up doing something shitty, there is no precedent, there is no expectation that they will be punished for it. Contrast this with, for example, Connor's about page on his Twitch and Iron Mouse's about page on her Twitch, where both of them have a very clear part of their about section dedicated to outlining expectations for their chatters, for their audience. And that's the thing. What are rules? What are community rules? Fundamentally, when you break them down to their function, what are they designed to do? They are designed to give you a means of distinguishing between people who are going to integrate into your fan base and people who are not. Rules form a foundation for useful prejudice, because if someone doesn't follow one of your rules, that gives you enough of a basis to prejudge the fact that they won't follow the rest of them either. That gives you a way of using prejudice to intervene early before they can shit up your community. Rules are a function of facilitating prejudice. they are also a function of perpetuating stigma, because rules stigmatize the behaviors that they are supposed to guard against. For example, if you have a rule about not self-promoting, what does it do? It stigmatizes people who enter your spaces and try to self-promote. That is one of the functions of rules. As a result, this is why I break it down specifically to prejudice and stigma being practices that we should bring back. Because only then do you not only understand why, then you add on to the convention of rule making by understanding why it needs to exist in the first place, by understanding the functions that it fulfills. Because so far, what I tend to see very often is that creators will do things without understanding why they are useful. And when they don't understand the principles behind why they do something, they can't do it very effectively. For example, having chat rules is not just, I'll have chat rules because everyone else has them. No, it is always a good thing to understand that the function that chat rules are supposed to fulfill is the perpetuation of prejudice and stigma that you can use to control who gets to integrate or enter your spaces and or community. JV Robert Goddard, thank you for the 125 pesos. Reminds me about the concept of social contract, which is normally applied to a state. Exactly. And this is the exact same thing. When you enter the chat or the streams of one of these creators, Connor or Iron Mouse, you are forming a contract with them. I am going to consume your content, I am going to share in your space, but I am also going to abide by your rules. And here's the thing. These rules require two things in order to function: enforcement and community. You can start to see the issue with trying to expand VTubing as a medium divorced from its subculture, because the subculture is what creates both of those things. Subcultures create communities. Subcultures allow for enforcement, because when you bring yourself under the umbrella of a subculture, you also allow yourself to be subjected to that subculture's rules, expectations, values, beliefs, practices, etc. And if you try and invite in audiences in a way that doesn't require them to do that, you lose the ability to enforce prejudice and stigma. Yeah, literally house rules. Second thing, exclusion. We need to acknowledge that exclusion is an objectively useful thing, an objectively necessary thing. That when somebody violates a norm that you have established as a precondition to enter your space and or community, they are going to be excluded from it. They are either going to be banned, or the YouTube equivalent, which is to hide them on your channel, or they are going to be rejected from your space by being told that the content is simply not for them. And as a result, you can go back to simply catering to your community who does resonate with what you're doing, or inviting in people who will actually try to assimilate. Exclusion is not just a necessity, it is an objective good, especially when you use it in this manner. Ayrton streamers have house rules too? Yes, they do. And that's the whole point. Sounds like imperialism. The thing is, right, you need to be able to define a clear barrier between audiences that are part of your community and your community. If you don't have a clear barrier between those two, you lose the ability to safeguard your community and safeguard yourself from negative external influences. And, well, if you don't protect yourself from negative external influences, can you really complain when those negative external influences start affecting your ability to operate? Jinxie and Queso, thank you for the 5. What do you say about Kaisenat's rules is 1000% accurate. You can say the N-word in chat and you won't get banned. Yeah, exactly. And that's part of the reason why I would assume that people who come in from his chat would naturally assume that they could do the same thing in other people's chats as well. which is why I don't see why that's a complaint, because based off of the rules, or lack thereof, enforced in Kai's streams, well, that creates a certain kind of audience, and that creates a certain kind of audience behavior. So, as a result, while you can say that Kai is not responsible for his audience because it is too big, there are certainly things he can do to start gatekeeping his audience and start paring away at the bits of his audience that he would not like to be represented by, that he is not currently doing. This is why I said that, you know, the collab that he did with Iron Mouse, sure, fine. It's going to introduce a lot more of his fan base into VTubing, which might not actually be positive, but it can be good, but it's going to be useless if there isn't also some kind of agreement between the two that he is going to end up paring away the people in his chat that go on to harass her and other VTubers as well. If there is an agreement like that, sure, the collab is great, it has more than symbolic value. However, if that kind of agreement does not exist, then it is a purely symbolic gesture and fulfills zero actual function. This may sound harsh, but being able to pare away bits of your audience, although that might not be as profitable, is going to be necessary. And if Iron Mouse is not going to be willing to try and get Kai to do that, unfortunately, the same thing is probably going to happen again should she ever get anywhere near his sub record. And the thing is, that puts her in a bit of a depressing position, because either she just wants to avoid the harassment, so she avoids ever getting close to his sub record, which is a pretty sad thing, or she just allows things to go as they may, and she accepts that she is probably going to have to deal with the same problem at a scale that has not at all been reduced since last time it happened. Which is why, again, like I said, everything that Connor says, everything that Iron Mouse says or does, is going to be completely useless in solving the problem if Kai is not also willing to impose rules and gatekeep his audience. Because once somebody from Kai's chat tries to harass Iron Mouse and then realizes that they've been banned from the chat of their favorite creator as well, that forms the basis for understanding that there are consequences to negative behavior, negative conduct, that trains them to understand that they have a reason to behave. And if you don't do that, well, they have no reasons. Yeah, it's a bit like pruning a tree for health. Exactly, Hazure. Kai will not do that? Yeah, I suspected that. But, again, I'm just putting that out there. Now, the last thing. Apathy. And this is the hardest one to justify to a lot of creators, I find, because a lot of creators tend to resist becoming apathetic to things. Understandably so, because so often it is associated with resignation and nothing else. People assume that apathy is a concession, you admitting that you've lost against something. Whereas in actuality, and this is the thing I want to push back against, I want people, ideally, right, I would like for people to be able to understand that apathy is fundamentally a self-protective reflex. It is a defense mechanism that our minds have developed in order to protect us from stress that we cannot deal with. The thing is, the reason why apathy is important as a creator, especially apathy towards the messages of those who are not a part of your community, the words of those who are not a part of your community, is because apathy is what allows you to filter through what they are saying. If you are apathetic towards everyone outside of the community, your audio is a bit crunchy. Oh no, hold on. Let me take a look at this. Is that better? Is it still a little bit crunchy? Hold on. My mic's been doing this recently. I'm not quite sure why. Is it better now? Is it not as crunchy? Could I get a 1 if it's okay? It's about not taking things emotionally? Exactly. Or at least having a degree of disconnect between what you are seeing and how you respond to it, what you accept. Mic is fine, BGM only. Your voice comes through fine, but the BGM is not. Oh, the BGM is chewy. That's weird. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can turn that down a little bit. Does that help? Or is it still crunchy? Nope, it's still crunchy. Oh dear. Alright, hold on. Delicious. Let me switch to something else. Like soggy crunch. Let me try reloading it. It might be a little low. Get rid of it, your voice is enough. Thank you. Scuff our beloved. You know what? I might as well just continue without the BGM because it seemed to have only been deteriorating the stream. In any case, sorry, give me a second. If you are a creator, apathy, fundamentally, the thing that apathy allows you to do is not show vulnerability to those who would exploit it. And that is the foremost and most important function of apathy. Thing is, the reason why I've kept going on and on and on about how this video is good for emotional catharsis and not really much else, and the reason why I keep reinforcing the same message, which is that do not, it's basically a very complex way of saying don't try this at home, is because what Connor is doing here when he is expressing his frustration, voicing his indignation in a public manner, holy shit! Viv and Raj, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. I need to commission more. I need to commission more emotes before these run out. I need to expand the roster of chairs. All right, that's. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna write that down in my notes. I need to grab more emotes for you guys after that. Holy shit. Thank you, Vivian. That is very incredibly generous of you. Welcome to the 50 new, welcome to the 50 new footstools that have now joined the club. You are backseaters no more. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. So, when Connor has done this, essentially, the reason why I keep going on and on and on about how this is a privilege and a luxury and not something that just anybody can pull off is because what he has done here has both costs and benefits to what he is trying to accomplish. In expressing his indignation in a public manner, he has, in a way, and also in a medium that he has no control over in terms of its reach, you are essentially setting yourself up in a situation where you may get the benefit of attracting people who have had similar experiences to you and can affirm you in your experience, right? That is the benefit. The benefit is not being alone, not feeling alone, achieving emotional catharsis, and possibly helping others achieve it as well. However, you must also weigh it up against the costs of the fact that those who have been sending you shit and hate may just end up redoubling their efforts after seeing that you've actually been affected by it. And again, this trade-off may be worth it to some. However, I do want to make sure, at least if you watch this stream, that you are aware that this is a trade-off that you are going to be making, regardless. If you are going to make the decision, either direction, more power to you. But you deserve to know that this is a decision that you are making to begin with. So, again, the larger a creator you are, the more the benefits tend to outweigh the costs. Also, the tighter the audience that actually gets to see your expression of indignation, the more the benefits outweigh the costs as well. So once you take those two factors into account, only then are you able to make an informed decision. Because, well, I mean, as I've talked about multiple times before on stream, As your reach increases, your ability to predict your audience and ensure the accuracy of what you're saying decreases as well. To the point where by the time it has been shared around and absorbed by more and more people, you can basically you have basically zero chance of correctly predicting how people are going to respond to what you say. And you have zero chance of controlling whether it's going to be something that you would actually want or not. So understand that when you put out this is the reality that you are accepting. This is the reality that you are feeding into. Also, it makes sense that people in the middle move to a side. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point as well that you brought up, Eddie. So it's not just going to be a binary between people who like your stuff and people who don't, because both of those sides will become larger and larger as people in the middle make up their minds as to which one they're going to be. So if you are not ready for an influx of people who are now aware that they can rattle you, I would not advise being public in your expressions of hurt, indignation, or exasperation. Because, well, in this particular case, the solution to that also happens to... the solution to that is incompatible with the promotional method by Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse's self-promotional methods and practices. But, on top of that, how do I say this? Iron Mouse can survive the hate that she gets because, much like Connor, she is an immensely successful creator. She is a massive creator. There is a gigantic portion of people, both in the industry and outside of it, that take her word as gospel. If, for example, all of the harassment and stuff become too much for her to handle, she could log off, take a break, and instantly go to a family that loves and supports her and come back to an audience that will continue to adore her. Not everyone can say the same thing. And as a result, before you adopt the same approach towards dealing with hate that you see being implemented by larger creators like Seadog and Iron Mouse, please, I advise you, think twice. I'm not saying don't do it as a blanket statement, because there will be certain cases where it can be useful to you, but understand the possible risks of doing so. Because when you do that, you must understand that your content will extend beyond the reach of your community. You must understand that you will not be able to control everyone who ends up engaging with what you say. And you must understand that what you say will be taken as a sign of weakness by those who would seek to exploit it. So, to summarize, feelings are valid, but so is disregarding them. And when it comes to effective use of framing, it is only once you're ready to disregard your own feelings do you become capable of validating your perspective to those who do not know you. When we looked at Connor's video, one of the most glaring problems with it was that it could have been improved in terms of being an informational piece. So again, beyond the function of just being emotional catharsis, by setting it up with more mind, I suppose, to how the audience may think, feel, or perceive things in a different manner to Connor and or Iron Mouse. The same applies if you are going to be putting out a message of similar subject matter or caliber. If you want it to have an impact on your audience, you have to be able to set your own feelings aside. Because yes, they are valid, but they are also irrelevant. Because you cannot infect other people with your feelings. As hard as people try, that is simply impossible. Because the most you can do is hope that you expressing your feelings will bring something to the surface that was already latent inside of them. You can't put that little seed of empathy into another person if it's not already there. So as a result, one of the toughest challenges, and this applies to communications, PR, anything, is, and this is a deceptively simple principle, but understand that what you say is not always going to be what your audience hears. Because fundamentally, the two of you are approaching life and what you are saying in that moment, what you are communicating, from completely different angles, from completely different experiences, from completely different perspectives. And the only way that you can bridge that gap is by trying to get into the heads of the people that you intend to receive your message. Smaller creators are easy to discourage. Small creators might not have the emotional backbone to handle all of the hate if their post leaves their small containment area. Yeah, and that is why I advocate for them thinking twice before they make a post like this. Because they might not have the sufficient support and self-affirmation in order to handle that, to weather the storm, so to speak. So, this is all a really wordy way of saying something that is really, quite simple. When it comes to understanding framing, both as an audience member trying to understand when other people are using it, trying to see when other people are using it, and as a communicator who might seek to use it in order to get a message across to an audience, the simple thing that you need to understand is that the objective of framing is not just information, but motivation. It revolves around feelings, but only those of the audience. Remember, recognize, and use this accordingly. If you want to motivate people to solve a problem, above all, you are going to have to prioritize how they feel about what you say and about the problem above everything else. And if you're incapable of doing that, then framing is going to be a technique that you're going to struggle with. But because it is a very useful and effective communicative tool, I would advocate that as many people as possible try to understand this principle. And this isn't something that's just applicable to VTubing, by the way. If you're in the workplace, for example, and you want to bring a problem to the attention of a superior, for example, you know how it's a common saying that never raise a problem in the workplace without also presenting a solution? Part of the reason why that is the case is because you need to understand that when you are bringing up a problem to your superiors, when you are framing it to them, you need to make sure that they feel like it can be solved, which is why it is always convenient to bring a problem to their attention while also bringing a solution to their attention, because it saves them the headache of trying to figure out whether the problem can be solved or not. Fundamentally, framing is supposed to act as a way of fast-forwarding through that decision-making process. And if you want somebody to fix a problem, if you want somebody to act in a way that you intend so that a problem that you perceive can be fixed, you're going to need to figure out how to convince them to fall in line with that sort of decision-making process. Conversely, if you are a member of an audience, if you feel like someone is trying to convince you to do something that you wouldn't otherwise do, pay attention to the way that they are presenting the situation to you. Pay attention to what information they provide, what information they don't, how you feel in response to the specific things that they are bringing to your attention, and how you would feel if more aspects of the situation that they haven't brought to your attention were to be included in how they communicate as well. So, in other words, this is about self-consciousness. Self-consciousness, empathy, consideration, all those things wrapped into one bundle. It's not easy, but it's beneficial, and I would advocate that everyone would attempt this at least once. So yeah, their response HR statement, but yeah. If I provide multiple solutions and the manager deliberately shuts down all of them, then the message that's being sent is that they don't recognize this as a problem that either should or can be solved. Oh. But yeah. Again, I want to make this very clear. Connor's video is nowhere near as bad as Ludwig's video. In fact, I don't think it's bad at all. I think it is quite effective at doing what its primary purpose is. However, like I said, the reason why I went so in-depth in criticizing some of the things that he said and some of the messages that he either consciously or unconsciously included into his video is because I do think that it is both useful for identifying being able to verbalize why certain things do or don't resonate with you when you are part of the audience for something. And also, if you are a creator, like I said, there are some things that Connor does implicitly, some things that Connor does and implicitly promotes that simply would not work for somebody who does not have as many of the strengths as he does. And that's no skin off of his teeth. Every bit of privilege that he has earned, every bit of privilege, luxury that he has earned himself. However, it is naive to assume that everybody else who would seek to replicate what he is currently doing is going to be in a similar position of privilege and luxury. I don't think privilege and luxury is bad, but I do think it is healthy to acknowledge that not everyone has it. But yeah. I mean, Connor himself said that he needs to be aware of his own influence. This is just going off of that. Exactly. Attention is feeding the trolls. Yeah, not everyone has enough, not everyone has enough to spare to be able to feed the trolls, is what I'm saying. Connor can afford it. Iron Mouse can afford it. Your average indie VTuber, not so much. The monkey had his emotions high, understandable. Yeah, and I want to make this clear, which is that I don't at all think that I don't think it was a mistake to make this video. I don't think it was a mistake to post this video. Because of the fact that I view this video as an extension of the person who made and posted it. Had this video been made by somebody else, from somebody else's perspective, talking about their own haters, my opinion might change. But in this particular case, I think overall the video accomplished, like I said, it accomplished good things. And I'm not going to begrudge at that, despite all of my criticism. But yeah. Holy, I've been yapping for like 6.5 hours. Alright, hold on. Let me switch over to the abduction screen while I check to make sure I've read out all of the supers and gifts that you have all very kindly sent me. Jane Doe, looks like I lost a bet. We didn't make it to 7 hours. Love the stream as always, Armchair. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Tomahawk, thank you for the 7. Sounds like the American left in this most recent election, like scarily, almost bar for bar. What was that in reference to, Tomahawk, if you're still in chat? I think the beginning Iron Mouse background actually does help persuade neutral tourists to become invested in the situation, which is which is a neat if unintended function. That's true. Again, like I said, I'm not going to begrudge it of its positive impacts. I am, however, going to push back against some of the more implicit things that I would criticize. Good stream, gonna have to go watch the first half. I salute you, Hazure. 64 slides, but 6 hours. 10 slides per hour. This must be a record. There's an old super from a different stream. Oh, hold on. Am I looking at the wrong one? What? Am I cooked, chat? I might just be cooked. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. What is going on here? My stream element seems to be malfunctioning. I think I got everything right. But in any case, I might start to wrap up here, seeing as how the planned portion of the yapping is done, and I can feel my throat beginning to die. I will be making an announcement for the Niji Redemption stream next week I think, hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow will be enough for me to set up everything I need to. I'm very excited for that one. It's not going to be on my usual streaming time, though. It will likely be, I think, one day before, if I remember the date correctly. And it's going to be a collab, so I hope you guys stay tuned to my community tab and or Twitter, depending on which platform you prefer. Keep your eye out, because The announcement will be coming soon. On top of that, I have the HoloLive stream in the works as well. I'm still in the process of gathering research documents and just getting a general idea of all of the HoloLive lore that I've missed by virtue of being relatively new to this industry before I'm ready to actually talk about it in a presentation. But I believe we will get there before the end of the year. So that will be getting announced as well. Good luck with that topic. Niji Redemption sounds like an April Fool's video. Look, when I say Niji Redemption, I'm talking hypothetical. I'm essentially, so not to spoil it too much, but I want to make it very clear that because very often what I see as a criticism that I do think is quite valid, to be honest, on occasion, is the fact that simply pointing out that a problem exists is not enough to actually contribute towards solving it. It contributes quite significantly because, again, the first step towards solving a problem is admitting that it actually exists. But when it comes to actually implementing strategies and stuff to solve a problem that you observe, that's going to take a little bit more brain power and thought, a little bit more effort put into actually, correctly diagnosing various things and understanding how you might go towards mitigating some of the flaws in the way that a business operates or the practices that permeate a workplace culture, for example. And when it comes to Niji, part of the reason why I wanted to do the stream topic is because I like the challenge. Also because Anycolor released a document a few weeks back, I think, where they were basically saying we're going to start suing for defamation. And something that I've always said on this channel is that the best protection against defamation is to simply have good practices. Because there's no point in trying to do damage control. There's no point in trying to do damage control if you haven't fixed your internal ways of operating. There is no source of PR that is better than simply being good at your job, and there is no source of bad PR that is more pernicious than being incompetent at your job. And if Niji is to ever fix its PR problem, its defamation problem, it's going to need to redeem itself. It's going to need a road to redemption. And again, I do think, hypothetically speaking, it is possible to craft a set of policies, practices, and recommendations that can bring Niji to that point. Now, whether management would actually be willing to implement literally any of those suggestions is a whole other matter. But I think the thought experiment is worth it. Because part of what I try to do, and this is something that is quite common across a lot of other people who share my niche, contrary to popular belief, is improve the industry, the state of this industry. And where better to start than with the sociopathic child, the sociopathic petulant child of this industry, which is Niji Sanji En. JV Robert God, thank you for the 125 pesos. I think it's a bad time for Niji Redemption stream with the recent leaks. On the contrary, I would say that this is the ideal time because, again, the objective of this isn't to say, oh, okay, you should start feeling good, you should start feeling bad for Niji now, or okay, you should start forgiving Niji now. No, not at all. The objective of this is to essentially create a list of bullet points that would actually facilitate a real, genuine, and rational reason to start supporting Niji again. In other words, what hoops would management have to jump through before it is objectively a decent idea to believe that they've actually changed? Because, let's be honest, there are a lot of things they can do to improve the way that they appear without actually changing anything on the inside, which is something we'll be discussing as well. But if you want to reform the way you look to people on the outside, start by fixing up how you are on the inside. And this is a principle that, again, Niji is a very good subject for. The parrot will never cease mining. Oh, I do feel very sorry for Parrot sometimes. I'm sure he does very well for himself with those videos, but boy, are they a tax on the mind to make. Funnelers, thank you for the 5. I feel like Niji does the opposite of what their community tells them. Maybe give them horrible advice and they'll actually start to get better. Remember that one thing I want to reiterate is that my audience for these streams are not necessarily going to be the subjects of the streams. Because, let's be honest, if I am talking about something or someone, especially if that something is a corporation, chances are they are not going to listen to me, or things have gotten so bad because they would listen to external advice. The audience for these streams is you guys. More than anything else, doing this stream about Niji is designed to give you a better way of articulating what you are expecting from Niji before they can say that they have redeemed themselves, before they can say that things have gotten better. And by they, I was going to say just the management, I don't mean the talents, but there are some talents that could maybe do with a little bit of, how do I say? That could do with a little bit of correction. But, again, it's giving you guys words to articulate things. It's being confined to simply saying, do better, is one of the worst fates imaginable for somebody who would actually care about something. Or for somebody who would actually like to see something improve. So hopefully, this gives a basis for that kind of expression. Oh, you care about it. Look, let's be very, very honest here. I would not do this if I didn't think you guys were... okay, of course, the moment I start talking about this, you guys start spamming the correction emote. But yeah, no... I wouldn't do this if I didn't feel like you guys gave me, something fulfilling to do. Because, you guys have had multiple periods in the past where you've expressed that something I've told you has genuinely helped you, genuinely been interesting, or genuinely been informative. And I value that very highly because I want more people to have more words. That has been my motivation from day one. Because I know what it's like to struggle to express yourself because you simply don't have the words. And that can be a very rough thing. Saying do better without direction is pointless? Exactly. Bratty Nietzsche talent. I want to say I love Parrot, but F him for making me listen to Vox ASMR. Oh, there were a few foul lines in that video, weren't there? Oh. Dissecting Niji situations is indeed fulfilling, yes. And I do think that there are a lot of people who sling around the accusation that all people are doing is just kicking Niji down with no way of bringing them back up. And I also want to give you guys a way of refuting those claims. Because it is very easy to fall into the trap of just saying, fuck them, do better, what is it? There is no hope, there never has been, I can't wait for the whole branch to burn down, etc., etc. And sure, that may be emotionally cathartic, but that doesn't actually accomplish anything. That doesn't give people a path to escape the situation that they're trapped in. Even if the people in question are the alleged human beings in Niji's upper management. However, again, the end goal is to move away from that knee-jerk emotional catharsis response and to pursue something that is more akin to actual recommendations, proposals, and advice. Again, I want to reiterate, what I expect from you guys as a standard of behavior is that you don't offer the things that I teach you here against people's will. Consent is important in more areas in life outside of than just sex, right? So, if I give anything to you guys, I would ask that you withhold it until you are invited to share it. However, that being said, should you be presented with the invitation and opportunity to share it, I would like to think that having more words would equal better articulation and more productive articulation at that. But yeah. Yes, armchair, please put words in my mouth that I didn't even know exist, please. It's a little suspicious of a message, but yes, I will do just that. I do not want to listen to Vox talking into my ears. Define better, that'll be reserved for the stream itself. But yeah, I want to. It's going to be a little bit of a Christmas gift. You know what I'm saying? 'Tis the season to be jolly. We started off the year by deservedly kicking Niji off of its perch, and I think it's fitting poetically that we end the year by presenting at least some sort of path to redemption. Again, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. And there's no guarantee that Niji's upper management is ever going to take the drink. But who knows? The chance is always there. One can dream, so to speak. But yeah. Let me see who else is live. Sayu's live. Okay. I'll send you guys over to Sayu's stream. I think she's playing Zenless Zone Zero. Ooh, that'll be fun. Okay, so thank you for tuning in to all of you guys. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for watching me react to videos. I hope you found this stream entertaining and or informative. And I hope to see you guys for the next stream as well. Announcement coming soon. Make sure to behave in Sayu's chat. And I hope you enjoy yourselves there. I'll be heading over myself in a few seconds. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. And Otsu Chair.